The vills are
mangoes
getting
to
pulled.
clear
The
this.
mangoes on the north.
The mangoes are doing it all right now. All the trebuchets are gone.
I'm speechless. He won the siege war. The Vill pull comes in. 20 seconds on the clock. I don't even think they get
The
there.
mangoes are still alive.
They don't even get there.
Dimu still has the mangoes. If he just targets the big clump of villagers,
Well,
we're going to hear a lot of
castles. The
going
keeper's
on
going to do enough. The boiling oil comes out. The Vills are almost dead. They go for the kill on this. They're going to go for the dive. Demu actually has almost no units to defend this. It's just going to be the keep. And the siege weapons now.
I mean, he's not even pulling his villagers. The wild part is Dimu isn't even pulling his villagers to just stand on site. This is scary. He's cut off from home. Demos.
Or is it scary for...
I know, it's scary for Dimu. It's running into the demos!
Oh my god. That's a huge hit.
Return
The
fire
Demo
coming
just
in.
lost his whole navy.
Dimu's dead. He's going to lose everything here. What a
Yo,
turn!
what a chaotic fight.
Oh my god, the timing on that cat. He even pivoted right side to catch him on the retreat. It looked like this was going to be a Dimu favored game, but that strike right there resets him. Cat now out of position with his own spring lords, but Dimu lacks the demo count to now punish that.
Demu's fishing boats as military here.
Yeah.
So Cat
Which
has
makes
a
this
massive
chaos.
military advantage.
Yeah,
Look
it
at
makes
the
it
size
absolute
of that
chaos to
fleet.
keep track of. Now, if he doesn't take out the docks, demos are still a problem, and Dimu can just queue up 3 more. But the demos from Cat, it's an overwhelm again!
No arrow ships. No arrow ships at all from it. Oh, they just spawned just a little too late.
Turn fire comes out, but it's going to reset Cat. I don't think he cares, though. Damage once again done. It's now 3 times the spring to that of which Ben has. Those aren't moving.
If they were, that fleet could have gone cooked. Look at that. That fleet is cooked. Look at the, can we look at the HPs of Cat's fleet right now?
He'd rob you.
That is some low. Everybody is hurt there. Which means I actually think Demo has more HP here.
Demo?
He's pushing in the demos. Sneaking through. That's a lot of demos.
He
That
likes
is a lot
formations,
of
though.
demos.
He doesn't even care. There's not enough archer ships here. Goes in. This could hit the fishing as well. Deeper and deeper we go. He needs more. He needs a lot more. There it is.
Yikes.
Close here, surely.
Yeah, but this, how many times have we seen a fight right in this concave that Demo is just won?
Have to see.
The upgrades
Demo's
should be
coming out.
coming in potentially.
Detonation good.
The demos are just waiting in the back. Oh my gosh, Cat has a huge fleet of demos. They're coming forward.
Yeah, but wait, they're just A-clicking into one target here. Archer ship's clearing up a lot of them, but a few are going to leak through.
There's enough.
That's it.
Oh
They're
my
gone.
gosh.
Everything is gone.
Everything dies.
Demo reaches in.
Well,
That's a big sinker. I mean, you say
Eric
well.
goes down.
2 Grand Galleys left.
If there's no Carricks left.
I mean, the screws of the cannon should be enough
The
to clear up,
demos.
but the demo, again? How is he not dead?
This one, can we just talk about? The bottom of the sea, right here, has got to, at some point, it's not going to be a seabed. It's just going to be, at some point, it's not going to be a seabed. It's just going to be a graveyard of ships all the way. And it's
Oh,
gonna
no,
be a
no, no.
ship
It's
island.
not going to be a graveyard. It's going to be a wooden dam. I
And the
really
houses
would
are
just
annoying.
love to have paused the game at this stage and went for a mid-series interview of both. So, yeah, how do you think you're going to win the game right now?
Well,
and
like
you
the
just get that
chess
point.
professional.
Yeah, then you get that point. Yeah. But when you get the moment where Doom is like, I think I can landmark snipe him. And then you,
Oh,
like,
we gotta, dude, yo, we can't look at this. Children, cover your eyes.
anyone losing Siege, it's
What was
genuinely
in
like,
that?
I think it
That
was
had
empty.
15 things.
Wait, really?
That had 15.
15 horsemen. Oh my god.
He's got a journey. They're in the middle of the ocean. Here he goes. Where are we going,
guys,
boys?
Guys, please.
Unload.
Run.
He can kill the bombard.
Wait, what did he click there?
He can kill the bombard.
He killed a villager instead of the bombard here.
Oh, that bombard's good.
It should,
Wait.
theoretically,
One more
reload
shot.
coming through.
What a dream.
Oh, build
He's
Keshiks and
got
crossbows.
48. Oh, this fight is not good.
Oh, the choke points. The berries are actually working against him because the Keshiks, they have numbers. They can't use them like this. Oh, crossbows also getting buffed by the nearby outposts.
One thing is, it's kind of hard to tell which is the Keshik and which is the Horseman. And it looks like he might actually have enough here. The Knights are dropping.
I'm not convinced yet. The crossbows are kind of being ignored. This is it. He has to run away.
Oh, and so many low HP Knights.
Because on this screen, you'd think, wow, Mongols have more units. Yeah, half of them are economy.
Oh boy. And here comes the fight. Demu gonna stand his ground. The spearman protecting the crossbowman. The villagers going back to work. This is a bold assumption, thinking he's gonna win this fight.
Fence arrow. It's not gonna be enough to hold though. It's not gonna work here. Like, remember, the other thing about this military numbers is deceptive. Look how many ones are boats, right? He's got 8 Navy vessels. His military force on land isn't substantial here. Wave 1 goes down, but now spearman crossbow are massing up at home for the English. Dun, 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 dun. Can we check the militia timer? Because they're about to evaporate. I think they got 15 seconds left max.
And then the turn comes, right? Wait, oh boy, he is...
Yeah.
You gotta move these archers away. Oh, and the raid, there's not enough space at the inn. The Knight gonna get a lot of damage here. The Gremlin's about to pop, which means the archers will be completely exposed to a lot of cav.
And now you die. Straight away, the horseman. Turn around. And run it down mid. Louis completely out of position.
What was that? That was such a Looney Tunes moment. It's like he completely forgot. He's got something to say. The spearmen are kind of out of position, going for the raid there, but the mangonel shot comes in from the white tower below. And now the spearmen are in position. The mangonel gonna do a hasty retreat into the massive spearmen. It
could just punt another shot. The village is being pulled as well. I mean, Louis, if he loses this area of the map, he's going to lose the relics as well. At that point, Farimba just doesn't really exist. Full send.
Better focus fire from Marine Lord here. He's going to take out a ship initially, but half of his ships are super hurt. He's hiding the demo, though. The arrow ships get taken out. This demo's position is really... There's no more...
I mean, Louis is actually scrambling over his own shipwrecks to try and get back past that choke point for the kill. That was so well microed by Marine Lord.
No, I want him to go left.
Because when he goes right, he can do no wrong. Demos are in. And that is going to be the hit he needs.
What, boss? That was crazy. Louis was not ready for that. Maybe it's because he's diving the woodline? The land is being stretched a bit thin here, but I feel like Marine Lord at this point... But I feel like Marine Lord at this point, can't Marine Lord just A-move? I think you're right.
Yep. The Ghoulims are the #1 unit that uses Bloomery the best. There's no better unit.
Yeah, they double attack.
Yeah, but like he neglects it until the bitter end. It's gonna be a hard fight. And again, where's the front line for B?
All on crossbows, and he had to reroute his knights, and maybe some stables are not really there. Fighting without his full mass, and he has mangonels, but they're not here yet.
I don't think they're going to be here in time. No, they didn't get the memo on when they were meant to wake up for the attack. Gulim's still standing their ground here. Even puts the trebuchets in for good luck. Keep drop attempt here by Zern. This one feels less likely to work than the last one. Big smash! Mango low.
Big smash.
Reload's coming in fast here. Splinter formation, but nice micro. B just target multiple locations. Looks like the shot trigger advantage will come through clutch for Zern, as it looks like B was just 25 seconds short of being able to even out there. However, the biomass might be good enough to push through.
Okay, here we go. The army's coming in. Zerton feeling the pressure back against the wall. No gold income. Can only make rams, spearmen, and archers.
Oh, God.
He's going to be moving forward into the mass. Waiting arms of B, who's welcoming him with a warm hug made of bombards.
The quick wall to choke point him up.
And the keep has the great bombard emplacement as well. The units here, they're just melting.
This is done.
That exchange rate starts becoming a lot worse. Almost wonder if the Golden Gate...
Oh, the demo!
Oh, the demo! Oh, what an incredible shot. Certain gets a demo just in time. Tanking the market with this strategy isn't the way.
Demos!
Wow, the demos connect. B caught slacking, and down goes his navy. Certain he's got them in queue. Wait, and only 3 arrow ships. He's got to make sure they're in the right spots. B with good spreads on the demos is going to start moving in on the north. The demos are going to get taken out. The Holt's exchanging their fire.
Fishing's exposed though. Like he's actually losing economy in this fight right now. But this is, I think B's happy with that, right? The king is gone. The king is dead. Not long live the king, so he won't be back again anytime soon. He just needs to get out clean.
Oh wow. Big nade for B here. Looks like he has most of the lads as well.
Right, so, Demo counter 9. Certain. He has nowhere to run here.
Oh, that was clean.
The dodges. Demo is going to start to connect.
He's
Second
going for
wave.
it. Four
He's
demos.
spinning him. Just need to shimmy round. Okay. At the moment where he could just end Zertan's existence, he backs up. And now he's body blocking his own demos. B? Wait, what is going on right now? These demos, he's actually griefing himself with the formation.
Range is good. And
The
there
demos
some
are just
demos.
actually struggling to get through here.
Well,
He
I think
splits the fleet.
you want them hidden. You want them hidden for a bit.
Here we go. Big hit coming in. Zern, the panic. There's nowhere to run.
Oh my god, the entire fleet just gets completely eviscerated. B just wins the water in one fell swoop.
They're having a good time.
No way this is worth.
Okay, wait, hear me out. Has he got the pit mine up? I don't think he got the pit mine yet, right? If he builds the pit mine...
He did. He built it.
Okay, so he got pit mine. Mance is coming on the way. That kind of allows you to get away with having these idle villages. Because certain... What did we say is the counter to this? You don't react to it. What is certain doing right now?
Just 2 shots.
Dying.
Fishing boat.
Dying is what he's doing right now.
What? But this camel answer rate is going to be pretty huge.
Big.
Beastie has to get not caught out here. Berkshire going down on the wood line on the south, and BC's not paying attention because he's focused on his landmark placement.
This is such a heavy loss. I mean, he's still got an eco lead, but kind of starving himself out gold. He's still got reserves behind this.
There was a dervish in that fight, technically.
All
Oh,
right, yeah.
big fight win in the middle, though. Mass heal coming out, and you can see the power of these dervishes.
Yep, I definitely see the power of these dervishes in this fight.
He didn't hold. It wasn't enough.
Okay,
This is an expensive loss. But
I
here's the
mean-
flank. The horsemen are in
I don't
good
think he
position.
cares.
Sorry.
He gets in on top of him. If these hand cannons flop dead, Kiljadi does not have the gold to remass.
Well, he is getting gold still. He found the 8K on the right, but
It's almost gone. And there's a
he's
raid
also
coming in there
to
as well.
mine. No, it's not. That's Vils. They're mining it.
No.
Oh no, that is a raid.
That is a raid.
Oh,
That's
I
a big
thought that
one.
was Vils. Wow.
These are the
wanna
type of
see-
games
is
that
the
haunt you,
Abbey
man.
repaired, by the way? Can we get a new Abbey? Can we get a new king? No, never mind. That was a pipe dream. It was a dream. It was just a hope. Actually,
more
this
kings.
fight is going well for BC. He's just going to win the front line. And how
It's the
hand
attack
cannons
speed. It's
aren't
just
enough.
stupid. Like, this attack speed is dumb. I'm not even going to pretend it's not absurd at this stage.
Traditional fights, and
Kiljadi.
this is a big push. But
It's
BC's
not the whole
ready.
army.
BC is definitely ready, though.
I mean, the problem is there's no hand cannons left, right? So it's just a melee mosh pit. And over time, the men-at-arms should grind you down there. Kiljadi, he needs to find his way to the landmarks, but how do you get through quick enough?
BC's sending scouts just for the meat.
I think he just wanted to know what was happening. This is failing, though. Like, Kiljadi, there's not enough rams to kill the landmarks, right? And there's not enough Ghoulims to hold this anymore.
Yeah, BC was more than ready for this push. The TC does go down, but support of that.
But the
This
Rams...
is the song that never ends.
Okay, please.
On and all my friends. And if it is annoying, that is too bad.
You're singing way too coherently for how deep into the day we are. You need to be more dead.
The ram pull is here, though.
He's got it at the box
Berkshire's
here.
gonna go down. This is so many rams.
The villagers are being
Berkshire
pulled.
down.
That this is going to be a long repair. And Beastie, he has no wood.
Has Kiljardy done it?
It's
Has
going to
he
be
done
close.
it? I thought Beastie had this for a while. I thought Kiljardy was dead, man.
Foundations are going to get a bit shaky eventually, right? But no.
No.
That's coming in.
We're at. BC's not really taking a good engagement here.
He
The
doesn't
middle-
have the attack speed aura. Like, this is a losing fight.
And here comes Kiljardy. I think he's done it.
Oh my god, this is it. It's happening. It took... I think this is about to be longer than the Cat Dimu game. The longest game of the day on the way. Beastie making his last stand here. But the Ghoulims will not be denied. Rams coming through.
Rams
They're
are
going for the
coming in
box ship.
again. Oh my gosh. What?
It might take one more wave, but that's it. I don't think was there ever an official
No
name for
way.
these? Anyway,
No way. No
Archer
way.
ships.
No way.
The fishing boat baits it. Demo's in. Kiljadi's going to take a hit here, and it's a big one.
No. No freaking way. The whole navy's dead. The entire navy is dead. Beastie just destroyed his entire navy. Oh my
Cross on the
gosh.
front line.
This is make or break. This is the game. This is the game. He's gonna take out
He's
the
pulling
squirrels
villages.
with the torches.
Is he, though? This is a dive deep and a lot of eco to be lost here. Beastie diving even deeper in.
He's got to pull. Gremlins are here too. To front line.
Mango does come out. We'll get one wallop out. Probably going to go down immediately afterwards. But this is the thing. The crossbow numbers are deceptive. Yes, numbers are advantageous for Beastie, but the attack speed for the crossbows.
He's got it. No, Beastie's got this, man. He's got enough.
He's going to run into the weight and arms of the Navy at this rate. Javelins hitting towards the coast, but villagers now starting to be exposed. Kiljadi is down to 29 economy. This cannot be held back any longer. A strong start to a series for Kiljadi, but a bitter end in game number 4 because Beastie is going to dub himself king of the Socotra here. Nothing else, and this gives a perfect opportunity for Baltic to try and punish.
And Mangonel is coming in clutch, though. Nice hit on that group of javelin throwers. Gazinators will launch a counterattack, but at the same time, these javelin throwers are just butchering all these archers.
Welcome back to AGC TV. Great start there. Master of Realms group stage almost complete. We have one more day before we get to our finals. So far, we have bid farewell to 4 players. By the end of today, we will have culled the remaining 4 and have our final 8. I'm, of course, Killer Pigeon. Joining me today, the wonderful faces of Lidicor and Winston. I've been invaded by the NA boys because, to be honest, there's only 2 people really likely to carry you when we get into these playoffs. Oh, wow. No one bit that straight away. I thought Winston was going to try to defend his region at least.
Well, I mean, what can we do? What can you do?
You can look up north to Canada and say you are now honorary Americans, right? I think that's where you guys go.
I'm sure Wham and Puppy would appreciate that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's usually how this
and
goes.
Magic too, probably.
Wow, no
Yes.
Magic here, right? I think, the beautiful thing I was saying, I always got a lot of love for Magic because I think he's just the guy on the side who's kind of like there. He can always take some credit for helping shape the Wham and Puppy Paw we see today. Although he's too humble to admit it, or maybe too smug. I can never really tell with that guy. But no, it's been an incredible tournament so far, boys. We've had a plethora of maps coming through, a lot of surprises. I think some shocking outcomes as well. Some series that melted our minds. I don't know about you, Lidicor. My brain is still in need of more alcohol after that Dumu Cat series the other weekend.
I loved it. I absolutely loved it, KP. We see so many conventional games in all of the tournaments. It's nice to see something very different, something chaotic, something mad. I'm not saying that it was the most competitive series ever in a traditional sense, but it was a really entertaining one to watch.
And I think what we're seeing here as well, Winston, is like all these new maps coming in. It's the soft resets that we always talk about that really need to exist in esports, right? Like, I think one of the beautiful things we love about this ecosystem is we don't really gatekeep hard. And by having all these new maps come in, we're proving that. We're proving that we have these unorthodox upsets. I mean, hell, I saw someone mention like BC versus Kiljadi in the chat. That series started off looking like it might have actually just went the way of Kiljadi in an astounding way.
Yeah, that would have been a crazy upset too. That was nuts. And it came down to some like close plays too, like the demo. I'm thinking of game 2 there, right? Like if those demos don't keep connecting, like BC was not winning that game, right? And that was enough to pull it back. So excited to see. I mean, hopefully we get some more close series like that. I think it'll be really fun. And yeah, can't wait to dive into Demo versus Louis. Ooh,
that's right.
We got some spicy stuff, boys.
And the map draft by Surfshark has already been complete, and we've already started to lock in the draft. So, let's talk through this a little bit, because one thing I've noticed, lads, it's quite intriguing. Holy Island, I was looking at the stats for this, has only been picked once. Archipelago now is second only behind Dry Arabia as the most picked map here. And I can already see a smug look on Lidicor's face. I can tell he's happy about that information.
I love it. I'm an islands boy. I'm a water boy. I know everybody hates me for that, but I'm just a sucker for water games. I feel like it refreshes things in a variety of ways, and it's a very different game than, let's say, a game on Dry Arabia. Now, of course, you don't want this entire series to be just water maps exclusively, though, KP, because through that, it could get very repetitive. But I think, considering we have Hill and Dale and we have Dry Arabia, so some classic land maps, it's refreshing to see maps like Archipelago also being picked.
And you know, another one I think that's been really surprising here, Winston, is Kawasan. Kawasan is now also one pick behind Dry Arabia. I thought we'd see a bit more hybridization in the hybrid pool.
I'm a fan of Kawasan for a couple reasons. I think it's a way for players to try and just stretch into really uncomfortable situations against their opponent, right? Like you can just try and make it really chaotic because with two pawns, you can sometimes just gain like crazy advantages really quickly if your opponent slips up on the micro. So I really like that choice from Louis. I think it's showing that he has a lot of confidence coming here because I feel like Kawasan is one of those technical maps where you can't really slip up on any situation, pond, land, other pond, right? And I'm excited to see how he tackles that as one of his home maps here.
And we have
That
to
was his
talk.
pick, right? I think that was his pick.
I believe it was.
Isn't that how
In
that?
regards
Yeah,
to those
yeah.
two
Yeah, just
players,
making
right?
sure.
Dimmu plus Louis, you know, there's one we've got to talk about. I think you go back half a year, maybe just a little bit over half a year, Lodacore. Everyone would just say Dimmu's got this, lock, stock, two smoking barrels all the way. But nowadays, I mean, I almost feel like Louis 80, almost 90% favored in the eyes of a lot of people. This kid has really rise to a whole other level.
Certainly, KP. I think that's part of the equation here. Louis has definitely stepped his game up recently, but it's also the fact that the settings of this tournament allow for some more upsets. Or, well, I'm not even sure if we can call this an upset, but you know, when you look at these two players and their history in AoE4, Dimmu was the big name for a long time. So I think part of the reason why Louis is so successful in this format is because it is a little unconventional, and this opens up opportunities that are normally not available in other tournament formats. In fact, believe it or not, KP, 3 out of the 4 matchups today, one of these players involved in those matchups have won their first ever series against their respective opponents in this event.
Wow. I mean, that's incredible. I think in this regards, like Louis started a bit earlier, right? I think Dimmu was able to take him down in the Elite Classic 2. There was some small tournaments where Louis was able to get nibble, but you're talking like when we're talking S tier, biggest tournaments. You look at the history of it; it's been close. I think it was 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. But historically, you're right. Every series has been going the way of Dimmu. But I'm not sure if it's going to go his way with a draft like this, Winston. I mean, I'm just looking straight away at that French pick. I don't know if you know this, but France is actually the most successful Civ in the entire tournament so far, with 100% win rate, courtesy of Puppy Paw's Big Brain Bait game on Archipelago.
Yeah, seeing Molly, French, and then JD that's an interesting trio at the end, I feel like, from Temu, and I'm curious to see exactly how he's going to play those because I feel like that makes his draft a bit weaker for some of these maps. But we'll have to see what he picks on game 2 here because we're opening in with HRE for Demu against Byzantines for Louis, and that's a good matchup on Arabia. I don't really see a huge issue for either player, I think.
Do you think
Here.
it's a 50-50 balance matchup?
I think it comes down to style on the HRE player more than anything, right?
Yeah, but the big choice, right, is do you want to play feudal or do you want to rush castle, right? The classic
Exactly.
one right now. Whereas
Yeah, I think
Byzantines aren't afraid of that either.
Yeah, I mean, Biz can play into any of these situations really, really effectively. So I feel like you kind of give an edge to Biz in a lot of cases, but I think HRE is completely comfortable in this situation personally on Arabia, right? Like where it's just so comfortable and cozy, right? Like Demo's been playing HRE on Arabia for what 3 years, right? Since the game came out, right? Everyone has, right?
That's the
I
beauty
think
of
he'll
this,
be
right?
fine.
As
Yeah.
we go deeper as well, thinking floodplain, archipelago, return to Hill and Dale. There's so many question marks this series, but the question mark is when the game going to start. It's going to start now. First series of the final day of the group stage for Master of Realms. We've got Team Elephants Louis MT up against Team Liquid's Dimmu in a best of 5.
And in we go, folks. Spawning in on the northern side of the map, it's going to be Dimmu with the Holy Roman Empire with the color purple. And down south, it is Louis MT with the color green, featuring the Byzantines here, Winston.
Yeah, I love to see the Biz pick. It's it's always fun. I think the reason I like watching Biz and seeing Biz. Oh, that's interesting with the scout. The reason I like watching Biz is because I feel like they're really dynamic right now. I feel like they have so many different ways to play, and I love seeing how players adapt in the mid game. Right? I mean, obviously the early game has been, more or less solved in a lot of ways, but I think looking at this mid game against HRE's Castle Age is going to be really exciting. We'll see if the players kind of get locked into that feudal age, but I kind of don't expect that with these two players.
Yeah, that's a good point here, Winston. Obviously, HRE is a civilization that traditionally comes online once you get to Coastal Age. But this is an open map, and there's going to be a lot of potential from Louis to play aggressive and try to just throw off Demu's early build. And when you look at Louis MT as a player, he strikes you as one of those players that likes to play aggressive early on. He's got that up-tempo, chaotic game. So Demu needs to be very careful here in the early game to make sure he doesn't get surprised.
Yeah, and something I've noticed with Louis' play is that like his transitions have been really smooth recently, and I think that's what I've noticed in this tournament as well. Is I feel like when he does these aggressive strats, I feel like he's done a really good job developing over the last year into a player that can close out a game when they have an aggressive advantage, but also transition out of it when that aggression doesn't work particularly well. And I think, you look at some of the players outside of the top 6, the top 8, and that's where they often struggle the most. And I think Louis, in one of the reasons he's breaching into that top 5, maybe even, is because of this flexibility and dynamism in play, right?
Yeah, and obviously that's a challenge to overcome, and I think he's done a really good job with that recently, and that's part of the reason why he's definitely emerged as one of the top competitors in this event. You just look back to the opening round, he was able to take out Demu 3-1. He ended up losing to Marine Lord 3-0, so that's why he is playing here in the deciders, but he's definitely shown a lot of signs for high potential, and I feel like so far this was one of his best ever tournaments, although that's a bold statement because he actually ended up being 3rd place in the Elite Classic too. So we've seen a lot of good things here from Louis the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, he's really astonished me with his play. It's really exciting to see, because I think the worst thing is to have the same like 3 or 4 players be at the top for a long, long time. And I love that we have, competitors coming in and clearly challenging, these top spots. And I think it makes these tournaments way more exciting, right? And it's what makes me super excited for this tournament here. Today we're in our some elimination rounds, and then what is it, quarterfinals tomorrow, and then finals next week. Oh, that's what a treat, right? What a treat.
But, we never should count out Demu here because he
Course.
often delivers his best performance when he needs it the most, and he definitely needs it here. He had an impressive series against Cat in the elimination match last week. If you've missed that, that is definitely one to check out because it was an impressive and crazy series. But in the opening round, as we've highlighted, he lost to Louis. He's going to have a chance for vengeance here. And I wanted to ask you about this, Winston. If it was you, would you prefer to play the decider match against a player that you've already lost to or someone that you haven't played against in this tournament?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think, if it's like a big team game, probably against someone we lost to. But if it's a 1v1 and all the pressure's on you to like fix that, I don't know, man. I'd rather play someone I've already beaten, right? I feel like you get a lot of confidence from that, right? Like what to fix and what to work on, especially when it's, it was what, 2 weeks ago, right? Or maybe was it last week? No, it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
I don't know. It was last week, right?
It was 2 weeks ago.
So you had 2 weeks to recover. I don't know. That's not a lot of time. Either way, it's not a ton of time to like think about it. If it was later, much later in a longer tournament, like Road to Red Bull was, right? Where you have a ton of time between potential matchups. But here, it's just so recently. It's got to be fresh. But I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Demo is a hungry player. I'm excited to see this archery range opening from him. So clearly not afraid to get engaged here in the early feudal age. We'll see what these archers do, though.
Yeah, this is an interesting start here from both players because Louis MT was looking for some aggression. He ended up dropping a tower at the back of his base to protect those berries. But at the same time, Demo's opening with a build that's not super duper common for the HRE. He's actually doing a good old-fashioned spear plus archer build, very reminiscent to what you see from the English, for instance, in many cases.
Yeah, but I think the reason you don't see this a lot from any civ against Biz in the feudal age is because I feel like there's 2 contracts that do quite well against this. You could either go longbow or javelins here and probably defend this pretty comfortably. And I like that outpost already and a wall going up as well. You saw Louis scout instantly on that range when it spawned, and he's shadowing these units back to his base. So he knows where these are. The odds of them getting significant damage here feel really low with 2 towers already up. And the arrow slits on the front already. What is
Louis
he
playing
gonna
very
do?
defensive, and this is a big investment, dropping 2 towers, getting the arrow slits on it as well. But, you know, better to be safe than sorry. He scouted the aggression, and Demu should struggle finding any value here. As you said, wall on the left side, lovely move by Louis to limit those rotations from Demu. There's a tower on the berries on the backline as well, and by far the most exposed resource that Louis had was the gold on the front. He towered that as well, so Demu's really struggling to find any good targets right now.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to poke into here. The outpost is kind of... That pre-placement is a little rough. It's on the left here.
Yep.
There's still one berry. The archers can kind of camp here and be annoying, but probably not do too much damage before... Oh, the outpost is just going to go down and... I don't know.
Yeah.
He might...
He's
got to
rushing
have
that
good build
tower.
micro.
Demu is going to try and commit nice micro to pull back the injured villagers, and you've got longbows on the way as well. Tower's gonna be garrisoned to... A villager was killed in this fight, but in exchange, a couple of spearmen go down, tower goes up as well. I think Louis has to be happy with this. Maybe he could have tried pulling that villager back, but ended up just rushing up the tower. Now his berries should be safe.
Yeah, on this Arabia spawn, his TC spawned really close to the wood here. Like that is a very comfortable spawn for Louis, and that's gonna keep him safe. That first longbow pack is out though, and that just counters everything that Demu's made. I mean, he's gonna have to use the archer mobility here with free marching drills now. He can maybe close the distance nicely, but if the longbows just sit under the base, right? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, that extra range the longbows have comes in clutch here. It just allows you to be a little bit more closer towards the towers, closer towards the TC, and even before Demu can fire a single volley with his archers, he will get damaged by those longbows.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, it's a lot of units. We could potentially see a ram play soon from Demu. That might be kind of his way into this to dive, or he might just go for a dive here. He has a lot of units. Could just also
He
play
kinda
for
needs to do
Castle Age.
something, because Louis is very close to Castle Age. Demu's got a lot of food in the bank, but he just now started mining gold, so he's still kind of far away from Castle.
Yeah, one of the benefits of playing Feudal Age like this with HRE is that you control the pace of the game, and then when you go to Castle Age, you ideally can keep map control for relics, right? And it's a play to try and just keep your opponent in Feudal, but like you said, Louis, he's moments from clicking up, and Demo seems to be aware of this, trying to deny the gold, and with, oh my gosh, 60 gold left, and is he going to be able to get it? Yeah, with the tower, surely, right?
It's definitely a delay, though, and there was a second villager picked as well. What's bad for Demu, though, is that he did end up losing his scout here, so he's now deprived of vision. But Louis was slowed down with his progress towards Castle Age here because of that harassment. Lovely move to move towards his other gold mine, but it's a little undefended, and this could be nasty if Demu finds it.
Yeah, he's got some units on that south side of that forest as well, diving in on this wood line, not able to get the Vil picks and trading out some units, and the archers are actually going to very
He's gotta find
conveniently
it.
run right into this.
Oh, that's so good from Demu. He saw the 4 villagers on gold, but he probably knew that Louis wants to go to Castle. Tries to probe the other gold mine, gets rewarded with another villager pick. Archers will go down here, but Demu must be happy about the 3 villager picks he got.
Oh, one Vil running away and living, and Louis got good reactions here, not really losing too much. The longbow is able to defend, and this is going to be the Castle Age demo on the way up soon. I mean, within the next minute, surely, but is it going to be in a comfortable timing? We'll see. The prelates are on the map already, so he's setting up for the relic pickup already.
Yeah, this is a big thing. So far, Louis is confined into his base, so as much as Demu is delayed into Castle Age compared to his opponent, right now he's got all the map control, so he could yoink a significant portion of relics. Castle Age now hits for Louis as his gold mine gets pushed once again. He's making a switch to Varangians over here, something that Demu is going to see immediately.
Yeah, this might be tight. How many sheep does Louis have still? He went on the berries early to get the oil, right? But here, how many sheep does he have? Okay, so he's got enough to make a couple Varangians, but he is in danger of being food starved if these Varangians go down. So Demo with the move speed could potentially look to kite these out across the entire map, but he's just gonna back up, let the longbows do their thing, and Varangians are on the way.
If you go Varangias here, Demu already has a counter set up for that. He's got double ranges, so he can go crossbows immediately. And especially if he finds a way to eliminate these longbows before the Varangians arrive, you could just have a direct counter to everything that Louis has.
But I think there's about to be 20 longbows on the field, and that's terrifying. The tower going to be giving him another 5, and he's got another 5 in queue, and that's a lot of units. Trying to trade some of them out now. The Varangians coming forward, though, and the Regnet's about to be up. We're going to look for those relic grabs.
Louis, he's going to trade off these longbows to the archers of Demu, and Demu is happy with that. He just wants to eliminate those primary predators of his crossbows, and indeed, as he hits Castle Edge, he's going to go crossbows. He's also getting the men-at-arms upgrade here, Winston. Starting to pick those relics up, but Louis is also slowly moving out of his base. It remains to be seen how much Louis can actually challenge those prelates, though.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be tough, picking a very slow composition with the Varangians and Longbow. So it's going to be hard to run to the northern corner of the map, for example, for that relic. Unless there's some night switch or something. But Louis also going for the relics himself, so the relic on the south, it might be picked up by Louis. No, we have our first one coming in.
Relic coming in for Demu. Archers are totally cleaned up over here. And, I feel like, given the circumstances, this is something that Louis should be happy with. Louis is definitely in this when it comes to the relic race. And Demu lost most of his archers. Right now, he's somewhat one-dimensional with just crossbows and a couple of leftover archers from Feudal Age.
But I don't think Demo needs to be too upset about this as well, right? Like, he did a bit of his farm transition as well. So both players are in a fairly equal footing economically, right? As the Regnet starts to kick in, that's certainly going to give maybe even a slight edge to Demo's economy. It's kind of hard to gauge exactly what that would look like, but losing some of these crossbows in the middle of the field, Liticor, that's not a very good opening for Demo in this Castle Age.
Yeah, that's going to be an ugly, ugly loss over here as Demu is trying to make a switch into men-at-arms. Just trying to hold off these Varangians. But Varangians, they're relentless. They're chasing this. They don't have the range defense upgrade just yet, so Louis is going to fall back. But Vincent, one of the big things here for Louis is that he should have the relic majority at this point. He is bringing back 2 more to add to the one that he already has.
Yeah, both players going with these really slow compositions means that the prelates and the monks here are just very casually bringing these relics in undefended. And, Louis is going to be able to get 3, which isn't really what Demu was hoping for. I think you open Archer Spear here to have map control early, right? You deny early pressure from the opponent and you try and grab those relics, but not able to get them just yet means he's just a little late there, and that's going to be bad. It's going to be bad for him long term, but we'll see. Still 2 in the Regnets is always enough to play a late game.
Well, this monk isn't going to live very long here, as Demu is looking to capture multiple sacred sites here. He's got the one to the left already. At the same time, Louis is walling up, as he's also pursuing some of these prelates across the map. Demu is now looking to dive, though. Mangle emplacements on the way for this tower, though, and Demu falls back for the time being.
Oh, wow. Louis is still doing berries for mercenaries. That's really interesting, and getting a placement as well. It's an interesting choice here. Going to be able to defend nicely against the crossbows. This is wild.
Demu's got a lot of farms set up here, though. We've seen a couple of initial olive groves from Louis MT, but in general, he doesn't have a very long-term setup for his food eco. He only has a couple of groves. Indeed, it's like 3 groves. Compare that to Demu. He's got a really good farming eco setup.
Yeah, but interesting choice here from Louis. He's put 3 of the relics in the winery itself, and he has the Galata Tower, so there's going to be a lot of mercs here, right? Like, a lot of mercs. And he's kept it just on longbows, it seems. I don't think he's upgraded to vet longbow yet, so he hasn't unlocked the Lanchneck, right? That's an interesting choice. Maybe trying to mask the longbows intentionally. Oh, no, he did. He just hasn't randomly gotten Lanchneck yet from the tower. That's funny.
Yeah, tower is now upgraded, so he's got protection for those berry villagers. At the same time, Demu is playing an open base, but he's got most of the map control he needs. So he's moving out towards the deer packs. He's also active getting eco upgrades, something that Louis hasn't really been doing so far. He only has wheelbarrow, but not a single other eco upgrade here, Winston.
Yeah, that's a big difference, honestly. And, even some of Louis' villas here on the front, you see these, 10 berry villas aren't within a cistern. influence, right? Not in the radius of one of the cisterns, so not even benefiting fully from that eco scaling. So Demu's got to feel comfortable here. Louis needs to make this transition work. I mean, this is kind of dicey. We're really letting Demu build up to a big army, and his scaling is just going to keep going, right? Like.
Exactly. And when you look at the food eco, 1200 versus 700, that's a big difference. And that doesn't even account for the fact that once Louis runs out of berries, it gets a lot worse. He's gotten teardrop shields, though, so now he's got one of the most valuable upgrades in Castle Age for the Byzantines. So far, he's been playing very, very defensive, and Demu is using that against him.
And we'll see how this goes. Pulling around to the side. I really like how Louis built these small walls up everywhere. I think that's really cool. It's giving him that little bit of time to navigate and defend against this larger force. And honestly, a better force. I think Demu's army is significantly stronger here.
Yeah, he's got 200 maces on those men-at-arms. Demu's looking to dive here. Longbows and Varangians facing off against crossbows and men-at-arms. And as you highlighted, this is on paper a matchup that Demu should be winning. Men-at-arms flash into the Varangians, but most of the Varangians get butchered by the crossbows. That's way too many men-at-arms for the longbows to deal with. Louis' army is kind of collapsing here, Winston.
Yeah, not really having a counter for these men-at-arms. Obviously, HRE men-at-arms are going to be really solid against the Varangians, but with no real crossbow mass of his own, just now having only 2 out, a third comes out as well. Like, is this even enough?
Yeah, this is looking very grim now for Louis. He only has longbows left. He's trying to make a switch into crossbows. Finally, the men-at-arms do get picked off, but the casualties were very high here for Louis. And again, he's confined into his own base. Villagers are getting picked off on the berry patch as well. And Louis, he's just in a world of pain right now. Let's not forget, his food eco is not well set up for this. He only has 2 Varangians out, no more in queue. Demu is already remassing his men-at-arms.
Yeah, Demu's both on a full Aachen, basically, and is on the hunt on the left here. So his economy is super cozy at this stage. And yeah, Vilpic here is going to be a little annoying for Demu, but nothing serious, right?
Yeah, it's trip damage, really, from Louis' side. That's the first villager kill that he had. And he needs to fight for those deer packs, for those bears on the front of his base. Whereas Demu, as much as he's behind in terms of relics, he's compensating for that with the Sacred Site. He's going to have the second Sacred Site under his control. And once again, he's back to 14 men-at-arms. Louis is still sitting on 2 Varangians only and 5 crossbows to deal with these men-at-arms.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the pop, it feels like it tells the whole story, right? We were here just a moment ago, and now Louis' army doesn't look nearly as good as it did before, right? He's got more vills, but way less Varangians. And Demu, like you said, maxing it now to the horsemen. That's going to be a unique threat here, the first mobile unit on the field. And we'll see how Demu uses these. Are they going to just reinforce the main army, or is he going to try to, you know, pick off some of these side resources? There's Berryvilles on the left from Louis that are relatively exposed, I think, with just 1 outpost to defend them.
Horseman is going to be a hard counter to everything that Louis has on the field right now. He is walled in, so mobility is going to be less useful here for Demu, but especially if he has 10, 15 horsemen to jump Louis with, this could be nasty for Louis. He's got absolutely no response to horsemen right now.
And look at this suite of eco upgrades coming in from Demu. He is very cozy here. I mean, we could even potentially see a Swabia pretty soon. Like, we're not that far out. With 1,500 food per minute, anything is possible, it feels like, when you're HRE, right?
And Demu's got a very comfortable army. He can choose to either dive right now or just use that army for defense. And as you said, each up. He's got 1,300 gold in the bank already. A very reliable food eco. Looks like he's thinking about diving, though, as Louis kind of expanding his base here a little to protect the food villagers. A little flank around. There's a board to the left of this position. Something that could easily be attacked.
The berries, that's a lot of vills, and Louis gonna notice the Mangonel placement not the most effective against these horsemen. Still does good damage. Surprised Demu didn't dive further.
Mangonel placement is doing his best, but it's a little too little here. Tower is gonna go down here as Louis moves in, but he's got 12 crossbows, a couple of Limitani, a couple of Varangians. Most of his army is longbows, though. I don't know how well this is going to fare against the man-at-arms, but Demu split his army up for a brief moment over here, so the crossbows got a lot of good picks on those man-at-arms. Horsemen now flank in, though.
Yeah, I think Demu was like, oh, I gotta retreat here. His army is coming, right? But then I think he saw the size of the army and was like, wait, hold on. You have like 30 ranged units. Why don't I just kill you, he says. Oh,
Exactly, and so many longbows go down here outside the walls that Demo's actually fairly happy taking this fight even with his ranged units. Now that the longbows retreated, he's going to fall back, but he's once again essentially decimated the army of his opponent over here. 71 army versus 36 remaining here. And behind this, Demo is escalating this game further. He's adding more farms. And just look at the upgrades here, Winston. There is a night and day difference between the two players.
Yeah, I mean, Demu's been full text for the last couple minutes now. I mean, yeah, lacking the last armor upgrade might hurt him a little bit here, but it's not going to be the most relevant when your opponent's going mostly ranged. We're starting to see the Limitani switch from Louis to deal with these horsemen, but I mean, what are they going to do in this case, right? There are so many units on the field. The Mangonel placement's going to be Louis' only hope here as the army comes in from Demu. If he gets good splash damage, he might be able to hold this.
Yeah, Men-at-Arms will dive deep here, though. Louis' front line is disappearing, and the Men-at-Arms are still around. 12 crossbows for Louis trying to hold this off, and Demu is actually going to commit the Men-at-Arms, pull back the archers here. Once again, an even-ish battle between the two, but Demu thinks twice about attacking into 3 towers now with Mangonel emplacements. And to credit Louis over here, he's been under relentless pressure. Yeah.
He just lost everything to that. That was the splash damage did so much there. There was also a couple Lanchnecht in there, and maybe Demu didn't notice, right? Like, I'm not exactly sure what happened, but Demu just lost like everything really quickly.
I don't know if he's disappointed about it though. I feel like he wanted to pull back the archers, and he was willing to just leave the men-at-arms over there. But it could also be some sort of miscoordination. Just thinking back to the fight prior at the Berries, he actually split off his men-at-arms from his archers and then decided to commit. So maybe there was some weird control group issue for him. I guess we'll never know, but for the time being, he still has a respectable army, still much bigger than what Louis has.
Yeah, he was able to keep the ranged mass alive, but losing that front line so quickly, I mean, look at the destroyed value. Like, Louis' fights have been really, really good here, even with less economy and smaller armies. So we'll see if that translates. If he can keep up that pace, it might be enough to keep himself in this game, but like you said, Demu's lead is still significant. He's got 3,000 gold bank. We could be seeing a Swabi at any moment now. Maybe he wants to go imp, or sorry, maybe he wants to hit 200 pop before imp, but he might just slap it right now.
I hate to disappoint you, Winston, but I think mercenaries still don't count towards destroyed value, so that's probably part of the reason why we see such a big discrepancy.
All right, I see you. That's very fair.
But Pastor is indeed coming in here, and that's where things get very dicey for Louis. He caught up with the upgrades. His eco upgrades are now in place. Blacksmith upgrades looking decent as well. But Demo is capturing sacred sites. And look at this, he's actually placing this relic into the castle, protecting the large gold deposit here. Imperial Age will be in for him. Louis is nowhere close to that. He's going to need a lot of time actually to get up. Look at that gold income, Winston. He barely has gold income from mining. Most of it just comes from the relics.
Yeah, and now Demu's lead, like, he might be down a couple vills, but that's not going to last very long, right? The vill printer is online. And he's got control of one of the 8Ks, and the other 8K is actually on the left. So we had one of those Arabia spawns where both 8Ks spawn on the same, like, kind of half of the map. So if Demu is able to control this left side here, while his army's on the right, kind of protecting this boar. But if he's able to control the left over here, this will just be massive for Demu long term.
Yeah, army count is neck and neck, though. That's a lot of Limitani mixed in here. And Demu's got mostly just crossbows here, Winston, and horsemen. Not a lot of men-at-arms in there. He's got a couple of Landsknecht mixed in, and he's just starting to add hand cannoneers here. But this is the timing for Louis, you feel, especially because he's got a lot of food in the bank. He probably wants to go Imperial himself, but he's low on gold for that. He's actually very low on gold, Winston. He's got 200 gold per minute.
Yeah, it's just not quite panning out for him at this moment as Demu really wisely backed up here. And so he's getting all of his upgrades in, and he says, oh, you're going to make some Merc Landsknecht? Well, I'm going to make my own. So he's getting a little bit of everything here. So he's got some archers, some Landsknecht, some hand cannons, men-at-arms, horsemen, crossbow, you name it. There's only a couple units not available to Demu right now that he's not training. So we'll see the imp coming in from Louis, but going to be enough at this stage, or are we just going to see Demu go for another dive here under dangerous Mangonel emplacements?
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky though. There's a wall slowing him down, and there are multiple towers with mangonel emplacements. And one thing I'm looking at here, Winston, is that Dimu doesn't have a lot of torching power. He's got some horsemen, he's got some men-at-arms, but most of the men-at-arms are just now coming in. This frontline army he has is mostly archers and a couple of horsemen. So Louis could hold those walls for some time at least, and he's going to make it into Imperial safely. It really is going to come down to gold here, though, I feel, because Louis' gold income was horrendous. In fact, maybe not just gold, but also the wood income. Look at how unbalanced his eco is.
Yeah, his setup is a bit wonky, and getting away with murder here, it feels like a little bit, is Louis, because, I mean, Temu really has the potential to stop this. He could just torch right now. Like, I feel like when I have horsemen like this, I really want to be, like, very actively torching palisades that are just there, right? Like, hit it, you know, hit the wall. And here he goes. Now he's going to get that going. And that should bring back Louis' army. And the upgrades, like you said, he's in, but he didn't really get a chance to upgrade all that much.
Yeah, the horsemen aren't elite. Men-at-Arms elite is just now coming in. On the other side, Louis already has the elite contract. So he's got fully upgraded longbows over here. Villagers have to flee to the far left corner, though, but this could be a good fight over here for Louis. He has a lot of imp longbows. And not a lot of meat shield in front here for Dimu. He's got some more men-at-arms coming in, but I think the number up top is very deceiving. He definitely doesn't have 23 men-at-arms on this screen right now.
I think he's got enough, though. We got a traffic jam at the gate. Everybody in, let me in. Knock, knock, says Demo, and he's coming with a vengeance here. Feeling the pressure after their previous matchup in this tournament. Demo's looking solid here. He's moving in. The front line is holding. The cannon not going to bring much firepower here. The crossbowmen have to kite back to the trusty old mangonel emplacements. Oh, but of course, this is going to be enough.
To make it happen. They need to make it happen. The numbers are looking so good here for Dimu. He's got twice the army size once again. Horsemen are now gone, but you still have the men-at-arms front line, and those crossbows have been chipping away from the back line. But once again, as the front line gets cleaned up and as Louis retreats to the mangonel emplacements, Dimu thinks about falling back, then dives very deep into the enemy base. He needs to be cautious, though, here, Winston. He could easily get cleaned up, but at the same time, he's doing so much damage to the eco. 17 villager kills now in this game, and that food eco from Louis is going to be a train wreck.
Yeah, I think this dive is really, really smart. Demu's army isn't very mobile, so they're going to be chasing with the same speed, right? And I think what Demu's going to be doing is prepping a push with the siege in the front, and we see the bombards being queued up now. So, yeah, this is going to be really tricky for Louis to deal with. His army is going to have to get split. He needs to send enough units back to defend, but also have enough to defend the siege push in the front when it does come in, and it looks like it's starting to whittle down on these outposts in the front. The trusty old mangonel emplacement that kept Louis into this game to this point. Some bombard on bombard action.
Army count is kind of evenish, and Limitani will hold off the horseman assault here, but the mangonel towers are pretty much gone here. Dimu looking to snipe that cannon here. Villagers being pulled to repair, and the cannon does stand until the cannon from Dimu takes it out. Dimu is still in the enemy base over here. Louis' eco is now very, very battered, and he's struggling to clean this up. He actually has to commit his troops to clean that up at the back line, but it means that he's forfeiting the front of his base. He's going to lose that final mangonel tower now.
Yeah, that's looking rough now. Losing this whole front line, and the flood from Temu should be able to continue, I want to say. We're not really seeing it just right now, so maybe some oddities in the production queue as Temu's army gets a little small here. I was expecting a bit more buildup from him on the back of this.
He's got a lot of resource income, though. I feel like it's just production limitations. He needs a couple more production buildings. But look at this. He's still picking off villagers on that food eco, and now he's got twice the food income compared to his counterpart here. I feel like remassing is going to be the challenge over here for Louis. He's at 120 population against 150. The Streltsy are holding the front line, but Louis is really, really struggling over here. You really wonder if he can hold off the second wave that's going to come from Demon.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Demu's economy is fine, and Louis also, if you look at the income per minute, he's able to get his vills working again. He might be down a pretty big deficit, but he lives to see another day. He's going to get one more battle, maybe. If he can hold this one, we could see a shift in momentum, but it feels like it's going to be tricky. Demu adding in Culverins, Horsemen, Landsknecht. Oh man, this is going to be quite the force. I think he's going to move in now with 200 pop and go for a coup de grace. that what it's called?
I feel like that's gonna be the thing here indeed, because he's got an insane resource income here, 3,000 food per minute. Louis is back on track as well, but his eco was battered very heavily in the last few minutes. He's actually down by 30 eco as well. So remassing is going to be a challenge for him, but he's making new Varangians. I don't know about that, Winston, though, because he's facing hand cannoneers and men-at-arms. Varangians don't seem like a good response to that.
Well, especially with the maces from HRE, right? They just deal that extra damage, and it makes them trade pretty well. I think you need all the upgrades, and if you click the button on the Varangians, I think you can start to trade okay against the HRE men-at-arms, but even then, I think it's still HRE favored overall, right? So we'll see. Pushing in again on this palisade, he's going to just dive into a pretty exposed location on the eco, right? Like, it's just a lot of ills and no defenses.
That's all the gold that Louis has. And Dimu is targeting those gold deposit bombards, firing from the backline as well. Varangians and Streltsy facing off against men-at-arms and hand cannoneers. But some of the units, Dimu detached, and now he's hitting the villagers once again. This front line, it seems like Louis is going to be able to hold, though. He does have a pretty sizable army over here, and Dimu is getting repelled. At the same time, Louis' villagers are still being butchered, but there is a key to try and clean up the horsemen. I don't know about you, Winston, but if you're Louis, you might feel happy about this. Sure enough, he lost a couple of villagers, but the momentum starts to swing in his favor in terms of combat power here in the middle.
Yeah, he was able to kind of take a fight against half of Demu's army, and instead of returning with the horsemen, Demu went for the eco damage, which did lead to another 7 Vil kills, but he lost a whole bombard for it. I'm not sure if that really is what you're looking for at this stage, but we'll see as the army trickles in from Demu still. And yeah, the Streltsy combo here seems to be good enough, and Demu's gonna have to retreat and go for another remax, and we'll see how this fight goes again. And yeah,
Louis needs to rebuild that eco, though. He's been losing villagers. He lost 58 villagers in this game. That's a lot of villagers to lose in here. And as you said, those horsemen definitely did a lot of work here cleaning up Vales. Louis' food eco is back on track, but the gold is a concern for him. And as you kind of highlighted, both of the large gold deposits spawned on the western side of the map. So there's a lot of focus on that area. I think Demo pretty much depleted his own large gold vein, but Louis desperately needs that one that he has on the far left side of the map.
Yeah, and that's where Demu is focusing this aggression. But honestly, on the background, behind all this, with the deficit, I mean, look at the upgrades. Like, Louis has completely caught up in techs. Just about. I mean, maybe a few university techs here and there are missing between the two. But, I mean, Louis isn't looking too bad. If he's able to remax one more time, if he is able to match this army one more time, I feel like Demu's window for like a comfortable early imp win is gone, and we're gonna have to start settling in for the late game. He's gonna have to set up trade. He's gonna have to get things rolling because his late game. Yes, we might have to settle down if he's not able to win a fight here.
Same thing here again from Dibu. He's detaching the cavalry to push the gold mines. Streltsy will repel the men-at-arms, though. It's a two-pronged attack here, Winston, but we're feeling the same thing here, I feel. Men-at-arms are getting butchered on the front line, and Dibu's barely getting any villager kills.
Yeah, but there's a lot of horsemen coming, and they get intercepted by the Imatani on a split screen. That's huge. You know, the bombard's going for a YOLO play.
Louis actually dove into the base of Dimu here with the Varangians. That's why he doesn't have the Varangians back here. He's actually attacking Dimu's eco back at home. That's all the little things that you see on the minimap, but that means he doesn't have a good front line, and he didn't manage to kill any villagers, basically. He's got 2 villager kills in this entire game, and for that he sacrificed all his Streltsy. Now with Dimu with the momentum, he's got bombards out there, the keep is gone, and the villagers will be pulled here by Louis to take out those bombards.
This is really awkward, but there's a Landsknecht there. There's 2 Landsknechts there. All those vills are dead. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh, they all die. Oof. That's probably it for Louis here. He's got a lot of food, though. A lot of hopes and dreams here. I mean, Demu might stall on gold pretty soon.
This has to be it.
Yeah.
So many villagers falling, and to credit Louis, a couple of moments ago he was at 2 villager kills, now he's up to 29. He killed a lot of eco here from Dimu, but that doesn't compensate for the fact that he's lost 103 workers himself. and that number will just keep rising here. Demu very close to securing game number 1 here in this best of 5.
Yeah, and with the keep gone now, the final Vills on the gold are going to go down. And now what does Lou do? He's back to where he was at the start of Castle Age, pinned in his base. He's really got not too much going on for him. Find a way out, 90 pop, and a dream.
Yeah, that's a big dream though, Winston. It's looking extremely grim for him, and indeed he does tap out. And with that, Demu is going to win the opening game of this best of 5 here. A much needed win here for Demu. He ended up losing to Louis 3-1 in the opening round. Now he's playing the decider match. And you know, one thing that we need to highlight here, Demu, when he played Louis in the first round, he won Dry Arabia. Then Louis came in and won 3 straight. Are we going to see a repeat of history? Remains to be seen, but the first game falls into the hands of Demu.
That is a nice stat there to pull out, Lidicore. That is cool. I mean, that could be, are we setting the stage for a repeat? Or is Demu going to have to crawl back and maybe try again? We'll see. I think Demu's got it. That seemed like a confident game from him. I think his play was really solid. I think there were a couple fights maybe slightly underestimating the potency of the Manganello placements and throwing what could have been maybe a cleaner lead, but I'm not exactly sure. Those Manganello placements are tricky, right?
They are, and it looks like we're going to be heading into Archipelago. And Demu brings in the French. I think KP highlighted this. This was a Puppy Paw special. Puppy Paw, right? I'm always confusing whether it was Puppy Paw or Wham. One of the Canadians brought in French on Archipelago, and it was a very successful game for the French. Louis going with the more traditional civilization selection here, the Order of the Dragon.
Yeah, maybe he's just inspired by Demu here. Look, I'm saying Demu's maybe inspired by Puppy Paw. Sorry. I'm really excited to see how this goes. The French, we've seen Order of the Dragon pick Lidicore because of their just solid economy on the back end of everything. They don't have too much specially going on the naval side of things. Just really solid eco, and without it being as rateable, like, you know, you can have your wood all over the place and feel pretty cozy. So I think we'll just see if Demu's got it here. I feel like I favor Order of the Dragon, but, you know, 100% win rate. How do you argue with that?
I mean, the sample size is somewhat limited, so, you know, statistics stuff. But when you look at Demu, he didn't play Archipelago against Louis in the first set they've played in the group stage. Demu did lose Archipelago against Cat, though, in what was a very chaotic but super fun game last week. In that game, he played with the Ottomans, though, and I think he said that he simply didn't have a good civilization left for Archipelago. So he was like, okay, I'm going to bring in Ottomans. We'll see where it goes. This time around, you feel like there's a lot more planning going into the civilization pick here with the French. Remains to be seen if he can repeat the success of Puppy Paw with the French here. But this time around, he definitely doesn't have this problem of having a civilization he simply doesn't want for this map.
Yeah, I guess his draft is starting to make a little more sense now that we know that it's French here. I feel like now I can kind of plot what he's maybe thinking for all these civs. And I'm excited if we get to Floodplain. Let me just put it that way. I think we might be seeing a treat on Floodplain. We might see some crazy ideas. So I'm really excited for that, but I'll leave that as a teaser later if we get there. As Archipelago comes in, what are your thoughts here on French's like overall water play nowadays? Because they were always kind of good, right? But then they kind of just fell off in general on all maps, right? They just kind of fell behind.
One of the things I like about the French going into an island map is the passive villager production bonus, which is, I think, very underrated. In general, water is super high, micro heavy, and in some of these games, especially when you have a land-based component as well, like let's say Holy Island, you can even see the best of the best struggling with the non-stop micro of water combat. So one of the cool things I like about the French is that your eco bonuses, the cheaper drop-off buildings, the villager production being a little quicker for you, these are bonuses that you get without having to pay attention. So you're already getting a lot of bonuses without actually having to worry about any of those. And that allows you to focus a little bit more on naval combat. Now, You have a couple of other civilizations that can do that as well. But one of the things I like about the French on water maps is that a lot of your eco bonuses are passive, and that allows you to focus more on water combat and less on your eco.
I think that's a really good point, right? You have the cheaper techs as well. Like just everything just kind of like flows together. We used to see French a lot. I mean, dare I say, School of Cav and some night landings. This is what players used to do way back in the day, but I doubt we'll see that. But you never know. You never know what Demu's got cooking. He's a very creative player when it comes to certain strats, so excited to see how he tackles this one.
We're heading into game number 2 here with Louis MT in command of the Order of the Dragon to the left. And on the right side, we have Demu playing as the French. And indeed, School of Cavalry is always an option here. Even if you don't want to land yourself, the sheer danger of you being able to land a knight or two is something that may force a response from your opponent. In fact, we've seen that in the Puppy Paw series, where we had him playing as the French. In that case, he was also against the Order of the Dragon. And a cool thing here is that if you pose the threat of landing with a knight, that might force the OOTD player to drop a barracks and maybe even make a Gilded Spearman. That's a big investment on a water map.
Yeah, that's... We'll see. I feel like the night landing is really dependent on if you have enough food and come, right? Like, if your fishing boats are getting harassed, it feels like it's not really an option. But, you know, we'll see. I think, like, French, like you said, they have several advantages. One of them is that their Hulk is just better, right? It's got more ranged armor, and it's cheaper, right? So that's another element to think about in the Feudal Age, and then in the Castle Age, the access to the Galleass. So we'll see if that comes into play. It's a long-range sniper ship. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Oh man, I love Archipelago. I'm a lover of this map. I have been trying to put on a small tournament for it for 2 years. I keep failing because you have to put in effort to host a tournament. And we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But you know, I really love this map. I think there's a lot more to it. At times, I think it can produce some really crazy stuff. And like we saw with Demu last time, he's not afraid of leaning into the chaos.
I think one of the cool elements of this map is the central island, which allows you to conceal your movements to a certain extent. And oftentimes we see players just flanking around with 2 demos, coming in with some masterful surprises. And I think that's one of the coolest elements of this map. It's not just straight up water combat where you're on the left, I'm on the right. There is also this vision blocking element of that central island, and that's something that could set you up for some fun water combat as well. And of course, if the game goes very long, how you split the neutral islands between yourself and the opponent, that's always a fun question to answer.
So just looking at this map spawn, Demu cannot afford to lose water whatsoever, right? Like, he cannot have his front docks get taken down or even parked on, right? Like, he needs to keep this up. Look at his minerals. He's got 3 mines right along this coast on the front. What? Like, that's a crazy spawn. They're basically in the water. And then you compare that to Louis' base. He's got a lot of resources, even a full wood line comfortably in the back. So maybe a bit more space to play defensively for Louis. But we'll see. Look how close these fields are going to be to the water.
Yeah, that's...
Take a bad fight here.
That is not comfortable for Demu. But to be fair, at any given moment, if you lose complete control over the water, you're in deep trouble on islands. So oftentimes, it doesn't come down to resources spawning on the shoreline. It's more about once you lose your entire fleet, it's very difficult to remass when your docks are being bombarded.
Normally, I would agree with you, but with Demu, I think we saw he can be a bit stubborn on these kinds of maps. So I think where the resources are, if he's in a losing position, might be very relevant for just this one player. All right, what do we got here? Pretty standard stuff. Normal age ups. It's a decent number of fishing boats for Louis, so a slightly longer Dark Age, but it looks like Demu going to be doing a very similar build.
Yep. So far, nothing out of the ordinary over here. One thing to highlight, though, is the resource banks, which looks a little bit better for Louis. Demu, probably a little behind, but of course, that's just the early discrepancy in terms of the eco-efficiency between these 2 civilizations. Second dock on the way for Demu as well. I think we're getting to the point where we need to discuss the potential landmark options here for Demu. Obviously, Chamber of Commerce is a weird choice here. School of Cavalry is a more intriguing one in many ways. Obviously, investing into Knight early on is very, very expensive, and I don't think he's going to do that. But the simple threat of being able to land with a Knight might be enough to set off some things in Louis MP.
Yeah, when we talk about the options, I feel like I just wouldn't want to go chamber because it would spawn traders and you'd have to delete them. That's the one reason I wouldn't go chamber here personally anymore. I feel like you could just build a market for the market value, right? And you just have the threat of the cav, right? I feel like the bigger choice for French is the Castle Age choice, right? Getting some of those techs for cheap can really open up some strategies, especially if you're going Mass Gallias. I think long guns is a pretty expensive unique tech, I feel. That's at the dock, right? I think it's 700 or 500 res. I forget the exact value. But, you know, having it available at the Royal Institute can make it really interesting versus Guildhall, which is like long-term safety with some resource gen.
Duel of Cavalry is going to be the landmark of choice here for Demu. He's going to play triple docks and also squeeze in wheelbarrow. Whereas on the other side, we have a juicy Aachen Chapel spot here for Louis. That's going to buff both his gold miners and his lumberjacks. I think he only has 2 docks though, Winston, here, because, well, yeah, we see 2 docks here. I don't think there is a third one to the south, but I might be wrong on that.
Yeah, Demu's building up a third against just 2. Well, yeah, I think you're right there. That could be an issue production-wise, but maybe Louis is looking for some spicy play. Maybe just playing some D early on, going maybe for some emplacements if he goes to stone. We could see that.
He's got a lot of food. In general, both of these players has an insane amount of fishing boats here. Oftentimes you see players having a lot less here. And their food income in general is massive. Look at that, 600 food per minute, and Louis already has like 300 to 400 food backed up. Could you see like a defensive, semi-fast castle approach here from either of these players here?
I mean, I think that's what we're seeing. I mean, like, they're both building the Hulk, which doesn't have the best odds at killing fishing boats alone. So, I mean, I think we're going to see some slower play here. But both players investing. We see a market up for Louis as well, so trying to look for... Oh, has Louis just not scouted at all?
Ooh.
Is this his first
That's
time
actually
leaving?
very interesting. He doesn't even know where his opponent is at, and I think same applies for Demu. I don't think either of the players have actually scouted each other.
Yeah, so moving out blind here. Gonna run into the scout, and that'll give him some intel.
Yep, and look at Demu as well.
Oh, wow.
Demu
Completely
probably knows
blind.
where his opponent is at based on where that galley came from. But it just goes to show how little aggression they want to show. They both are looking for Castle Age here with all the fishing eco they have and with the little scouting that they have done.
That's where I really wonder if that's what you want to do with Order of the Dragon, right? Like, one of their advantages is this Aachen Chapel, right? And time is the enemy of the Aachen, and the Regnitz doesn't really scale well on this map. Like, you have to play really well to get a ton of value out of the Regnitz. You need to have a transport now, effectively, if you're looking for an FC, and you just need to, like, go put a Vil on the right side island with those 2 relics. But it's so hard to know that, right? Like, you would need to build a transport, add the scout to it, scout around, then add the Vil into it, sacrifice a bit of economy for that, sacrifice attention. There's kind of a big expense there to that kind of play. But we'll see. The Warcog is going to be Demu's main advantage in this upcoming fight, but the numbers are dead even on the front here.
Yeah, it's neck and neck right now, and Louis is going very heavy on Hawks. He just has a single galley on the back line to snipe demos with, but there is not a single demo ship here. So it kind of feels like they're just poking and prodding, seeing if they can catch the opponent off guard. But Demu is not piling up a lot of resources here. He might be the first one to pick up the castle. Bit of a skirmish between the ships, but everybody's just going to go back home. And I think, if anybody, it has to be Louis that pushes, because Demu is going to beat him to Castle Age at this space.
Yeah, Demu's economy is really, really good right now. He's gotten... Keep in mind, he has 3 eco upgrades, but those were cheaper. So that's resources saved there, you know? And I think that's going to add up over time here. And we're seeing this... If he's able to sneak in a Castle Age and keep the ship number the same, that is insanity, right? That is crazy. But we'll see. The ships are coming in. Demu's going to have to potentially idle more and more fishing, which he doesn't really want to do. Could see the fishing boats maybe, like, migrate a bit to the north side, right?
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Like, You feel like Louis doesn't want to fight here. He just wants to harass the fishing boat. So maybe indeed moving a little bit more to the north could help. But Louis is now committing very heavily to this Navy, and he's the first one to add a demo here. Demo is going to be up to 10 Springald ships, 2 galleys as well to support this, but he's going to click up to Castle Age in just a matter of seconds, and that has to be the go sign for Louis. When he sees that notification of Castle Age, he needs to go. I just don't know if he's got a fleet big enough to really fight off Demo here.
Well, the thing about Castle Age on the water isn't that you go while they're clicking, you go right after they click, and that's where ideally you should just have more ships. But the way that Demo's been able to play this so far, I don't think we're going to see a big disruption to his numbers. And with Defender's advantage for production, I think Demo is just going to make this work, and it's just going to be great. And we're going to see the Guild Hall. Okay, so we're not going to be able to get Guild, what's it called? Long Guns a bit cheaper here. But still, that's good. That's really good for him if he's able to sneak this in. A lot of Woodvilles were pulled, so we could see a slight dip in production here.
Well, Demo's crawling in here. Nice split by Demo. He just loses a single Springald ship to 2 Demos over here. And it looks like the sides are going to trade here. No more Demos on Louis' side. Demo seeing all these Hawks, he's going to mix in his Demos. And this is bad for Louis here. He's actually falling back while Demo's aging.
Yeah, and I mean, this is like a dominant show, I feel like, from Demu right now. He's expected to have a Vil lead, right? Because of the Order of the Dragon Villagers training slower, being better. But very interesting here is just how much resource advantage Demu has. And now Louis gonna have to go in for the fight here. Demo's gonna need to get sniped. Ooh,
nice little
decent
snipes
hit.
here. Decent blast though from Louis here, damaging a lot of those Springald ships. He's got another Demo on the back line as well. Louis diving into snipe the galleys here. Second Demo coming in from him is not going to connect. And it's going to be a trade back and forth here. A lot of damage ships on both sides. This Demo does damage a single Springald ship here from Demo's side. But you feel like the momentum is shrinking here for Louis. He's bringing in more Demos, though. 3 Demos out there for him. Demo's got 2, though. He's diving in galleys, doing a good job sniping this. Galleys on the other side, struggling to snipe out the Demos. And this is a lovely connection here for Louis. Gets a second one on those Hawks as well. A lot of these ships are heavily damaged here on Demo now.
Yeah, and we're looking at it, and Demo just... The unsung hero for him in this fight was that he pulled a lot of his fishing boats out, but not really able to get many upgrades behind this. He needs to focus on the production here, and without any, with a whole nother like string of Demos coming in, it's really important for Demo to have enough galleys to shoot these down. And he's gonna get to live for another day. Keep in mind, look at all the gold on the front here. It's smart, I think, for Demo to be mining this while he is, because that means he can retreat to the gold on the right. But it also puts him at risk.
Breather for him. He needed this so much because his fleet was banked up. He was down in ships. But Louis is remassing. He's got 5 Demos with another one in queue. Demo does have 2 galleys, but those could be sniped instantly. This could be devastating here for Demo. Louis is looking for another dive here. Demo's a bit of a traffic jam on the back line, but Louis is looking to snipe the galleys before committing the Demos. Here come the Demos here, looking to take out those Springald ships to the north. And that is going to be a lovely connection down south, a lovely connection to the north as well. And Demo's fleet is once again sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Counter Demo coming in here. This could be a nice one, though. Does get picked off before it connects to the Hawks, though. Demo's fleet is just a distant memory now. He's down to just 3 Warcocks here.
But he does have Springald crews, so his ships are just better. And that's going to be helping him quite a lot in these engagements, but is it enough? We're going to have to see maybe a Demo spawn for
another good Demo connection. Every single one of those Demos is lovely from Louis, and I think that's the difference maker here, Winston. He's been annihilating the opposing fleet with the Demos, and another one down south once again picks off a Warcock. Demo simply cannot remass his fleet right now. Demo coming in, does take out the ship. Villagers at least flee. Nice little counter Demo here by Demo, but the fleet is just disappearing for Demo here.
Yeah, this seems really dicey. I don't know how he's going to be able to hold this long term. The Demos are coming in again on the Vils. They're going to have to retreat. The counter Demos are What is happening? They're kissing.
I I don't know. Louis lost track of this for a moment. It seemed like he actually ate a big demo hit, and his demos were idle for some time. I think he wanted to click up, and he looked back at his base, but he lost control over his fleet for a moment. Still, Demu's got no functional fleet right now. He's got 2 Springald ships in queue, and that's it.
Yeah, this with the Regnets coming in, I struggle to see how Demu's going to hold this unless we're going to hunker down here in Demu style maybe, and just hang out for a bit. Like he's going to lose his docks very shortly here, especially as the upgrades come in. There's plenty of aeroships, so these surprise demos from Demu aren't going to deal too much damage, ideally.
Nice little snipe by Louis there. Destroyed value is dead even, but you feel like Louis has been taking fights that were a lot better for him. He's taken out so many ships at the demos, and well, Demu's whole fishing eco is gone. He's lost 15 workers in this game. There is not much of a fishing going on for him. This last little warcog is going to be sunk as well. And I love how Louis is not allowing his opponent to remass over here. He's now in Castle Age, he's getting the upgrades himself. To be fair, I feel like Demu's best option might actually be Springles here, trying to snipe out some of those ships from the shoreline.
Yeah, transition to land siege might be the option. Could we check the guild hall? What did he toggle that to? Guild hall's just been chilling, and I don't think we've seen a big... Alright, so we're on
Oh no, he just
gold. Oh, he just bought some stuff, it looks like, yeah. Oh, man. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it here.
Yeah, me neither. Like, that's the problem here, Winston. Once you lose that fleet, your opponent is just going to camp down the ships that you're making and instantly snipe them.
Oh, man. Just banking on demos, but the docks are getting taken out. I mean, Demo's been doing an okay job about making this kind of expensive for Louis, but I mean, Louis can afford this, right? He's got perfect eco back at home. His fishing eco completely untouched this entire game, and that was a nice little demo.
Yeah, that's the big problem here for Demu. His eco is nowhere close to what Louis has. Louis got 1,000 resources per minute from every single resource category except for stone. You look at Demu's eco, it's underwhelming to say the least.
Yeah, and Louis just smells blood. He's kind of all inning on the sea right now, just trying to make sure he shores this up. And once he shores up the shore of Demu, then we'll see the transition into making sure that this game isn't too chaotic, right? I think Louis needs to start thinking about if Demu is trying to do some siege switch or some weird land transition, he needs to make sure he's not allowing that play to happen like we saw against Cat.
Demu is making new docks on the far east, and this is not something that Louis has scouted. I feel like Demu might want to transport to one of the neutral islands, because that's probably the best place where he can hide new docks.
Yeah, if we see a transport queued up, that could be really, really solid, right? Trying to sneak some space, get the game open a bit, open this up, try and split Louis' attention between a lot more fights, because right now he's able to just focus on the front.
Louis going Imperial here with the Pass of Schwabia. Sub 20 minutes Imperial for the HRE, or Order of the Dragon player here. And once he's up, he's going to have access to bombard ships, or, well, whatever he wants. He could land with bombards as well. Demu is now in a world of pain, and we talked about this at the end of last game. In the series that they've played in the opening round, Demu won Dry Arabia, and then Louis won 3 straight. It looks like he's going to get game number 2 here in this series, too.
Yeah. I'm careful to call anything when it comes to Archipelago too soon. He's got a very hefty advantage, and I think it's really hard for Demu to win this. But actually, did we see a transport from Louis first, actually, grabbing the relic on the right? So already on that island on the right is Louis. So yeah, he's trying to make sure he doesn't get caught in that game. I'm sure he saw the game against Cat, where Demu ratted it out for just forever, right? Okay, he does it. Demu not going to surprise us.
This one. It started out very passive from both sides. Demu was the first one to pull the trigger going to Castle Age, but the timing was just perfect there by Louis. He dives in, and I feel like the military graph is going to give us a perfect showcase of how this game ended up playing out.
Mm-hmm.
Well. An interesting series already developing here, folks. 2 games in, 1-1 apiece, and we are going to dissect this a little bit. I think we start with the fresh one in our minds, lads. We have to start with Archipelago and where this went wrong, because according to the Lord and Savior of NA himself, this is an easy win for France, right? Papa Paul's proving the way. What was the big difference here, Winston, like between those 2 games?
Wait, between this archipelago game and the last, or
between this and
between
Puppy
Arabia?
Paws. Yeah, between this one and Puppy Paws Archipelago game. Because it was the same matchup, same map, right? It was Order of the Dragon French when Puppy Paw was able to get that astounding win, to get that 100% win rate.
I don't know. Maybe just water builds. Like I'm not exactly sure what went wrong there for Demu. I think that Castle Age was a bit greedy. Something I noted was he pulled like 11 vills off of wood, and I think that stalled out his production a bit much. And maybe don't click up right then. Maybe try and like jostle for position. Maybe try and migrate some of your fishing boats first and spread them out. I think he could have taken a little more time. I think he kind of jumped the gun a bit early on the Castle Age, and we saw Louis with the perfect reaction. He saw the Castle Age and didn't immediately go in. He didn't panic. He waited, got the demos up, knew I have an advantage on the sea if I go in the next 2 minutes, right? And he did, and he went, and it just was completely. He just got obliterated on the sea. Demo did, right? Like it was.
That is an interesting point around the wood as well, because the interesting thing about France is people quite often forget the warcogs are cheaper in the food category, not in the wood category, right? It's 35 food less. That definitely adds up over time. I think the interesting thing here, though, Lider, is the fact that France went up first. Surely in this particular matchup, a longer feudal only benefits France more.
That is true, but I feel like ever since the start of the game, it felt like the game plan for Demu was to go to Castle Age. And I think Louis' response to this was perfect. Just to kind of go back to your point about this game versus the one that we've seen from Puppy Paw with the French, I think one big difference was that the opponent of the French player did not end up taking the bait of the School of Cavalry. You didn't see a barracks being added. You didn't see Gilded Spearmen being invested into. And I think one of the more underrated details that we haven't had the chance to talk about in this game was that Louis always kept his scout at the very northern part of his island, and he knew that there was going to be no transport coming through. That scout being there essentially ensured that he didn't need to worry about any kind of landing shenanigans from Demu, and he could just commit everything he had to the water, and that showed. Demu played defensive. He invested a lot to his fishing eco. Louis did the same as well. And Louis was able to build up a juggernaut fishing eco off the back of that.
That's a really interesting point, right? Because I always say the thing about Archipelago, everyone wants Castle Age, but it's a game of checks and balances, right? You're always that paranoia. We can see everything, but, for people wondering, why would Demu make this choice when Louis wasn't going for it? He didn't know. He had no of easily just glancing and getting that information. Is why we also often see players build docks behind where they're fighting so they can shift that eco away and kind of skew the numbers. But I think the most interesting detail to me is we've noticed a pattern when you rush this Castle Age. Springwall crews and armored hulls always seem to come through first, Winston, but a thought that keeps coming to my mind, we actually had one game where this happened. I think it was in the Demu game, that amazing game against Cat. Once he got into the explosive tech, that helped him kind of cinch back on the water. It almost feels like that's the tech that Demu needed, but is the issue that that's seen as a tech that's already admitting defeat compared to the others?
I think the issue for Demu there, and why I think given the circumstance, he had the correct read, was that there were already like 7 arrow ships out that entire time. Like Louis did not slack. Like we saw what Demu did, right? Demu tried to play the tight game where you have just 2 or 3 galleys and you hope that that's enough, right? And you just snipe and you're like, oh, my micro will save me, right? And we saw that when he did the split. He kind of split his docks on the right towards his School of Cav, and he had a couple more go up into the left towards his northern area. And when that happened, 1 galley on the right, 2 galleys on the left, we saw all these demos head straight for that and just knock out Demu's fleet almost instantly, right? So I think if he had tried to reciprocate, Louis just had enough arrow ships, right? He just had enough firepower. He just had enough to A-move and keep them in the back. And the demos from Demo did nothing.
I always tie tongues, yeah. No, we don't really have enough time to go over game one. I think, it's interesting we come to Archipelago. There's just so much still to learn that map. So much we're still discovering. Kawasan feels like a map that is still introducing new things here. And we've got that coming up next. Japanese versus Abbasids. Strong picks on both sides, but an opportunity for one of the players to take match point early here.
Indeed, we're going to have spawning in on the left side, Dimu with the Japanese and the color purple. And on the right side, we're going to have a Louis MD in command of the Abbasids with the color green. And Winston, for a second game in a row, we have a map that these two have not played in their initial series. So it's a little uncertain what to expect from this matchup here.
Yeah, this is one, I don't know if I've seen this matchup on this map. I think the reason no, I have. Never mind. I've seen this. I think it's really engaging. You have one player with the cheaper docks, one player with the cheaper fishing boats. Both players really like berries, and multiple docks and a lot of berries is something this map has plenty of. So I think also both players having like decent castle age options. Abbasid have been just extremely flexible recently, and I really love seeing them kind of have, I almost want to say, a resurgence. I feel like there was a bit of time where players kind of forgot, just how solid Abbasids were, but I feel like just the last couple months even, Abbasids have just been so fun to watch. And Japan a bit more predictable, right? For Louis to kind of understand what them is going for.
Certainly. I feel like with Japanese, we've seen this standard meta of going for the Koka Township, using the Shinobi to try and stall out the enemy naval production, just to try and burn down those docks as well. And I think that's one of the interesting discussion points here in early game, Winston. Koka Township, you're going to have access to the Shinobi, but for Louis MT, if he ages up with the military wing, he's going to have the Spearmen and the Archers to counter that immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll have to see. It's a solid counter, right, to go mill wing here, which I think really makes sense from Louis. I wonder if you read this if you're Demu and you just don't go Koka and you just go Kura. I mean, Kura Storehouse could be really smart here because you don't need the farms right away on this map, but that transition, if you lose the pawns or even if you win the pawns, you want that transition later, right?
Yeah, I would love a Kura Storehouse here. And also, let's not forget, you can get yourself Wood Trickle if you place it appropriately. So there are a lot of benefits into playing the Kura Storehouse. And let's not forget, I think the expected approach is to go Koka Township over here. So if you go Kura Storehouse, you might just preemptively counter the move that your opponent was going to make.
Yeah, we can't really forget, though, how Abbasid like to win water on this, and that's with... We've seen some players going for, a really early ram, right? With Abbasid on this map, I think, now that I recall. Or was that a U-Bids? I forget exactly what it was, but no, I think it was Abbasids, right? I think we saw... Was that Kiljardy versus Beastie? I don't remember the exact game. I don't remember it, but there was definitely an early ram played 2 weeks ago, and I wonder if Louis might be inspired by that. I think that might be the plan.
Well, that could be interesting
crazy all-in, right? Because he doesn't have a... Is he adding the dock now? I think he is. Yeah, I think he's adding a dock.
Louis MT is going to be up to Feudal Age. It's going to be the Koka Township here being picked by Dimu, but it's going to be a couple of seconds behind his opponent here in terms of Feudal Age timing. So by the time the first Shinobi arrives, the Spearman and the Archer should already be out here, and that's indeed quite a few villagers on wood. You feel like we could see a ram here, potentially. There's the first Dow coming in the queue from Louis. So he definitely wants to pressure this dock here, Winston.
What was Demu queuing up there? He canceled something at the... He sees the... Oh, I think he was queuing up arrow slits and canceled it? I'm not sure what happened there, but Demu is rethinking his strategy here. I think he's just going to garrison and chill on this pond. Yeah, going for a ship now. Interesting. Demu with 3 idle ships already. It's not the ideal opening. And the Shinobi not going to have too much impact here with the Archers already on the field, like you said. The Archers, surprisingly, not going to send the Spearmen to the dock, but I guess that's out of fear of the junk coming out, which is about to pop.
Yep.
Oh.
Ooh, Shinobi concealed, though.
He's just hanging out.
Turn it into a sneaky villager here. But the gold mine is going to get pressured here by the Spearmen and the Archers. And, I mean, Sure enough, it's a sneaky Shinobi, but it's pretty obvious that that is not the villager that belongs to Louis here. First chunk is out, though, to push away the scout. But there's already a Bugla on the other side, and this is looking like really good pressure here from Louis. He pushes his opponent away from the gold mine, and now he's threatening that dock as well.
I mean, he was just up so quick, right? Like, he was just up so much faster that he can just do whatever he wants, right? Like, Demu's always going to be reacting here in the ship count. So unless Louis stops producing, he's going to really comfortably win this pond. And I kind of like how Louis used his army to kind of sit on the north side here. Kind of threatens away any vills from Demu sneaking their way up to this northern pond. It makes you really second guess that choice, right?
He just wants to fully shut down that dock. Now, the scout is still alive for Louis, but it's not accompanying this archer army. I'm actually wondering if Louis is just walking around and he was chasing. Oh my lord, that could be nasty. Shinobi trying to jump.
He misclicked the Shunshin.
Yeah, that's what I felt too. I think he wanted to jump the spearman and the archers, and now Louis is just running for his life. These guys have a massive bonus against melee troops, so the spearman will evaporate in a second. And it's only 2 archers. He's just chasing these guys all around the pond here.
It's funny with the villagers, but out. A little debate there. I think we have a blink up soon. Should be just in a couple seconds, and that should be him getting in front of the units now. No kills.
And it's double docks from Demu. He was secretly massing the Shinobi such that he can just push this army away and then double dock the other pawn, but he still lost his fishing eco. And just to clarify, chat, it's not the colors being wrong, it's just the fact that Shinobi can disguise as enemy villagers, and that's exactly what Demu did.
Yeah, and in this case, we now have the counter dock, but like you said, he has 3 Shinobi for the deny.
Nice Shunshin this time around, nice jump on the archers. And I love how he's focusing the archers here. Those are the ones that are dangerous to the Shinobi. A single Shinobi falls, but the archers are gone as well.
Yeah, and those are the counter. There's 2 more archers coming out because Louis did build a range when he saw this. And that's going to give him some time. This Vil is donezo if he doesn't get a move on. Come on, kick it, bro. You got to run.
He's running the wrong way. Archers now moving in. Villager will be picked off here. Good value for Demu.
I think if Demu jumps this, he could kill these archers maybe. No.
It's too little. He needs to be careful not to lose the scout to the spearman, though. The scout does not get away. And Louis has to be happy about this. He picked off the Shinobi, so he's going to get his production back at the dock. He already has one of the pawns secured, and he's going to finish the second dock over here. And he actually does have a single worker's lead. So that archer range being added, it definitely helped repel the Shinobi, but this is a nice little stall indeed. Dock is going to get cancelled even.
The Vil's going to die. That was the herd villager. He sent that one forward, and a new Shinobi comes forth. Where are the archers from Louis? He's just going to lose this
is lovely timing. The new Shinobi stalling out dock production. It looks like Louis is just bailing on that whole pond. He's walling off the far right. He cancelled the Bugla he queued up. He's just going to say, well, I'm done. Nice Shunshin once again on the archers. He targets the low HP one. He's got a second Shinobi chasing down these archers as well. Chaotic game here to start with, Winston. One difference, though, between the 2 players is that Louis already has his fishing eco set up, whereas Demu is just now starting with that.
Yeah, that was... this is kind of a fun opening, honestly. Like, this is really fun to watch. The Shinobi are just so engaging sometimes. I just find it really fun. I don't know. I think it's cool. But yeah, like you said, Demu able to solidify this pond, even though it was not looking good for him, right? Like, Louis... It felt like Louis had what he needed to win that, but didn't quite pan out for him at times. The timing on his 2 archer reinforcements joining the 2 current alive ones... The free ones, sorry, going down like that, and I don't know. We'll just see if the pond for Louis on the right is just so saturated now, right? Like, so he's got a comfortable lead still, right?
Yeah, I feel like the key thing here for Demu was that he was patient with his Shinobi, and he waited until he had the critical mass to actually jump this army. Now, he's going to face a Camel Archer, which is not something that you can easily deal with Shinobi only. But Demu is looking for Castle Age, so does Louis. Demu does have a lot of food in the bank, but lacking gold. At the same time, Louis' eco isn't spectacular just yet. His resource bank isn't looking good.
Demu's certainly having fun with the disguise. You have to admit. Oh, he's hiding. He's like, you
No
can't
way.
find me. You can't
Oh.
find me. Oh my
Nice
gosh,
job.
Demu is gaming right now, dude. Demu is here to game. I mean, this is a really. Oh, and the blink away.
Nice little
He's like,
Shunshin out of harm's way, but
You can't see
this
me.
camel. Just
a
a side note
troll.
here, Louis lost his scout, so that's the reason why he is just desperately pursuing these shinobi with the camel, and he lost track of them. Opportunity for Demu to harass the enemy base here, and at the same time, Floating Gate is going to be on the way for him. And, oh my lord, he could stall out the House of Learning here, right?
Yeah, that's nuts. If he comes in here, he's gonna sneak in just on the right. He's just waiting in the wings.
Whoop, whoop.
And do we see the reaction from Louis? Surely Louis sees this. Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to. He's got a couple of archers here. So Demo is just going to
Just
rotate.
passing.
It would have been so valuable to stall out that age up on the House of Learning. House of Wisdom, I should say.
Another house.
Yeah, I
You
always
could blink
confuse the
over
two, I'm
and
gonna admit.
oh. Devin's just having fun, man. Devin's just gaming right now.
Yeah.
The
No,
floating gate coming
that's
in.
some crazy micro. They're jumping back and forth with the shinobi and then just running circles around the enemy villagers. And at the same time, he's been very active building up his fishing eco. Ecos are still neck and neck, but he beats his opponent to Castle Age. So he's going to have the access to the Yorishiro now, and he already has a stable. He's got one mounted samurai out already, 2 more in queue, and this is where things get dicey here for Louis.
Yeah, this is where Louis' army choices are going to be really important. He has to have the right units. He's got 60 seconds until he is up in Castle Age, but what even is he going to make? Maybe some crossbows to deal with this. He's going for some small walls, very Age 2 style, right? Just trying to wall up around his base as safe as he can, and we'll see if these palisades are able to hold back the flood of mounted samurai that is on the field for already on the field for Demi. Ugh. That is a hole. See? A shinobi.
I just love these walls. Look at that walls. This just screams emergency for him, and the mounted samurai do arrive just in time. Spearman
Or
there to
trap.
hold the line, though. Nice little trap there, and this is as good as it gets here.
Oh my gosh.
For Louis, at least. Kills the shinobi, takes out one of the mounted samurai, and also finishes the wall.
That was such a debate. Debu, Louis, was ready with all those units there, and so he was able to get quite a lot of spearmen up in transition in preparation for these mounted samurai. So a lot of times you see players mixing it up sometimes, going for just normal samurai, right? The actual man-at-arm version, just because a lot of players kind of react really quickly with spears, and if you hide the barracks, it can be pretty devastating. But, you know, the mounted samurai, of course, the go-to for the meta reason, right? They're so good in so many situations. They can even run directly into spear wall, and they don't care. It's crazy.
Yeah, and this provides map control for Demu. Map control he's using to collect the relics. He's got 2 of them already. And, you know, despite the fact that Louis walled off the southern part of the map, it doesn't really help him at all because he's got no map control otherwise. Looks like he's going to make a mix of spearmen, gulam, and crossbows as well. So it's going to be a mix of everything here for him. Does have 1 camel archer to debuff the enemy cavalry with.
Yeah. 1 camel archer, no more in queue, no camels. I like the gulam switch here. It might be a bit low tempo until he gets up a big mass of them, right? I feel like the mounted samurai are just going to feast on them. I guess you'll have the spearman in the mix to help. Maybe he could push out pretty quickly, actually.
Mounted samurai. Just kind of floating around here. Demu isn't really willing to take any fights over here. It's just going to be mostly relic collection, as he's also making a switch into Onabugeisha, and he's doing so in multiple barracks, so it's going to be a very, very quick switch here. Does have a massive resource bank too, so this could come in very surprising here for Louis, because I feel like Demu's deck switch here is going to be awfully quick.
Yeah, this is going to be fast, where he just has this massive units, and that's going to trade really well against both the Gulam and the Spearman, and not take too much damage from the crossbow. Of course, not having that armor tag, right? So, I could see Louis being in trouble if this massive Onabugeisha is a surprise. And it looks like Demu is just very patiently waiting. Is that forest open? I guess not.
Yeah, It's very close, though. You need to be careful about the overchops here, because if there's an opening, Demu is going to jump that. Walls slowly being expanded. Mounted Samurai will find this little expansion here, and this is an important expansion here for Louis. That's the secondary gold mine he wants to take. Tower also coming up here for Demu as he's creeping a little closer to that pond.
Yeah, just looping around, trying to be annoying with these mounted samurai, and still, I love the patience here. Can we just see, are all of the Onobugeshi just sitting under his TC effectively? He's up to 20 now. That is a big transition that he's really doing a lot of effort into hiding.
And I feel like that has been the theme of this game for Demu. He's been very patient, only to show things once he's truly ready. And this is going to be a nasty surprise here for Louis MT. He's heavy on crossbows. He does have a lot of Gulam as well, but 24 on Onobugeshi is no joke, especially because of that stacking effect that allows you to hit from the back line as well.
Yeah, with that long-range pole arm, that can do quite a lot of damage. They're really surprising, and we'll see this transition because I want to see the Bannerman out, right, for Demu next, and it looks like he's almost got enough stone for that first upgrade. And I think that's where we're going to see the switch to the Bannerman. We're going to get a melee Bannerman, and then he's going to go. I think that's going to be the timing here.
Yeah, I agree too. He's also making a Springald, which actually makes me wonder if this is to preemptively counter Mangonels, or if he's trying to snipe some enemy ships on that southern pond.
Louis, maybe... So Louis been playing with very low information right now, right? Like, I don't think his scout sees anything, right? And I think what we're going to see here is potentially Louis go for a dive that he really cannot afford here. Like, I think this army is going to get massively wiped. If Demu's able to get a Bannerman out, I really worry about Louis' army here being exposed. If he goes past the midway point and Demu keeps hiding this as effectively as he is, and we have the melee Bannerman coming in, oh my gosh, Demu is... This is going to be an explosive fight. I am so excited.
Yeah, he's got Mangonels in queue as well. The first one just finished, the second one in queue as well. And there is no anti-siege here for Louis MT either. Louis is looking to live. And indeed, the Springald is there to snap ships. I feel like this is just a bait from Demu.
It's a bait.
You know?
It's a bait.
Yep. Exactly.
Don't
He's just
go,
showing
Louis.
the Springald,
Don't
like,
do it,
come
my
here.
son.
Come here. Take out
It's
my
not worth
Springald.
it.
It's free.
It's not worth it. Don't go. He's at the halfway point. I would love to see almost even a flank from Demu here, maybe, right? It looks like the Mounted Samurai might go for the flank. Look at that army. Now, they are a light unit, right? So the Onobugeisha, you make a lot of them when you transition to this unit, right? Like, it is very cheap and easy to mass. But that is a lot, and we're going to have the reveal here. Here comes the army. Does this keep even get to go up?
This keep needs to go up. We have a lot of archers on the back line, though. Onobugeisha finally unleashed. Mangonel is lagging behind. Villagers desperate to finish this keep over here, but the Onobugeisha stand their ground. Archers firing from the back line as well. Mangonel's finally setting up over here, and this should repulse the archers. Some nice Mangonel shots out there, but the keep does finish. Demu still with almost 40 Onobugeisha over here, but the keep does finish, and he's going to retreat here.
Yeah, he wasn't really able to take the fight that he wanted there. He had to jump the gun because the keep was going up from Louis. And the Mangonels, like you said, lagging behind, and the Samurai kind of got blocked by the keep, the mounted ones. So he didn't really get the engagement he was looking for where he was able to really flank the archers, right? So the archers just getting to have all that free reign, and now the information game is even, right? Louis now knows what to expect. He knows what to build, and he has to keep to defend against these Onobugeisha mass. So we're going to see the Trebuchet coming out for Demu. Going to be going for a push in the Castle Age.
And this is a big position here for Louis, by the way. Just a side note, Louis' eco is a train wreck compared to Demu's. Demu added a second DC, so now he's up by 22 workers. But Louis does have all those berries in the middle, which is something that the Abbasids will be very happy about.
Yeah, and 3 relics to the 2 of Louis. So even there, Demu going to be pretty comfortable. We'll see. That fight was a bit rough in that choke point with the berries of the keep.
That's going to be a rough one to push, but Demu is more than happy just chilling back over here, sniping enemy ships. Something that Louis could do as well now. He could do the same thing, make springolds and start sniping out the fishing boats on the north. And Demo...
Ay, 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 wake
this
up,
is how
brother.
little boats are made.
Whoa. When a mommy boat and a daddy boat love each other very much, a stork comes and drops off a little baby fishing boat. It plops right into the sea. That's the truth. I'm just reporting the truth.
Demo is now stacking up a lot of gold.
You're not going to comment
is...
on that. You can't just let that... Okay, alright. Alright, I see you. I see you, Little.
No. I was just about to highlight how bad Demo's food eco was a second ago. It was like down to 150 food per minute. I think it's somewhat limited by the fish drop-off to the north. But as he's moving away and away from his docks, his food income is very underwhelming. It's not like Louis got a good food eco either, but Demo's food eco is very underwhelming, and that's kind of limiting his potential age up there.
Yeah, and we'll see. We got the Shogun of Palisade now coming in, I think, is what that stone was spent on. Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like holding the middle is really solid for Louis as long as he can. But I don't know if he's going to be able to hold this. Do you think he can?
It's difficult. He's actually trapping down the towers, and he's amassing springolds behind this. But right now it's 4v4 springolds. If Demo beats him to Imperial, and Demo gets Shadow Triggers, Demo gets Bombards, he's not going to be able to hold the middle. I feel like Louis needs a fight right now.
Yeah, I think he needs to find a way. I mean, it's only one Treb, so the damage is very subtle. But the Gunsmith coming in, so yeah, it's some free siege.
And he's got 3 Bannermen out there. 3 melee Bannermen, still 40 on a Bugeisha. 4 Springles, 4 Mangonels as well. So a lot of siege and anti-siege as well. It's going to be safe going into Imperial here. And I don't know about you, but I feel like when Demo reaches Imperial, Louis needs to go because he has no chance of catching up.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for him to ever catch up. I mean, the berries in the middle are also a very short-term resource here. I mean, once again, Demu's macro, this reminds me of the Arabia game they just played, where Demu's macro is just always just cleaner, right? And here comes the dive for the siege, but there's a lot of mangonels. Oh boy.
It's a lot of mangonels. And Louis, or Demo, is actually keeping them to the back. He's trying to trade off the enemy Springolds before committing his mangonels. He's got a bunch of Springold towers here as well. So this dive in itself is painful here for Louis. He's taking a lot of damage on his troops. Mangonel's not firing away, and Louis has to fall back here. And that's just bad here, Winston. His opponent is now up in Imperial, but he simply cannot dive the base. In fact, it's Demo who's going to start moving out here. Springolds creeping up as well. Bugloss trying to slow down this army, but the Mangonels are setting up, and every time the Mangonels set up, Louis just has to fall back even more.
Yeah, and one mistake here from Louis would mean the end of his entire army, so he has to snipe these. And choke points with all those berries could be a mistake, but the Springolds are coming in to save the day. Mangonels trying to get their shots off, gonna get sniped out by the Springolds. And we're gonna have a little bit of a Springold war. Quiet on the middle front.
It's the calm before the storm, though, because upgrades are now coming in here for Demo. But guess what? Louis pulls the trigger as well. He wants to go up to Imperial too. He might need to concede this middle ground until his upgrades come in, especially considering that he can't expedite his progress towards Imperial here. He just needs to wait 90 seconds, and I feel like this might be the longest 90 seconds for him in this entire series.
The longest 90 seconds of his life, Liticor. This is gonna be dicey this time. It's a lot of samurai on the front here. Mangonels raining down their damage. Oh,
Big charge here by the Gulam, but this happens before the impacts are in. The Gulam think twice about that, falling back for the time being. Still 50 seconds to go until Imperial here for Louis, but he's holding ground, and a castle is still standing here.
Yeah, the Bombard gets forced back, but is rolling in again.
Once again, Mangonels being fired on the keep. Springles rolling down as well. Bombard needs to be sniped over here for Louis, but it's so difficult when you're outranged with the Springles. Louis is down to just 2 Springles over here, has to commit so many villagers for the repairs, but with the Bombard and the Mangonel shooting at this castle, it might not stand.
And a brave bannerman runs forward and drops his banner. It feels like a movie scene right there. I think a really big part about this game so far, it feels like I feel like Demu should not have really gotten away with having the gold on the left when he didn't have map control like this.
Yep.
And there's just so much gold there, so many vills for Demu, so much eco that you could almost arguably say is exposed. It's a bit tricky to say in the moment, but
Springgold sniping ships is a big thing as well. He killed so many fishing boats and he never was punished on his own. Like, Keep is gonna go down over here. Villagers have to be evacuated now. As Demu is diving up hills with Louis empty having reached Imperial. Still about 30 seconds left to go until the upgrades come in though. And Louis indeed just concedes the middle, hoping that the upgrades in Imperial will save him.
yeah, that keep going down is super bad for Lou. That's his whole central position. And now the flood of units. Look at the macro for Demu. 2,000 food per minute. If you don't like these samurai now, well, guess what? They're just going to keep coming. There isn't really an end point for this. Even a Jutsu on the field now from Demu. That's what his Tanegashima gunsmith has been up to. And
Population.
yeah, this is solid.
Yeah, population is just looking very grim here for Louis. Let's not forget,
Forward keep, that is so aggro.
What? Demu wants to knock his opponent out of this game over here. Doesn't want to give any chance for recovery, but this is a little overzealous here.
That's a crazy play. It might... He has to cancel.
He might lose the keep here.
He has to cancel.
He might lose the keep.
The Springolds aren't hitting the trap.
Oh, the trap is going to take...
He canceled. Oh, and now we can rebuild it, now that the trap is going to get taken out by the Springolds. Pop. Wait. Misclick. Misclick. What? Kill the trap. He doesn't have to.
This is looking so grim for Louis. 130 population. His eco is a train wreck, and this time around, this keep goes up. This is just looking so grim now. Demu's got a massive resource bank here. He's 200 out of 200 pop. And Louis is just struggling. He's got no food in the bank. He was so reliant on the fish and the berries in the middle. All of that is gone. Had to transition to farms here, honestly.
Yeah, wow. He even got, like Demu went even for some crazy techs. He got that kind of new tech for Japan where every couple minutes all your vills heal. Did you see that? All his forward vills on the keep just got that healing in, so Demu feeling rich this game, getting a lot of the luxury techs this game.
Beautiful snipes by Louis, though. He took out 3 Mangonels, pushes away the Bombards as well with the Springles, and now his Corverins are rolling in. Louis is trying to get back into this game here. Corverins and Springles rolling up, and one thing is sure, he pushed away Demu's siege for the time being, but now Ozutsu count is increasing, and I feel like Demu hasn't shown his full army just yet. He's got a bunch of Onabugeisha coming in soon.
He's also got a flank coming in from the right. Like, something is happening here. There's some units everywhere from Demu. Oh my gosh, what a game from Demu. Man, Japan is so fun to watch late game. I just love how much they have. I feel like they just have so many cool options to make the game interesting.
Louis MT just down to 21 army over here, and indeed he does tap out. Demu is the first one to move on to match point, and Winston, we talked about this. He lost 3-1 to Louis in the first round, but he's here to stay, and oftentimes Demu plays his best when he needs it the most. This is definitely a time where he needs it here in this Decider series.
Yeah, I mean, breaking the pattern, right? You have, the first step is breaking the cycle, right? Lidakor, like you said, he won the first game last time these two matched up in this tournament and then lost 3-0, right? This time, able to get 2 games, right? So that's immediately a confidence booster for Demu here. He's got to be feeling good. This would be a huge win for Demu, honestly. I think this would be really good for him. And so I'd love to see it, but at the same time, Louis, he's just got that game, like you just have to look at each of those moments and how frustrating it must have been, because it felt like he did everything right. He took the middle map control, he won the pond, but then just the shenanigans, like with the shinobi to control that pond with very limited input from Demu. He just a lot of micro with a couple shinobi, and he was able to just kind of like magically win a pond, it felt like, where he may have had no business doing that. And I think, you know, That's gotta be feel bad for Louis. That's gotta feel bad. And now we go to Hill and Dale. What do you think of this?
Well, I think it's not about Hell and Dale being game number 4. It's about the fact that if we go to game number 5, the decider would be played on Floodplain. I don't know what to expect from this. We have the Mongols here for Louis MT and Dimu with the Delhi. And Mongols is always a wild card on this map. They're insane if they can get their trade set up. They can have some early damage potential, but this is your closed map. This is the map where you really like to wall, and guess what? Mongols cannot do that.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm way more interested in if we do get a game 5, which, you know, as a caster, you always gotta hope for the game 5 here, right? Does Demi just pull out the Malians and do like the transport cheese? Right? Is that what we're about to see?
Yeah, you would have JD and Malians remaining, whereas Louis would have the Ottomans and the Ayyubids. But before that, we need to take a look at how
Yes.
Hillandale is going to play out. It is game number 4 coming up with Dimu having the match point here. He is the one spawning to the south with the Delhi Sultanate under his command, and to the north, it's going to be Louis MT with the Mongols in green.
Yeah, so Mongols feels like they've had just a lot of ways to play it. You know, historically, one of their favorite ways to play this matchup, or this map, sorry, was to go for the Silver Tree and to try and like do a trade boom. We could see, I don't know, a Keshik Archer all in, dare I say. Or do we just see, you think, the standard Tower Rush here? Feels a bit weaker against Delhi, but we'll see.
And Winston, right off the get-go here, looking at the neutral markets, this is not a generous spawn here for Louis MT if he wants to trade. Of course, Dimu, he doesn't really care about the neutral market just now. He doesn't really want to trade. For Louis MT, if he wants to, this is not really a good spot. But he's going to open with the barracks over here, trying to put some pressure here on Dimu. Berries and the gold is also fairly close to the PC, and they're on the back line. So remains to be seen how much damage can be caused by Spearman here.
Oh, and Demu sniping these sheep. You saw the Gare from Louis going to unpack there to grab them, but that, I mean, this kind of stuff matters, right? Like, if you're doing a tower rush with Mongols, you need every bit of food you can find early game. This could be a problem for Louis. We'll see, though. Let's check the sheep count later. And we're just going to see this forward pressure. So Louis has to find that spot, I guess, the juicy spot you were saying is between the berry and the gold, right? He needs to get a tower up there comfortably. Right? Like,
yeah,
that's
he's going to have to land. Well, to be fair, if he lands a tower there, that's actually nasty for Dimu. Because his hunt is also fairly close. So if he wants to get a tower up, it has to be there. He's moving out with the Spearman. Villager is also being pulled. But Dimu scouted this early on. So Dimu knows exactly what's coming up. We haven't really seen a quick response from him just yet. But he already has the gold he needs for Feudal. Bigger question is whether he's going to be able to protect this berry patch, though. He doesn't have any wood available, so he cannot quickly drop a tower to protect this side.
Yeah, and I'm actually wondering for Demu, like, if another option for Louis, right, is to simply tower the two forests. They're both forward here for Demu, and you could maybe, like, just pressure Demu into playing a really wide game where he has to go to the wings for wood, because his two close forests are forward, right? Like, this could get really awkward for Demu if the tower goes up in the right spot. This is a threatening position, but not a game-ending one. Demu can always retreat to the sheep.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
a
not going to
great
threaten
point
the
here.
vills on the landmark. Or the gold.
Just towering the wood lines would prevent Dimu from making any kind of production buildings. First tower is a bit more to the back. It's going to tower the berries, but it doesn't shut down the gold. And Dimu does have a lot of sheep to work with here, so he's not going to have any immediate issues when it comes to access to food.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, this outpost probably isn't going to get that much done. Like you said, the berry is almost out. Plenty of sheep to use under the TC. And the wood, the straggler trees are on the north side of the TC for Demu, so he's going to just be cozy here. Like, really nothing is threatened here until the second outpost comes in on the gold. But by then, we might have units, so we'll see what Demu's response is here.
Yeah, first tower is going to complete here. Spearmen have been put into stand ground so they don't accidentally run into the TC fire. Tower of Victory on the other side for Dimu. For now, he's taking stragglers and he still has access to that northern wood line. But as you kind of highlighted, pressure towards the wood could be a concern for him, as Louis opts to age up with the deer stones here, so no trade shenanigans early on.
Yeah, and not even really going to get too much pressure out of this first tower. Not even able to hit the vills on one of the bears. But in go the spearman, a little pokey poke here. Ultimately, this damage isn't the most meaningful. I mean, Demo could always just pop out a Scholar for a moment and just heal up if he had to, right, in a pinch. But not needed. Yeah, I don't know. So just denying the berries with one tower. It's a cheap investment from Louis, and his feudal age isn't too far behind. But we'll have to see how these 4 spearmen do in the next couple minutes.
It's a fairly sizable investment going into 4 spears and a tower as well. But at least he pushes Demo away from the berries. And also the gold mine here, which kind of limits Demo to 2 scholars no matter what for the time being.
Yeah, I don't think you really mind that too much. Demo clearly feeling comfortable going for the early blacksmiths just to get the techs rolling. That's a comfort play, right? Like, you're not feeling the pressure here. You're just doing the standard greedy build here, and we'll see if Louis is able to make anything from this. And we see the range coming down to stop the spears.
And Emu is repairing the mining camp to prevent Louis from getting the bounty here.
Yeah, I think that's always what you have to do, right? It delays it a lot, and it kind of... You can afford this, right? Because you haven't invested in the 4 spearmen and the barracks, right? And we see the range to counter it, so a lot of archers on the field for Louis, with a lot of archers on the field for Demu. It's going to be their plan. Not right now. See. Yeah, the wood could be an issue for Demo here. The TC is quite close, so early on it's not going to be a problem, but when you're doing this archer pump with Deli, you really do run through wood quickly. And that could be the next exposed area that Louis tries to pressure. Quite sure, though. The Khan just chilling, looking for some Vil damage.
Yeah, I love the Falcon being utilized to see all these lumberjacks here by Louis. And that's going to come into play once he's got archers behind those wood lines. He's going to have that shared line of sight to start harassing those lumberjacks with.
Let's see. Kind of a slower moment in the game. And interestingly, we're just seeing archers from Louis for now. No other follow-up. He's on 300 wood, double range, so this might end up being quite the commitment from him onto the archer play to try and match the archers from Delhi.
Yeah, Louis got a villager sneaking out here into the corner. Now, that's the corner on the opposing side of the neutral market here, but he aged with the deer stones, so what is this villager up to? And, well, there's the answer.
That's crazy. That's a crazy idea. What's funny is you can always just build the market at home and then send it, but maybe he wanted to really make sure it was hidden.
This could be very intriguing if you think about it, because obviously you don't have as much upside as you would have with the silver tree, but at the same time, Timo might not even expect that this is happening.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players with Mongols sometimes play, what is it, Archer Keshik trade, right? Isn't that like a viable path right now? I'm fairly certain. That's what I heard. And so,
you are going to need some
Keshiks are coming in as well. Yeah.
You need some mobility because you're facing Ghazi Raiders. Now, the problem is that Ghazi Raiders are a hard counter to Keshik. So, maybe not a super hard counter, but they do have bonus damage against heavy troops. So, part of the reason why Delhi is a good answer to Mongols on this map is because your Ghazi Raiders will be very happy fighting the Keshik.
Yeah, and he's actually going to spot this villager coming home and maybe think, what were you doing? Right, that'd be my logical question, is what was that Vil up to? And we immediately see Demu running in that direction, also away from the archers. So if he's able to live, we'll see. But he might be able to catch the first trader mate or something funny. That'd be really sad.
Louis opted to fire the arrows on the Ghazi Raider instead of the scout. I think he could have killed the scout.
He sees it. He sees the first trader, Lidakor, the first trader. So Demu has perfect information on this play. He counts the number of markets. He immediately sees the traders. So his response here, in theory, should be on point.
Yeah, but this is tricky because he's seeing one trader. Is this going to be 20 traders, or is this going to be just one trader? Is this a bait from Louis? I think that's the big question. But yeah, just going back to the previous point for a second, that scout staying alive is crucial here for Demu, because now he knows that this market exists.
Yeah, exactly. He had to keep that alive, and so now this outpost is going to get taken down. Maybe a little bit of counter damage there. Louis, with a quick reaction, going to be able to jump out, jump in, jump out, and a decent amount of damage dealt. You got to kill him, though. As you can see, Demu with the solid micro there, able to keep them alive and just heal them up quickly in the back of this. Wow, Demu not losing. Oh, I was about to say, not losing a single unit. As I say that, he lost a unit. So now the Gaussian archers moving forward for Demu, sensing his moment, but plenty of archers and Keshik in behind here. So I think the way this is going to play for Louis is I think he's going to have to kind of commit to Feudal Age here for quite a while for this to work. He needs to get his upgrades, though, because he's not going to have a castle timing to really give him an advantage. He's going to need to match Delhi's upgrades, and we saw Demu build the blacksmith really, really early, and so he's about to actually get the second, the ranged armor upgrade, sorry, which would be his second blacksmith upgrade, and just now coming in is the ranged armor upgrade for Louis. And we see
I love this from Demu, though. He's walling off the middle, and this is just limiting the movement so much here for Louis. This is a lovely choke point, archer v archer fight here as the Kashik do arrive. Gauzy Raiders are chilling at the very back, though. So once Demo unleashes those, it's a very different story, but for the time being, he's just trying to capture this sacred site in the middle. He's actually waiting for the ranged defense upgrade. Louis himself getting ranged attack in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and we'll see how this pans out. So just trying to wall the front and center here, grabs that middle sacred site, and now he has some space and timing to get some more. There are Keshiks on the field, though, so if Louis is on point, these sacred sites shouldn't really be staying up for a long time, right? You can just send a single Keshik to go dance around, be annoying. Meanwhile, he might need everything in the middle as Demu wants to defend his turf.
Yep, Gauzy Raiders unleashed now, and there's not a single spearman here for Louis MP. He does have a couple of Kashik, but the Kashik do get beaten up by the Gauzy Raiders as well. This is such a good fight over here. Archers focused on the Khan is gone, no more buffs available. Louis is getting pushed back over here in a game that is match point for Demu. The Kashik have to stand their ground to protect the archers while they're retreating, but Demu, he has had enough. He's going to fall back, potentially rebuild this wall once again. Kashik not looking to pursue here, but Demu now has all three sacred sites, so the countdown starts ticking.
Yeah, and that's the threat, right? Is if these archers are allowed to just stay on the middle of the map uncontested, they're going to wall up, right? And that's just going to be what happens. 10 minutes on the clock. The sacred sites are activated for Demu. I'd be surprised if he's able to just keep all of them for the rest of the game, but you never know. Surprises happen. I feel like Demu's position is so good. And we'll have to see just more Keshik. That's kind of the thing about Keshik. It's a cheaper knight. You really need like that mass of them, but also pumping from 2 ranges is just expensive, right?
Yeah, it is very, very expensive, and we're talking about the 1 TC player here. Whereas on the other side, Demu does have all 3 sacred sites, so his resource income is looking a lot better. He can afford to take these trades, and with the front line gone, Louis has to flee all the way back into his base. So many of his archers fall here. He's going to trade off the Gauzy Raiders, but his archer numbers aren't looking very healthy now.
How many traders are we up to now? Is it still just the 1? Or maybe 2?
Very few, and I don't
2.
think it's going to matter, because the scout will provide line of sight for the archers here. And guess what? 3 traders only, but in exchange, your lumberjacks are not being harassed.
Yeah, and it would be really uncomfortable to have to go to like these far wood lines on the left and the right. That would really expose you to Gauzy, and we might see the Gauzy loop around. Is there anything defending those villas on Hunt, or is that just a Gare? Oh no.
Demu, he's actually looking for new targets, and the reason why this is such a dangerous position for the Hunters is because that's the neutral market. If Demu just wants to raid the traders, he's gonna go there. And he's doing that just now. There is a defensive tower, but if nothing else, then the traders will get picked off over here. Demu now sees that the villagers are out there on the hunt. At the same time, the sacred site to the north was decapped, so at least the countdown stops. But Demu still has 2 sacred sites giving him the gold prickle.
And there's the Gauzy raid in the north. just doing a bit of harassment. The numbers are better for Demu everywhere you look, right? Field count is dead even though, but that's because of a couple traders buffing up the numbers there for Louis. Just not a lot of Keshik, just 2 still. Like he really hasn't gotten to that massive Keshik that you feel like you need for this kind of play to work. They do frontline decently well, but with this many archers, they're close to getting one shot. Oh,
And
this
look at
field
this.
pick.
So many villagers picked, also stopping all that wood collection here. Berry villagers now being pushed. In general, Mongols being on berries is already a sad sight, and now Demu sees that himself.
He's afraid of the trade, I think. He might be expecting there to be more trade than there is. And he's just going for the dive, and he's going to get a bunch of kills along the way.
Looking to trade archers here. Bit of a shuffle of the villagers, though. Louis got so many idols, and he doesn't have a front line in front of these archers. His army is exclusively archers. Just a single Keshik helping out here. The trades are so good for Demu. He's focusing down the archers. He does have better blacksmith upgrades now as well. And with that, this is looking extremely grim here for Louis. In a game that decides about his elimination, he taps out. And Demu, after losing to Louis MT 3-1 in the first round, he retaliates with a 3-1 win here in the elimination match. Demu moves on to the quarterfinals, and we're going to have to say goodbye to Louis MT here in the Masters of Realms.
Yeah.
Wow, boys, what an insane turnaround here. I think a lot of people maybe anticipating we could go the distance, but Demu continues to keep this trend of being a nuisance for Louis MT. And it means we're going to get an interesting showdown. If I'm not mistaken, I think that might end up being Demu versus Beastie as we move forward. A very exciting matchup. One I feel like we don't see in BO5 formats too often these days. But, you know, we've got to break down the series a little bit because this is a different Louis and a different Demu, I want to say here, Lidicor, right? Like, Demu, I think he's always been there. He's always been fairly consistent. But I'm wondering if this new map pool has really revitalized him because the amount of practice, the amount of unique strategies I've seen out of this guy, I feel like we're seeing a new gen of Ben.
Certainly, and I feel like when you look at Demu, we've talked about this at the beginning of the series. He delivers his best when he needs it the most, and I think we've seen a fundamentally more advanced Demu today than what we've seen against Cat, let's say. That series was a little shakier, it was a little bit more chaotic. This one was a locked-in Demu, and besides the Islands game, which was a little lackluster for him, every single game he seemed to have a consistent upper hand that he played with a lot of confidence.
And Winston, you know, we do have to look on the other side of this, right? Like from a Louis MT angle, thinking about his performance in the previous EDC tournament, did this feel like a different player than what you saw there?
I mean, certainly from like a year ago, right? I think absolutely. I think when we look at his just success over these past tournaments, I think this is maybe a disappointing result for him, right? Like, I mean, obviously, right, everyone goes into these tournaments with the intention of winning, but I think with how solid he's been playing and with the fact that, you know, he beat Demu just days ago, essentially, right? And not being able to come and like close it out here, I think has got to really hurt the morale, but I really want to see him play more. I think he's definitely a contender. And I'm excited to see how Demu performs now because that was really solid play. It was hard to find mistakes in Demu's games here. Obviously, the water map archipelago, some questionable choices, but on the land maps, it was scary clean, right?
Yeah, I think, you know, in a way, certain things like the return of Hillendale have maybe revitalized him as well, because that's a classic when Doom was on top of his game. Hillendale was in frequent rotation. Maybe the experimentation is the thing that's kind of hurting him a bit. The Archipelago one was the only one where he went a little bit off course. We can blame the Canadian for that. But then again, I don't think Pop can do any wrong. But folks, we do need to prep our next series. So what we're going to do now, you're going to hear a little bit from our sponsor, Surfshark. I definitely recommend you guys checking them out, by the way. You will get 4 months extra if you use our code. And on top of that, remember that we've had Surfshark now come back for the second tournament in a row. So if you are thinking about getting a VPN, if you were considering it a tool, and you want to see Surfshark continue to support the Age of Empires 4 ecosystem, this is how you do it. You go and use the ETC code, you get yourself a VPN. It works out about €2 a month. So if you guys have got a show you want to see, or if you're actually trying to maybe find your way around expensive price gouging by pretending you're in Turkey for certain products, that will definitely help you a lot and you'll make your money back. But we are now going to go do a quick break. When we come back, and this is why you do not want to go too far, we've got an insane day of action ahead of us. We've got Luciferon versus Baltoon up next, B versus Kiljardi, and finally Vortex versus Anatan. So 3 or 4 minute break, and when we come back, we're going to have the Spaniard up against the Swede.
Yay.
Hi, I'm Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products. So you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free, and if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE 4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Master of Realms game, or rather series number 2, almost ready to kick off here. We'll get to the game shortly. We've just had an amazing result coming out from Dimu. I'm sure there's plenty of Ben fans that have been waiting to see more of him deeper and deeper in those playoffs. You will get that as Louis MT is annihilated. He goes out of the group stage. He will not make it to the playoffs. But now the day continues, and well, I don't know. I've got a feeling I'm going to have a little bit of bias one way and the other. Like, you know, Lidical, I've got a feeling you're going to be a Luciferon fan in this one. Winston, I imagine the AoE 1 routes is going to have you leaning towards Baltoon.
Come on, Baltoon. I want him to win. I want us to prove ourselves in one of these tournaments. I want him to go deep. He's our last hope. You know, early on in AoE 4, we had quite a few players in the top, like 30. I think people didn't quite realize how many. But nowadays it's just Baltoon holding the throne. Hopefully he can keep pushing and you know get into this top 8 more comfortably. I think he's on the cusp there, right? He's threatening it top 10, top 8. I think we could see him pushing in. I mean, we see him practice a lot. We see him get good games in. Oh, come on, do it, brother, do it.
I mean, I'd say he's playing his best Age of Empires 4 right now that we're seeing out in Lidical, but it has to be his best because, funny little fact, hate to depress Winston a bit, but Luciferon has a 100% win rate against Baltoon across multiple tournaments.
Yeah,
You
it's not a great
stole the
matchup.
stat that I was about to give. Yes, indeed. Lucy hasn't ever dropped a single competitive game against Baltoon, so this is definitely going to be an uphill battle for the Swede.
And just to really emphasize that, not series, hasn't dropped a game. clean stomps throughout 3-0, 3-0, 2-0. So, definitely an interesting time for Baltoon, but maybe cracks in the armor. I think there's been question marks around the Spanish bros, whether it's people like, Anatan stepping up against Vortex. There were kind of thoughts, especially I think earlier on, Winston, in the Lucifron CSO series, where CSO almost looked like he should have been on match point early on in that series if he hadn't dropped the ball there. Lucifron, great job to recover, by the way. Maybe, I think the question for a lot of people is looking at this tournament, have the Spanish bros turned up compared to what we've been used to seeing out of them? Have they been on their typical form?
So far, I would say they've been a step behind, and I'm not sure. It's hard to say if that's because the rest of the field advanced and they stagnated maybe in the past 2 or 3 months, or if they just needed the tournament to warm up, right? I think maybe they took a little break after, the last major S tier, and so I think I'm not worried for them, I would say, in general. Obviously, I wouldn't really be worried for them. I think, if they can get back to their peak, they're still top four. I just think, recently we've had some contenders, right? And I think
Yeah.
pushing them maybe into the top six conversation, right? And that's, for them, for their excellence, for their history in this game, that is maybe bad, right? But I mean, it's still really impressive what they're able to do, right?
Yeah. Do you think maybe Lidical, especially maps like Moving Out, Archipelago, are places where we expect Lucifron to thrive? Like, obviously, we know the Masters of the Sea, but I think the other thing that Vortex and Lucifron always had going for them, you remember when Holy Allen came in, they had to have it banned against them all the time because these guys grinded non-stop. And you know how they are. They'll GG out at 10 minutes in, which meant they got more games in than anyone else.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing a trend over here in these maps, and we've seen this from both Vortex and Lucifron in the first half of this tournament. They love to play these water maps, despite the fact that these are not the conventional ladder maps that they play on an everyday basis. It's not out of their comfort zone because it's extremely micro heavy. And if you would have to pick the two best pure water players right now, you probably pick Vortex and Lucifron. So I feel like this map draft over here for Lucifron, who is still very much in this tournament, sure enough, he's playing a decider, but I think, just going back to the point of whether they are doing as good as they have done in some of the previous tournaments, well, Lucifron is still very much in this, and he is the favorite going into this series. If he wins, he's going to be in the quarterfinals, and there is going to be a lot of water maps here, maps that should be favoring Lucifron because of all the micro that's going to happen.
And Winston, do we feel that the draft is favoring Lucifron as well, right? Like I'm seeing Japan for Four Lakes, Jushi for Archipelago, Hillendale for a Delhi pick. Has Baltoon got a good enough draft to contest this?
I think so. I think he's got a really good draft, right? I mean, we've seen maybe Roos falling off the S tier on all water maps, like boat, right? That had been the trend for so long, but it seems like that might be not the case as much. So maybe you wonder where he's going to put Roos. But I mean, the rest of his draft, he's got a Bassids who have been thriving in this tournament. I think his draft is just fine. So I guess we'll have to see how it pans out.
We will,
Oof.
because it's time to kick it off. Remember, folks, elimination series here, best of 5. The Spanid, Lucifron rather, going up against the sweet Swede Baltoon. Let's begin.
Lucifron, totally undefeated against Baltoon in competitive series. He's going to be in command of the yellow Byzantines on the right side. And on the left side, it's going to be Baltoon playing as the English in red. A classic map to open with Dry Arabia. And at the same time, Civilization matchup that has been talked about a lot here, Winston. It's a matchup where we could see a lot of longbows.
Yeah, it's a longbow-centric matchup for sure. With English's gameplay recently, we've also seen the King as an opening into a lot of other styles. So curious to see if it's just going to be King into longbows or King into TC, FC. There's English certainly feels like they have multiple ways of approaching the game. Same with Byzantine. So I'm curious if we're going to get anything like super spicy here or if we're going to see more standard play. We saw Louis' Byzantines just a moment ago, right? And it didn't seem all too impressive, but, maybe with Lucifron's strats here, it could be a bit spicier,
Yeah, you never know what to expect from Lucifron in these series. he's always kind of introduced as a classic player who just likes to do traditional things and execute them very well. But he's no stranger to innovation, and oftentimes we see him coming out with strategies that we haven't really seen before. At the same time, you feel like, given the history of Baltoon against Lucifron, he needs to do something surprising in this series and something unconventional potentially, because playing straight standard AoE 4 might not benefit him much here.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I play players who are much stronger than me, I find that I do best when I just play standard, though. I feel like whenever I go out of my comfort zone, it's walking into their more comfort zone, if that makes sense. So we're going to see Abbey of Kings into TC. We've seen this quite a lot recently. It seems to be the new meta, and Baltoon just going to be fitting right in with it. So the idea is the King goes and harasses. But what can you really do against Biz here with the King? There isn't a ton of opportunity. Maybe the berries here, gold on the right.
Yeah, I love that he's trying to change things up here. He's opening with the Abbey. He's going to put some pressure on the opponent. At least he's going to have that harassment potential. I think the big question is what Lucifron is planning to do here. He's aging up with the Winery, but we could easily see a semi-fast castle approach from him potentially. So it remains to be seen how aggressive these players will play in Feudal Age. But look at that, Baltoon is also moving on to Stone, so this is going to be a King plus a 2TC build.
Yeah, that's certainly what we've been seeing, right, from English just so much recently. The King just buys you so much time, and it keeps your opponent's initial units at home, which basically guarantees a good position on the TC. We'll see what that position would be. Not a lot of great spots. I mean, he can either grab the gold or maybe the hunt in the front is the option. His second hunt is just miles away. And yeah, I guess maybe it's either on the gold or on the hunt. Probably the hunt. Well,
Yeah.
I don't really know.
The hunt spawns aren't generous for either of these players, to be honest. It's probably worse for Lucifron, but it's not favorable for either of these players, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, though. Winery coming in. Abbey coming in. Same timing. Woo, hype. King is on the way.
Now, Lucifron is just now moving out with his scout. He actually opened with 2 scouts here, so he should 100% scout this town center as it is being built. Despite starting with 2 scouts, though, he never really managed to get the majority of the sheep. Here, it's kind of an even split between the 2 players.
Yeah, that's a really good note, Lidicor. I think when you go for that 2 scout opening, it's for a mixture of security. You really get to see what your opponent is doing, and against the King in specific, it lets you, you're not sacrificing the rest of your game to shadow this King, right? Which is one of the main benefits, and we're going to be seeing Lucifron doing that just now. Ooh, nice snipe from Baltoon, killing off that sheep, but now Lucifron going to know exactly where this King is.
Yeah, this is a big thing, and this goes all the way back to the French meta, if you think about it. Back then, when French were aggressive with their knights, one of the issues playing 1 scout was that you had to commit that scout to just chasing the enemy knights and keeping track of where they are. But by playing 2 scouts, you could commit one of your scouts to just shadowing the enemy cavalry, and the second scout could still gather intel from the enemy base.
Yeah. And it's also nice here for Lucifron, if his plan is to do the TC, the FC, the kind of the semi-FC behind this, should be pretty cozy if he has enough sheep to play. Incoming in, though. Did that not land? I don't think that landed.
Yeah, I think it canceled the charge just before it landed.
Mm-hmm. King rotating around, getting quite a lot of denial. Yeah, but...
Yeah, this is a lot of idle time here, and Lucifer is pushed all of the way away from the gold mine. Look at all those sheep being just stacked with villagers. Lucifer has got like 20 villagers under that DC.
Yeah, but even more interesting, right? Lidicor is the choice for Keshik. We were saying longbows, and Lucifron maybe mixing it up. This is by far the least popular Merc choice, right? It's the eastern one here. This is really interesting. It's going to do well against the King, though. Force him back. Does it win? I think the 2 Keshiks win, obviously, right? And force the King
exactly.
away.
But if 2 Keshik don't win, then you still could opt to go for a couple more. Bigger thing here, I think, is that You know, he's going to have the Kashik out there to respond to the king, but as you kind of highlighted, this is by far the least popular mercenary contract, and that is for a reason. This means that he's not going to have access to longbows. This means that he's not going to have access to javelin throwers, which for the time being is okay, but let's not forget, Baltoon could still add longbows in the long run.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. This is definitely already a twist, and I like this. I really like this, personally. I think this is cool. It's going to give Biz a lot of mobility in this matchup. The English aren't really going to be out on the map much early, especially with the way that Baltoon's built his base here. He built the secondary TC on the gold, so just going for a really cozy farm setup. But Lucifron...
Lucy's trying to body block. He's trying to block the king. Nice body block by Baltoon to just absorb the charge with his cavalry, or with his scout, I should say. And with that, the king gets back home.
Fully healed.
Look at this farming eco, though. Like, that's a pretty well set up farming eco already for Baltoon.
Yeah, but it's a big investment, and behind this, Lucifron is already on his way up to Castle Age in just, like, what, 20 seconds? He's going to click around 8 minutes, right? And then what? Like, Baltoon is fully invested into just eco growth right now, and grabbing wheelbarrow even, food upgrades, so he is committed to chilling in Feudal Age. And some things to note about this, or if Lucifron has... Yeah, the Golden Horn Tower's coming in. I feel like he's got a lot of options here. This is really interesting for Lucifron, because he has, what, Gulams, right?
I honestly feel like, and this is a crazy statement to make, but I honestly feel like the commitment to Kashik was all about pushing that king away as quickly as possible, because Lucifron knew fully well that if he pushes away the king, there is little that Baltoon can do to slow down this fast castle from him. And now he's going to be up with the Golden Horn Tower. He can start moving out, grab the relics. And at the same time, Baltoon is still pretty far away from Castle Age. Now, Baltoon's food eco is very well set up over here. So long term, he's going to have an easy time with access to food. But short term, there is going to be this power spike from Lucifron coming in.
Yeah, this is wild. I have no idea what to expect here. So some spearmen coming out early for Baltoon to deal with these Kashik. The king does get a bit of harassment on, but nothing dies.
Yeah, it's 4 Kashik out there, and let's not forget, Golden Horn Tower allows you to get some more mercenaries out there, and this is going to provide mobility for Lucifron. Whereas Baltoon for now is just making spears, so he's not going to have that much of a mobility, and probably little chance to contest map control. So I do expect Lucifron to have the majority of the relics for himself.
Yeah, and now the Golden Horn Tower can just start producing Gulams, even, if it gets lucky, and that would be a nice supplement to the Varangian switch that's also coming in, and behind this are also going to be the relics, so Lucifron, I don't see how Baltoon really gets onto the map unless the king gets really lucky running into some monks and just denies some relics, right?
Yep. That could be the primary target over here as we have the Kashik coming in for a little dive here, looking for farmers. Nice little micro so far from Baltoon to keep these villagers safe, but this little harassment causes some idle time, and Baltoon wants to avoid that idle time. He still needs to get her some food in order to click up the Castle Age. Bit of a clash here, Spearman doing some damage to the Kashik, but Lucifron does get away, and, you know, that's the cool thing about the Kashik, you can heal them back up easily.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to hit something right, they can definitely heal up in the back, but we'll see. Baltoon's going to get his click. White Tower going down just right in the middle of his base. He's afraid of this dive, which is going to start coming in. The Kashik on the back are going to pull the Spearman, and behind this, the Man-at-Arm might just be too late. This Varangian, he's solo diving this TC. I can do it! Believe in me, lads!
I wonder if Baltoon's play here is going to be Knights, though. He would have a decent amount of mobility here to deal with the Kashik, as the Kashik do dive in to try and snipe the villagers of the White Tower. Once again, nice micro by Baltoon, keeping most of the villagers safe here. White Tower is now complete. So, yeah, just back to the point, I feel like Knights might work a lot better against Kashik and Varangian.
Yeah, and we'll see. Now with the White Tower, Baltoon has a lot of options for what he wants to produce. He can't produce anything just at the moment, as his food just ran out. So we'll see what he ends up queuing up when he gets the chance, because it's going to determine a lot about how this game plays out, is, you know, one of these first 10 units that Baltoon makes here with the White Tower. Gonna be Knights. Good call.
And there's going to be the king to buff up the knights. This is a pretty old school build as both scouts go down here for Lucifron. That's a terrible casualty.
Yeah, but does he mind? Like, behind this, he's getting relics.
I feel like, obviously, he's fine getting the relics, but like losing 2 scouts like that, it's going to deprive him of vision, which is something that's a little scary when you're playing against knights.
But notably, the Keshik opening, while it did push back the king at times, he's never killed the king, right? And the healing from
Abbey comes
Baltoon
into
keeps
play.
kicking in. Yeah, like...
Yeah, so yeah, just back to the point of this being an old school build. We've seen this back like a year or so ago. It was actually a pretty popular build on Altai. Playing with the Abbey, I think Mista was the first one to try and experiment with the Abbey. And this is more of a Castle Age landmark rather than a Feudal Age landmark. It allows you to heal up your knights quite quickly in Castle Age. So it actually synergizes very well with a heavy knights play. And when you look at Baltoon's whole build, he's got insane production from the White Tower. He's got a very robust food eco to facilitate this knight's production. And he also has the ability to keep these knights alive by healing them. This is a pretty well set up build. I think the concern for him is that he still only has 3 knights on the field, or it's going to be 3 knights in a matter of seconds. Not an awesome number, to be honest.
King can't be converted. The scout can.
Scout does... Well, there's my point about the scout.
Yeah, that's funny. In the meantime, though, that is actually really important for Baltoon because that would have been the 4th relic, and ooh, getting some vills on the side as well. So every vill that Lucifron loses here is a really big deal. Lidacor, he doesn't have all too many, and he doesn't have a second TC on the way. He does have half the stone needed. Wow,
Oh,
really
that's a
clean
lot of
micro
villagers
here.
getting killed. Lucy is slow to react here, just not pulls the villagers, but that's a lot of casualties out there for the value of a single knight. At least he still has the relics going for him, but I mean, Baltoon, he's up by 24 eco at this point. He's going for the relic.
Oh, he's not paying attention.
He's not paying attention though, Baltoon. He
Into the
is going
woods.
to lose the monk over here for nothing.
Yeah, this is where Lucifron, with a massive army lead, can try and poke and prod at the defenses of Baltoon. A lot of idols for Baltoon as the raid comes in onto his town center, and a TC going up for Lucifron in just the middle of the map. What is that TC? That is crazy.
And Baltoon is making a hard switch into crossbows. Winston, I don't know about you, but I'm not the biggest fan of this. First of all, he's floating so many resources. 800 food, 400, now 400 gold. Used to be 800 as well. Now he's making a switch into men-at-arms. I honestly feel like, just given the composition of Lucifron and how open this map was initially, if he doubled down on knights, he could have done so much damage to Lucifron's eco.
Maybe. But did he really need to? He just had the Vill lead, and if he holds this Vill lead, like, now Lucifron matches the TC, but Baltoon has a farm transition, and he has, what, a 20-something Vill lead? 25? Like, this is cozy
Lucy
if
has
he
4
plays
relics.
this right. Yeah. Yeah. that's really good.
That's
but
scary.
That's only
4
like, what,
relics
like
on a
8
sacred
vills?
site as well.
Yeah, it certainly helps neutralize, but not fully, I think. Not when English is going to get into their late game, which is their best stage, right? Like, if Baltoon can ever get up to imp at this stage of the game, like, he's going to be so cozy, right? He's going to be playing right into his strongest suit, right?
Yeah, I agree. He needs these walls to stay alive, though. In fact, he might be thinking about imping early here. Network of Citadels now coming in for him. His gold mine is exposed, though. And this was... I think this is the only safe gold mine he had access to, or I don't know if you can call that safe, even. But this one's going to get pushed, and the walls are incomplete as well. This is terrible for Baltoon.
He's just going to give it up, too. I thought he might try and stand and fight there with Network of Castles, and as more raids come in on the back with the Knights, the gold is delayed. And yeah, you're right about that. The 8Ks are very exposed in the middle of the map on this Arabia spawn. Sometimes they can spawn more towards the edges near the players' bases, but in this case, they spawned very much so in the contested regions of the map. And we'll see if Baltoon's ever able to get out there, maybe with a keep at some point, but not able to at this stage.
Yeah, a couple of villager kills were there for Baltoon with that raid. He also idled some of Lucifron's eco. So now this gets to the stage where the Lucifron He does have a sizable army here. It's much bigger than Baltoon's, but Baltoon does have the English defense buff. He does have the network of castles as well working for him. And Luciferon is just going to bail out on this one. He does have 3 sacred sites, though, alongside soon-to-be 4 relics. And that pretty much compensates for his eco-deficit, or I guess that's what you would normally think. But looking at that resource income for Luciferon, that's concerning, to say the least.
Yeah, stalling out a little bit. Keep in mind, there's a lot of that in the olive oil because he put his relics, I think, in the winery, right? So that's going to mean a lot of oil income is good. But yeah, like Baltoon's food eco, if he's ever able to get to that stage where he has a couple more barracks and he can just start spamming the man-at-arms, it could start to look good. But, oh, very uncomfortable fight.
A little dive here, but it's mostly Gulam and crossbows for Luciferon, so Baltoon is going to be more than happy just playing full crossbows here, maybe mixing a couple of longbows to pick off the enemy crossbows. He's definitely comfortable about this position over here. He's looking to take a fight here, doing the line formation shuffle. A couple of Keshiks will be caught in the crossfire over here, and the army numbers are getting closer and closer here, Winston. Only concern for Baltoon is the lack of gold. He's at 80 gold per minute. That's the only gold mine that he had access to, so he desperately needs to protect that.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, getting walled in by Lucifer, it feels bad, man. Going for the fight, though, is Baltoon without Outcrook of Castles. You could say this is a bit of an overextension, maybe. He's going to have to kite back with his crossbows, and I think he'll be okay now walking into the buff, so he could start to scoot and shoot here.
He doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades, Winston. He doesn't have a single blacksmith upgrade. And teardrop shields are now coming in for Luciferon as well. Second gate was made. Luciferon is going to fall back here. Baltoon now neck and neck in terms of the army count with Luciferon, but he still needs to be careful about moving out.
Yeah, getting caught in a bad fight would be bad. Because that means the bad fight is bad, and then you take a bad fight, you know? And that's bad. Would you agree?
Yes. I feel like that's a pretty easy call to make.
Okay. Good. I'm glad we agree on that, you know, because that would be bad. If we didn't agree on that, that'd be very bad.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
All right. Love the voice from Luciferon here, by the way. He's playing for goal control. He's realizing that Baltoon's next option in terms of access to gold would be the gold to the north, probably. There's one to the south as well, but at least he's partially walling off accessible gold from Baltoon. He's also walling in 2 out of the 3 sacred sites here as he's setting up for long game, potentially.
Yeah, and it looks like Baltoon's also kind of content just setting up for the long game, but I kind of wonder if he needs to angle more for, like, a win in Imp, right?
Yeah, I could see that being a thing. The concern is that if this game goes very long, there's always that relic plus sacred site buff for Luciferon, and eventually the villager numbers will equalize. Mangonel's not coming in for both players, no anti-siege on either side. Network of Castles is expanded all the way out here, but the crossbows run into the Mangonel fire. Now the Gulam trying to wrap around. Crossbows doing a decent job focusing them down. Gulam do jump the Mangonel here, though. Baltoon is retreating, eats another Mangonel shot. Gulam disappearing from the front line, though. And look at the army counts. It's 67 against 44. A couple of minutes ago, Lucifer had a big lead. Now it is Baltoon with all the lead in the world, now focusing down the Mangonel, and all these crossbows could get cleaned up.
Yeah, maybe. With Micro, Luciferon's going to try and take out as many enemies as he can, but these crossbows from English just dealing so much damage. The Mangonel coming in from the side. Could it get a juicy shot here? It does.
Beautiful shot. That is a clutch shot here
Don't let him
for
get another.
Luciferon. Baltoon does have 20 more men-at-arms here, though. This is deceiving here, Winston. Lucifer lost most of his crossbows, and when 22 English men-at-arms with clad armor show up, it's not like Lucifer has much that can deal with them.
Yeah, the armored Chad's gonna try and make their like lifestyle known, because they are Chads and they are armored, so they have to use their armor, you know? And we'll see how this goes, because he's got a little raid going in onto the right side. He's bashed down a wall on the right side palisade, and let's see if he's able to get any damage in. Looks like the crossbows going to meet those man-at-arms head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Oh no.
Oh, that's gonna be nasty for Lucifer. His
Oh, the
food
quick
eco is
wall.
already struggling. Beautiful quick walls from him to save these villagers, but he's down to just 400 food per minute. No food income whatsoever. Lucifer's eco is a train wreck here.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the outpost crawl is coming in for Baltoon slowly, and he's starting to recognize how walled in he is. And he needs to start breaking open some of these holes because he needs to get into the golds on either the north or the south. The southern gold is completely exposed, so he could just grab that. So he could be looking at Imperial Age at some point for Baltoon. If he can
His
get more
gold
gold,
is
it
still
looks like.
very underwhelming. He's got 3,000 food per minute, though. That English farming is really coming in. And now he's finally starting to get those blacksmith upgrades as well. Those upgrades were missing so badly for him. And, you know, we get to the point where Lucifer needs to start setting up a farming eco, whereas Baltoon is like very well set up, and that's where the benefit from that early investment comes into play.
I mean, I think we could see a marketplace soon. I think we just saw him drop a lot of resources into Man-at-Arms. Holy crap. Another 12, so it looks like Baltoon's going to aim to get popped here, and then we'll see what happens next. I could see Baltoon just build a market and sell out, and then just wait and go imp.
Very possibly, especially because he's got 200 out of 200 population, and Lucifer is stagnating. He is at 140 pop, half the army size, still behind by 30 workers. He does have the relic and sacred site advantage, but his army is just very underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is where Baltoon kind of needs to recognize his advantage, and we're going to see the Berkshire on the... Where did he place this? Well, that's a very defensive position. It's going to cover some gold in his big stone, so I don't hate that, but... I mean, Baltoon has such a big lead right now. I feel like he could afford to be a bit more aggressive, but maybe just aiming not to throw at this stage, recognizing his lead. This is another very valid way to play, so it's not like he's making a huge mistake, but if he spends too long and he doesn't use this imp timing, he's going to let Biz also get to their late game, and their late game is very good.
Well, yeah, just look at the resources here for Lucifer. Lucifer is imping himself in just a matter of seconds, and indeed, I have to agree with you. Baltoon was probably just making sure he doesn't throw away the game by misplacing his landmark. But now he needs to hit this timing. Lucifer will try to go Imperial himself, but the army size is much smaller. 15 Ghulams, 16 crossbows, and a couple of Varangians against 44 crossbows and 35 men-at-arms. The only saving grace that Lucifer could have is the 3 mangonels he has.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how Baltoon takes this next fight, right? Is he going to wait for all of his upgrades? That might be the best bet, but that's also giving Lucifer time for his at this stage, right?
His
Unless the
blacksmith
timing is, like,
upgrades are still
perfect.
atrocious.
I mean, at least he built a blacksmith now. Let it go. Like, I was worried he'd forget, honestly, but he did notice in the end. See another man-at-arm raid, the armored Chads. Getting on top of the stone is also pretty cool. It protects my horses.
Dive comes in. Springboards are creeping up. Nice mangonel shots from the back line, but men-at-arms are still very tanky here. Baltoon thinks twice about this. I think he's actually overestimating the size of Lucifer's army here, but the Ghulam do jump the men-at-arms. Elite men-at-arms upgrade coming in just a second. Same thing with the crossbows. Bit of a flank as well by Baltoon. Lucifer is scrambling villagers to repair this wall, but it comes in too late. And now there is a breach on that southern wall as well. Springald versus Springald count looking better for Lucifer, though. He's just trying to stall this out with Mangonels and Springolds, kind of holding the opponent hostage with all these Mangonel towers and Mangonels as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at Baltoon's economy. It's so solid. 4,000 food bank. It's almost like a mistake. Like, it's almost too good. You know what I mean? Like yeah, maybe you can put some bills on wood. I don't know. Like, this is just awkward, right? Look at the Vel count. Like,
Beautiful raid in the
catching up.
back line. A couple of men-at-arms got into the back line here. Those were the ones that broke through the middle. But yeah, I feel like Baltoon is kind of stalling out here. He's allowing his opponent to get the upgrades. And he's got 25 men-at-arms in queue despite being 200 pop. And he's got 4,000 food in the bank. He needs to go.
Yeah, I feel like he could maybe send it a bit harder here, but we'll see. I mean, English is still solid in the late game. It's not like he's going into a worse situation, I think. Like, English can always play hyper late, right? And we're going to see army tactics coming in, and maybe that'll be the go sign. Maybe he needs to build another blacksmith.
Yeah,
to
or
get
like
those techs
5
in a
more
bit quicker.
blacksmiths at this point.
Yeah, just one for each tech line. Yeah. Doesn't really have the wood.
Bombard would
Only
also be very welcome here, I feel. Because he's afraid of those towers and the DC on the front. A couple of bombards would help just getting rid of those static defenses.
which are starting to add up too. Like, it's not just a few static defenses. Like, Lucifron is really investing into the static D here.
Got Nest of Bees on the way as well. Men-at-Arms completely ignoring the bombard, just running past it. And Balton is looking for villagers to kill on north. He hit the boar, he's looking for villagers elsewhere, but he's not finding anything with those men-at-arms.
Yeah, he's spread out his man-at-arms to be everywhere. Elite Army Tactics about to come in. And we'll have to see what he does with this timing, because so far it's just throw some raids at Lucifron that Lucifron has been more than happy to deal with.
It's not even good raids, because you're talking about men-at-arms, which are slow to catch up the villagers. You see only 15 worker kills in this entire game for Baltoon, and now Lucifron is up to 200 population himself. Maybe, just maybe, Baltoon is trying to bait Lucifron out of his base and say, okay, we take an even-ish fight, but I have such a huge resource bank that I can remass, and you cannot.
Yeah, I feel like you were right before Liticor. I think at one point you mentioned he just needs to, like, fight and trade the army away, right? Like, he just needs to engage. Like, he has so many man-at-arms banked. He has so much res. Like, if you think you're ahead, you have to force your opponent into just a war of attrition and you'd win, right?
Yep.
Like, there's no way Lucifron can keep up this production if Baltoon is just A-moving everything all the time, right?
Exactly,
Like,
and he's
been sitting here for, like, 10 minutes just doing nothing.
Yeah, he's got a huge army. It was twice the size of Lucifron's at one point. He's got 40 men-at-arms in queue, 7,000 food, 2,000 gold. And by the way, he's trying to add Springholes here. You can see the top of the screen. He's got 2 Springholes. He's trying to add 3 more to take out the Mangonels. But because he's constantly 200 population, those Springholes never spawn. He's waiting for Springholes that will never arrive. Nice snipes, though. Beautiful snipes on the Mangonels. If he doesn't go now, I don't know when he will. Like, just right-click into the enemy base. Like, sure, they have a bunch of Mangonel towers, but you've got 1 gazillion men-at-arms.
I like he has more men-at-arms in queue than he has, and he still has 7,000 food banked. This is insanity. I mean, this is English,
he is still
right?
doing the blacksmith upgrades one by one.
Come on, don't do him dirty like that. He's doing his best. Lucifron is a scary opponent. It kind of gets in your head when you're playing someone who you perceive to be, like, one of the best in the world. And it's not even a perception thing. Like, Lucifron is one of the best RTS players to have lived. Like, in, like, the top 50 ever category for sure, right? Like, you know, Baltoon hasn't really proven himself on the big stages like this. And so for him to come in here and act with confidence, he's got to kind of have to do it. Right? He has to find that confidence and make those moves.
Yeah, we see the whole map. The players don't.
food.
And I feel like the thing with Baltoon, or in general, is that oftentimes when you're the underdog going into a series, you simply cannot believe that you are so much in the lead. And I think that's what's happening to him right now. I think he thinks, or a couple of minutes ago, he probably thought that Lucifron's army is much bigger. He shouldn't commit. He should just play this safe. But as a consequence, he kind of missed the window there. And now, he actually canceled all the men-at-arms in queue, by the way. He went to 26, and he canceled most of the men-at-arms that he queued up.
I mean, to Baltoon's credit, though, these raids have been annoying as heck. And we kind of thought, I think we thought that Lucifron would shore it up a little bit easier, but he's really having a hard time. What I love about these raids is he's been pressuring the stone on that right corner of the map and making sure that that isn't an option, right? And without access to a ton of stone, we're seeing kind of a lack of continued investment in the static defense, right? He's defending with his own man-at-arms against man-at-arms, which isn't the fastest way to kill man-at-arms.
He actually captured all 3 sacred sites. That is ludicrous, considering how close that 3rd sacred site is to Lucifron's base. Winston, in a setup like this, if he wants to continue with the raids, Horseman would be great, but his wood income is next to non-existent. So I would dare to say maybe he should just consider replacing Lost Men-at-Arms with Knights and just send in those Knights wave after wave to grind down Lucifron's eco.
It's a bit scary because gold is still a factor, right? Like even with all the free gold he has, he doesn't control the AK on the north. The AK on the south is being raided right now, actually. So it's not like he has a ton of gold float. I mean, he has 4,000 gold float, but he has to worry about the income at some point, right? Like, he can't just throw away.
Manganols are finally going in, though, and you see, Manganol placements help a little here, but this is just too much firepower. This could have been even better if this happened a couple of minutes ago for Baltoon. Manganol towers also get taken out very quickly, and the name of the game is replacing the losses here. Baltoon can easily replace his losses. Any moment the unit is lost, he spawns a new one. Whereas for Lucifron, he's down to 150 population. He's getting cleaned up. 4,000 olive oil in the bag, but it is not helping him. Baltoon is finally pushing deep, and Winston, we could be very close to Baltoon's first ever competitive game win against Lucifron.
Yeah, against Lucifron too. It's insanity here. He's looking really solid, even though it's like we should say better late than never, right? He's committing now. He still has the economy lead, and it's still looking good. Blacksmith isn't fully done, but who cares when you have enough units to just win the fights anyways?
Yeah.
He has what matters. He has a lot of the techs. And he's going in. The Vil count equal, but look at that military count, Lidicor. 3-1 in favor of Baltoon.
This is exactly why he can afford to go into the Manganol placements as well. His resource income is so massive that he's losing units and he's replacing them immediately. He's up to 64 men-at-arms. He's got 37 more in queue, and he still has 6,000 wood, or 6,000 food, I should say, that's totally unspent. This first wave stalls out, but it already did a lot of damage. Lucifron's army is next to non-existent, and there's a second wave coming in as well. Lucy himself is trying to queue Varangians, but that's just not going to cut it against fully upgraded English men-at-arms.
Whoa! And there's the GG. Lucifron sensing the danger in the water there as the farm eco was exposed now. Wow. What a game
Insane.
for Baltoon.
And this is an elimination match, Winston. A big one for both of these. And Baltoon is the one to strike first. His first ever game victory against Lucifron in a competitive set.
Yeah, and while we were casting that, we were kind of like almost criticizing Baltoon and being like, come on, go, you have a lead, go, you have a lead, go. But I think, if you look past that criticism, you should see really what this means for him. He was so ahead of Lucifron for the entirety of Castle Age and Neon, right? Like, he was just way ahead. The 2TC play worked. Lucifron did not react appropriately. The Keshik play did not pan out. And I think Baltoon really showed that he is in control here. And I'm excited to see the rest of the series, Lidicor.
And look at what Lucifron is up to here. He's actually taking us into a map that he feels confident on. That's going to be Archipelago. Fundamentally very different from Dry Arabia here. He just wants water micro. He does have one of the best naval civilizations in the game, Jushi, versus the OOTD of Baltoon. But Winston, going into this game, confidence has to be sky high for Baltoon. He had the lead, and maybe he was doubting himself at some point during the previous game, but he sees that he can win against Lucifron. He built a lead, he committed to it, and he was able to win. I feel like his confidence going into game number 2 is going to be much higher.
Yeah. It's going to be hard, though. We talked about it in the preamble to the series, right? Lucifron, one of the best water players to have played AoE for, with the best water civ, right? Jushi has been very dominant on water. Yeah, seems hard here. I mean, Order of the Dragon, no slouches when it comes to water macro and ability, but I feel like Jushi, in the hands of Lucifron here, has to be an intimidating foe. So we'll see how Baltoon handles this.
In we go to game number 2 here. Baltoon with the 1-0 lead, spawning to the east with the Order of the Dragon and the color red. And on the western side of the map, it is going to be Lucifron with the yellow color and Jushi's Legacy. He's down 1-0 here in the elimination matches of the Masters of Realms. And this is a big one for both of these players. Baltoon, he would move on to match point with a win here. Lucifron, he could use this game to get back into the series, and he definitely needs that. It's also one of the maps that should favor his playstyle the most. He's a great water player, loves the water micro. Or maybe, I don't know if he loves the water micro, but he's pretty damn good at it.
Yeah, he's super solid at all times, right? I think it's just their ability to macro, his ability to macro and pay attention to everything. It's really, really good. I love watching it, right? It just feels so clean a lot of the time. But we'll see. You know, we get a bit of a slower opening here. We get to see the differences in their macros, in their build orders. So we did see the delete from Lucifron on the scout, which is a pretty normal opening. A lot of players like to do that, but some don't. Some prefer to have the scout, kind of scouting the edge of their island. I feel like it gives you a lot of intel that I don't like to delete my scout personally. I prefer to keep it alive on Archie, but you know, to each their own. It makes sense with certain build orders, especially Jushi, where the timing on the house can be tight. So makes sense here. And as we look, Baltoon, man, I'm kind of proud of him. You know, that game was really cool. Like it's fun to see. It's fun to see. I mean, I've known Baltoon for a long time now, right? Like we played a lot of games together against each other in tournaments, and so it's fun to see him, you know, thriving in the AoE4 scene. I think all of us AoE1 players, we kind of have like a little sparkle of joy when we watch. We're a little pride, you know, of Baltoon. He was a younger player back in the AoE1 scene, but now he's clearly matured into a very solid player. Super cool to see him competing with the best.
Yeah, he definitely has stepped up his game as well, like many others did. And this was a discussion that we had prior to this series. Is it a player like Lucifron potentially taking a step back, or is it the competition taking a step forward? And I feel like it's probably the latter. It's just players, certain players at least, have become a lot better than what they were a year ago. And suddenly the competitive scene is a lot more challenging to thrive in. You have a lot more competitors, and they're definitely a lot more even than they used to be.
Yeah, I think the competitive scene, honestly, for AoE4, it's always so cool. Oh, and we see the play here where you bring the sheep to the dock. It's a nice like alteration, especially for China, because you get tax drop off there. So it just makes sense. Well, Jushi as well, right? China, Jushi. I really like these little details on these maps because it's what matters, right? Like you don't think it matters, but then it's like, oh, your next fight in 20 minutes, it all compounds and adds up, and then you're up, you know, a full ship, and suddenly that can be meaningful, right?
Yep, those are the tiny details that really matter in these games. And in general, just a side note here, looking at Lucifron's base, Goldmine is also very close to the shore here, and of course you do have the dock as well. So all of those tax collection points are right there for Lucifron. He's the first to click up, and let's take a look at those meditation gardens. A pretty juicy one. Oh my lord, that's triple gold mines that he's hitting with that.
All the way across the sky, I'm starting to see a triple gold mine. Oh man, insane. That's gonna be juicy for Jushi. And I think similarly, Baltoon should have a pretty good Aachen position, kind of tucked into that tree line on the north of his TC.
Yeah, it's easy to find a good spots for your landmarks on this map because of how small that starting island is. You're just bound to have some condensed resources.
Where did Baltoon place this? Can we see the gold mine? It's in range, right? Yeah, it is.
It must be. I mean, what a fumble it would be if it wasn't.
Yeah. That's nice too. You get the small forest next to the big forest. Maybe could have placed it on the northern side and would have given him more wood, but you know, KP always says the walking distance. The walking distance. You know how it is.
Well, Feudal Age is in already for Lucifron here, and Baltoon is just now reaching Feudal, which means that at first the junk coming out of Lucifron is going to hit the fish. He hasn't really scouted the water before Feudal Age though, so it takes him a couple of seconds to actually find the enemy fleet here. But I think he has just now arrived to start harassing those fishing boats.
Yeah, so if we compare it to the game we saw earlier, right, Litikor, we saw Hulk's opening, and here we see the galley opening. So the aeroship's going to be much more aggressive, much more potent against these early fishing boats with the splash damage. They can chase them a bit better. They just attack a lot faster. And no Hulks to defend from either player just yet. Lucifron's got one in queue, but not after dealing a significant amount of idle time to Baltoon's fishing eco.
Yeah, and this is a big difference here. As you highlighted, the galley opening implies that you want to harass the enemy fishing boats, and that is definitely what Lucifron went for. He was much quicker to field ledge than his opponent, so might as well go and try to slow down the enemy fishing operations. At the same time, he already has a war chunk out, whereas for Baltoon, he doesn't even have a second ship queued up.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's something going... Like, his wood income kind of stalled out a bit here, but not really sure why. I guess he was just adding more docks in the meantime.
This could be a very quick game here because he's got no response to that war junk. He's got a single galley. He's just now queuing up a hawk, but it comes in way too late, you feel. He's going to start losing fishing boats. He's going to have an awful lot of idle time on himself. And that single hawk, or what is that? War junk. That is the one I wanted to say. The war junk and the junk combined, it's more than enough to just decimate everything that Baltoon has on the water right now.
Yeah, and with no Hulk to defend against the war junk, like you're saying, or even a demo to threaten it, there really is nothing here for Baltoon, and he just loses 3 fishing boats like that. This is, I say, potentially going to be a quick game as well. You can see kind of the difference here a little bit visually in just how quick Lucifron is, like how precise his movements are. And it's not even that Baltoon is doing anything poorly, it's just how excellent everything is for Lucifron. And that demo going to be a bit underwhelming there for Lucifron. There's some damaged units. If he's able to get some additional damage in comes the demo, and down it goes.
That is it. GG is called, and well, as hard-fought as the first victory was for Baltoon, it just gets completely gotten rid of by Lucifron. Sub 10 minutes victory here on Islands, or Archipelago, I should say. Lucifron really on top of his water game, but to be fair, this seemed a lot easier for him than it should have been.
That
I'm gonna
was
say, boys, GG. You don't mess with them, you don't touch them, you just bow to them, you tip the hat, and you move on. The reason why we've actually seen GG as by far one of the most dominant civs. 23 bans, I believe it is so far, and now a 5th win on the board. Only a single loss in this tournament so far. Who could have seen this coming earlier? I remember just a month ago, everyone was like, Juji, Trash Civ, or the Dragon, the only one worst. All of a sudden, you mix the map pool, and I'd say Juji is top 3.
I mean, this has been the talking point in regards to the map pool of this tournament. So many hybrid maps, and Jushi is just such a flexible tool that you can utilize on those. And you can actually see at the draft, Baltoon took away Chinese from Lucifron, so Lucifron just ended up going for Jushi. He still has that China power, in fact, a better version of the China power for all these hybrid maps, or even the straight water maps, the one that we've just seen, for instance.
That's something that worried me a bit in the draft, Winston, right? I know you were of the opinion that Baltoon has a decent draft, and I don't want to say he doesn't, but there are some very clear, obvious potent picks for Lucifron, right? We've just seen the Juji. I imagine we're going to be seeing the Japanese on 4 legs. And what's interesting there is, like, what's Baltoon's trick going to be? Is it going to be the classic Roos? Because all of a sudden we've got an Abbasid Delhi showdown in Hillendale. Have we really been seeing the Abbasids thrive in this particular matchup?
not particularly, but I mean, Abbasids honestly have been doing really well overall, so I'm not worried for Baltoon. I think this is a matchup that you can play. I think there's potentially a stylistic matchup here where it's a bit of a mismatch for Baltoon with this matchup as well, where I think Lucifron's aggression might just knock Baltoon out before he's able to set up. We saw in the English game, just Baltoon's kind of playing a bit more solid and slower style, and I'm afraid I'm afraid for that in this game. If Lucifron just goes all gas, no brakes, I think kind of what we saw in this Archipelago game, his micro is just like almost perfect. So it's like, how do you compete with that? So we'll see. And you talked about the rest of the draft real quick though, KP. Like, I think the rest of his games are okay. I think for moving out, you have several options. I think for 4 legs, you have to go Roost though, right?
maybe interchangeable, right? Like I don't know if Ibeards
Yeah.
plays well on 4 legs. Maybe that's what he's going for moving out. I mean, this is the
Yeah,
beautiful thing about this
that's what I
map
would
pool,
think.
right? Like there's some twists, there's some turns, but I think
Hmm.
what you said there really hits home with this series, right? Baltoon almost seemed like the more defensive player. Lucifron, not as aggressive as his bro, but not far behind. So
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be the question mark. Can Baltoon be the shield to break Lucifron's sword? Let's find out. It is time for the third game of the series. One of these players is going to find themselves on match point.
Baltoon with the color red playing as the Abbasid dynasty on the left side, and Lucifer spawning to the east with the Delhi Sultanate in yellow. And, you know, there are some mind games involved when it comes to picking these civilizations here. We've seen Delhi being a good matchup against a commonly picked Mongols on this map. Abbasids, though, we haven't seen that much of them on this map here, Winston.
Yeah, not in a long time, that is. When Abbasids were one of the meta kings, they were played on a lot of maps when the meta was very
Oh,
favored towards 2TC play, right? And they were great on this map because the idea being it's super safe and easy. It's super safe and easy to get your TCs up and going, right? But nowadays the map feels a bit more open, right? A lot of things have changed since that time, and while Abbasids are solid, I don't think it's just going to be ecoing into 2GC. I think you have to do some shifty stuff here. I think we're likely going to see Millwing from Baltoon. That's been a really solid meta for a while now. I guess the question is, how does he want to follow that up? And I think there's a lot of options there.
Yeah, just looking back to game number one, the 2TC long game worked fairly well for him, but this is a fundamentally different civilization matchup. You do have a civilization that thrives if it's given complete map control. So if Baltoon plays a very defensive and slow game, Lucifron is just going to jump the sacred sites.
Yeah, I think that's the case. We saw that with Demu as well, right? Just a moment ago, is when you're able to get that mass out and your opponent isn't directly threatening you, they better have a backup plan, right? I think the worst thing you can do against Delhi is get stuck between middling aggression and having some other plan, and like not FC into something that just directly counters, like a huge man-at-arm mass or something, or knights, right? Against the Ghazi archer, right? And so I think the fear for Baltoon is he gets kind of stuck in between two strategies, one being economic growth and the other being trying to deny the sacred sites. You kind of have to commit to one or the other. And the problem is when you commit to fighting for the sacred sites, Delhi just have so many advantages towards that. So we do see the military wing coming in. And the mining camp was built in an interesting spot. Do you think he could be trying to get some stone? Yeah, he is. That's smart.
That's a nice little placement for the mining camp. I mean, also a very lucky spawn for him, but that's a very, very feels good man style mining camp.
Yeah, saving that 50 wood just makes the TC build a lot cleaner. So we'll see. I think this is going to be his plan. Is just defend with the first couple units, maybe go for a bit of harassment, but you really run the risk of falling behind to the military count and just having a TC doing nothing in your base. But we'll see. I'm excited to see how Baltoon plays this.
Military wing on the way versus the Tower of Victory. And it's going to be interesting to see how Lucifron is going to open this. Normally, when you play Tower of Victory, you still open with a stable and Ghazi Raiders, but opening Ghazi Raiders into enemy spearmen and archers coming from the military wing might not be something that he's happy with.
Yeah, I mean, the point of the military wing and the TC build is that you can use the spearmen to defend the TC placement. So yeah, Ghazi aren't going to be necessarily the best. I kind of have a feeling that Lucifron might just open Blacksmith and just delay the units and just wait until his economy is a little more solid. And then he would have a lot of options. But we'll see what he ends up building first. It could be really anything. I think there's lots of options between the stable, the range, and the blacksmith, basically. A lot of wood. And here we have it. The lads are in, and they're idle next to the House of Wisdom. They're hanging out, man. They're having a good time.
Baltoon is playing 2 TCs here. Will be scouted by Lucifron, and just a side note here, Baltoon was able to collect a significant amount of sheep here, so he does have a decent food reserve to work with as well.
Yeah, and it looks like we do see the blacksmith coming in there, I think. Is what we just scouted on the top of our screens, which will kind of define the tempo. Yeah, blacksmith range. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. So just matching the early archers and I guess playing for that kind of mid-map control. This is almost an identical build order to what we saw Demu play earlier today. TC on the deer. And able to push the deer in nicely, too. So, gonna keep him a little bit safer.
Yep.
Gonna still have to watch out. The archers can still be really annoying here. If Deli gets up to like 20 or 30, and Vills are still on that hunt, you'd be surprised at how quick sometimes you just lose a Vill or two. If you're just not paying attention, but hopefully Baltoon doesn't fall to that.
Yeah, it would be nice for him to wall, at least a little, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's walling off the northern side. That south side is actually very interesting because it might actually be better not to wall his actual cliff, but just to the edge of the map and between that forest.
Yeah, I think this is going to be playing pretty comfortably for Baltoon until the sacred sites start ticking in, right? It's always that way. I find when I play against Deli, it's like I forget just how quick it all just starts to feel like it's crumbling. So we'll see if he's able to get enough units out because Deli is producing, right? We have archers and Ghazi on the way. I don't think he's improved production just yet. I think he's still waiting for the techs to come in, but once he starts pumping, he's going to have such a big military advantage over Baltoon, right? The question is, how do you deal with it?
Yeah, that's the big problem for Baltoon. He's starting to mix in some horsemen, and there is not a single spearman out just yet from a Lucifron, but especially if you allow the Deli player to capture multiple sacred sites, you're just going to get overpowered by a full Feudal Age army. Now, to Baltoon's credit, I guess, if he can snipe monks, or even just harass them, slow down Lucifron capturing the sacred sites, that could allow him to build up his eco a lot quicker and just have a little bit more safety against that aggression. But at the same time, of course, he needs to catch up to the Deli eco upgrades that have already finished for Lucifron.
Yep. And we do see the blacksmith tech starting to come in, so that first ranged armor upgrade alongside the tower victory is going to make the first archer engagements really decisive. Even the Ghazi are going to benefit a lot from that against the archers. So we'll see this first little engagement, 2-2-2 for Baltoon. Not a lot of units on the field compared to the Lucifron. Still able to get a nice position on that sacred site, just keeping it secured, locked down. No scholars here, is what Baltoon is saying.
Yep.
Yeah, the horseman getting
that's
good
a
value.
nice pick there. Yeah, horseman. That's exactly what Baltoon needs. Couple of picks here and there. It's not going to change the outcome of the game, but this is exactly what you want to do when you're the defending player building up that eco lead. You just want to chip away, snipe a couple of units that are coming in, and if you can snipe one of these scholars, that would be the juiciest of all findings. But that's gonna be a tough endeavor for Baltoon.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it, but the two of these sacred sites are very much so in the north, kind of protected by Baltoon's base, right? And maybe that's going to play into his advantage if he can ever get out there, but I think at this point he's basically going to have to move out with a concerted effort, like with a large push. Because I don't see him beating this army anytime soon. He's going to have to really invest into military if he wants to push him back.
You know, what I would love to see from Lucifron would be some walls on the sacred sites, because you see, speaking of Baltoon pushing out, the moment Lucifron leaves that sacred site to the south, Baltoon is going to take that away from him. So for Lucifron, he wants to wall in these sacred sites to prevent this ghost capping being done by Baltoon.
Yeah, this is a good move by Baltoon, right? Being able to just delay where you can is good. There's the sacred site on the two on the north are so close that I think Lucifron should probably try to be aiming to play towards those mostly. And maybe even just concede that last one. It's so far in the south, unless he really does want to build walls across the entire map.
Yeah, I feel like Lucifron doesn't care about walls at this point. He cares about castle age.
Castle, yeah. Or just killing the units that are on the field.
And this is big. He keeps the sacred site, so the countdown keeps ticking. He's gonna beat his opponent to Castle Age, and he has the sacred site countdown going for him. Now, of course, 10 minutes is a long time, but Winston, so many times we see that 10 minutes passes by way too quickly, especially when a player like Baltoon is still confined into his base and building up his eco.
Yeah, especially because he's not building more horsemen. I think he's aware of the threat of Castle Age, and he just can't invest into such a food-heavy unit. Oh, and he chooses to go for it. So actually queuing up 2 more horsemen means he's really not going to hit Castle anytime soon, and that's going to give this compound play a massive advantage. Do we see Lucifron transition to stone, or do you think he just stays fully invested in feudal units?
I would love to see him committing a little to stone. A couple of men-at-arms being mixed in, a couple of men-at-arms being mixed in here for Lucifron would be enough to hold off basically everything that Baltoon has in feudal. So he doesn't need to like overly invest into his army, I feel. But committing to stone would allow him to escalate his eco eventually with the castles and village fortresses, and it would also allow him to just maintain control over these sacred sites.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see some knights right away. And that's going to be really hard for Baltoon to deal with. He doesn't really want to have to add spearmen at this stage. Because spearmen, they're deceptively high food cost, right? It really does drain your eco if you have to stay. And Baltoon, unlike the English game, he doesn't have that massive food eco set up. He's still relying on some of the berries and the hunt in his base. And yeah, his Castle Age is just going to be so late.
And a nasty thing here for Baltoon is that Lucifron doesn't need to commit. He's actually torching down walls to open up options, but I don't think Lucifron actually wants to commit here. He's just posturing in front of the enemy base, but when he sees all the archers, he's just gonna bail out to make sure he doesn't lose any of his units.
Oh, he's committing. Maybe just to get the wall down and then retreat.
Yeah.
If he gets a bunch of knights up, oh, he's just going. He has knight follow-up on this. He doesn't care.
I don't know what to think about this. Winston was a little overzealous, perhaps. Lost a couple of horsemen to this, but maybe he's just willing to trade off these horsemen, realizing that it takes forever for him to get the upgrades, or he just wants to keep the wall open for the Lancers to come in, and now the Lancers arrive. Not a single spearman out here for Baltoon, and those Lancers are crashing into the archers here. This is so many casualties here for Baltoon. He's making a run to rebuild the wall, but the body blocks will stop him from doing so, and that's going to be a lot of villager casualties here.
Hodor! Hodor! He's got to hold the wall here, and it looks like he'll be able to do it. Baltoon not able to get the wall up. Oh, it's just as tragic as in the show, and now Baltoon raided quite heavily, losing a lot of his villager advantage that he had. Was able to keep a lot of these neutral these sacred sites neutralized. If you look at the minimap, 2 of them aren't controlled by Lucifron, but I don't think he cares. He has the transition he was looking for. He has enough gold to keep going, tons of knights in queue, and this is just going to keep flooding in. Baltoon never going to click Castle Age this game.
Yeah, this is looking very grim for him. I guess the silver lining is that Lucifron actually lost all but one of the sacred sites, so he wasn't really paying attention to those. And, you know, did we spoke too soon? Now there's a camel archer out here to debuff the enemy lancers. Wars are back up, and it's not like Lucifron's army is looking spectacular at this point. He did lose all but one of the sacred sites, so maybe we've spoken too soon here, Winston. Maybe Baltoon was given a lifeline.
A little bit, yeah. He's eyeing up Castle Age. That'll come in eventually, but behind this is the tech transitions, right? And Delhi is super comfortable here, right? Like nothing wrong has happened to his economy other than the occasional decaf, right?
Yeah, I still think Lucifron has a big lead here, especially considering he managed to kill 15 villagers, and now he's collecting relics as well. But it's more about the fact that Baltoon seemed dead 2 minutes ago. Now he might have a small chance, but he's going to miss out on basically all of the relics over here. Lucifron already has 3.
Yeah, and a 4th one coming in, and he's recapturing the sacred sites. And behind this, keep in mind, like that relic count is really going to equalize that Vil count. And Baltoon can't rush up to Castle Age, right? We talk about this a lot with the Bassets, but this is a minute and 40 seconds. He just has to wait, right? So he's invested the res, and he just has to wait. He has lots of income, so it should be okay in the long run. But yeah, this is still uncomfortable amount of time to wait.
Exactly. And it feels sad when you have to invest into double arrow slits on frontline towers. Like, sure enough, it's going to slow down the enemy, but against Lancers it doesn't do much. And Lucifer is doing a good job picking off one of the 3 Camel Archers, something that he wants to get rid of to just take off the buff of those Lancers. And he once again has the Sacred Sites back. He's going to be on 5 Relics and 3 Sacred Sites with a Deli. That more than compensates for the 14 eco deficit he has.
Yeah, and then soon tier 2 eco upgrades are, it looks like about 90% in, and Baltoon's way behind on those. So even though Baltoon has a Vil lead, I think very shortly there's no way he has an economic advantage, right? Especially when these 2 relics come in, the walls come in. We could see a transition to stone soon. Village Fortresses is finalizing at the compound of the defender, right?
Mm-hmm.
And while the pop is even, I think this is going to rapidly shift in Lucifron's favor in terms of economic output into military.
Yeah, that's where it gets very, very dicey for Baltoon. He's still confined into his own base, and just look at the passive gold income for Lucifer. He's getting like 700 or so per minute. I guarantee you he doesn't have a single gold miner. That's all passive gold income.
Yeah, and compared to the English game we saw before, right, there's this huge farm transition from Baltoon early in Feudal Age that kind of justified the delayed Castle Age. Here, we're not really seeing that farm transition at all, and Economic Wing is in. We see the Ghulams and the crossbows queued up, but is it a little too late? We're in.
It feels too late. Lucy is going to dive, and this is a full Castle Age army. He even has the veterancy on these archers, which take otherwise a long time to get for these Delhi archers. But they are not the ones carrying the fight, it's the Lancers. All the army from Baltoon is getting cleaned up, and Lucifer is more than comfortable staying under 2 town centers and 3 towers with arrow slits. That's how confident he is, and he's going to take game number 3 here. No questions asked, really, probably the most confident we've seen Lucifer be in this series. Previous game was just a very quick one on Islands, but this one, much more standard of a game and a decisive win for Luciferon. He's the one who moves on to match point.
Yeah, what a game from Lucifron. I think we kind of talked at the start about the stylistic differences there and how that would play into the SIP matchup. And I think with Biz and the style that Lucifron chose was a bit of a slower play in game 1. Here he showed, if I just play aggressive and play a super clean game, Baltoon kind of struggled, it seemed like. I mean, at the start I said maybe Abbasids have a lot of options, but on Hill and Dale, the way that played out, I mean, yeah, maybe that might just be wrong. Like, that Delhi just seemed so clean, right? Not really sure what you do as Abbasids there. Maybe just a different play altogether. Maybe you don't go Millwing.
I think the fundamental difference was that when you look at game number 1, Lucifron had a very slow start to his game. He played essentially a fast castle approach, which is not the classic Lucifron way of doing things. Now, when you look at this game, he starts to bring in a lot of Feudal Age pressure, and part of the reason why that eco-heavy approach for Baltoon worked in game number 1 is because Lucifron didn't play Feudal Age aggression. Here, there was much more aggression from Lucifron, and I mean, the cracks started to show early on Baltoon's game plan, but we will be taken to 4 lakes over here, so
Yeah.
if Baltoon ends up winning this game, we would have moving out as a decider. That would be an absolute madness of a decider. But you probably feel that Baltoon feels more comfortable about this map compared to moving out, which might feature a lot of naval combat.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like this is a map where Lucifron is going to get to stretch his little APM gremlin fingers, right? And just kind of showcase his talents here. So I'm a little scared for Baltoon if the setup goes wrong. But if we have the right setup with the ponds and Lucifron isn't able to get docks up in every pond, maybe this is okay. I mean, Roos is still super solid on this style of map, but Japan is really good with an uncontested pond as well. So I'm kind of nervous for Baltoon here, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the problem with 4 lakes is that this is one of those classic maps where you just need to pay attention to 27 things happening at the same time. It's a land map, but you could have multiple ponds worth of naval combat. You do have Lucifron with the Japanese as well, so I do expect to see some Shinobi shenanigans. And honestly, like, Shinobi for Lucifron, he loves micro, and I think it's one of the funniest units to micro in this entire game. We're going to have to see how Rus works out for Baltoon here, though, because it's one of the powerhouse civilizations on all of these hybrid maps.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so dominant on land maps, and then on top of that, in the right situations on water, they can just have a great play. So it's good. Like we saw Baltoon, like ban out Rus for Lucifron, and Lucifron banned out Jushi for Baltoon. So clearly some difference of perspective where they're targeting these initial bans. And Lucifron won with Jushi, so it's up to Baltoon now to win with the civ that Lucifron, in air quotes, let through the draft, right?
Well, in we go to game number 4 here, folks. Lucifron with the 1-0 lead. To the north, it's Baltoon with the color red and Rus. And down south, it's going to be Lucifron here in the elimination games of Masters of Realms. We've seen a strike from Baltoon first in game number 1, but then 2 convincing quick wins by Lucifron now puts him onto match point, Winston.
Yeah, quick is exactly what I would say. Decisive, right? As well for those 2 games. He just sort of came in there and dominated in games 2 and 3. So you got to feel like, from the player perspective, Baltoon's momentum and mental can't be in the best spot for this game. But you know, this is where legends are formed, right? You gotta dig out of these holes and cement yourself as a great player if you want to be among the best. And I'm excited to see if Baltoon can do it this game.
Yeah, that's a great point. If you want to be among the best, you have to beat the best. And he's shown that he's capable of doing that in game number 1. We're going to have to see if he can pull this in game number 4 as well. But for the time being, it's 80 bounty for him. I know someone that once collected 80 bounty. I think all of us do.
Yeah. Oh, this is really nice production quality. Look at that. Look at that. I love it.
Oh, yeah. I
Really cool.
mean,
You can see the bounty
you know,
there.
you need to do some extra production stuff when the UI doesn't show the number by default.
Yes. It does look good, though. It does look good. And up to 100. Oh, that's really nice. And here we have it. The bounty is on screen. The tech is here.
Yeah, it's not an impressive amount of bounty here, though. And it
True.
also means that, you know, you barely have the gold you need for Feudal Age. You definitely want more if you're Baltoon and he finally finds a wolf here. He's only playing 1 scout, though, so he doesn't really commit much of an effort to actually collecting bounty here.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we see a lot of times players pre-queue up wheelbarrow, but this might have just been a game where you have to cancel it if you're Baltoon. There's a lot of time for the on water maps to accrue bounty because you're not aging as fast, so you have more time to kind of find every last wolf on the map. Interesting though, Baltoon didn't go for the second scout, so not a huge investment, not a huge payoff in bounty, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you think about it, wheelbarrow, it's much more essential on land-based maps, so they are missing out on wheelbarrow. You not being able to pre-queue wheelbarrow with the Rus is a bit of a problem. Here, it's less significant probably for Baltoon. He has what he needs for Feudal, but he would definitely welcome, let's say, 150 or so more bounty for this.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, Lucifron just did a really good job. Man. Yeah, and there's no hunting cabin on this map, obviously. There's another reason you don't go wheelbarrow.
Yep.
But we'll see. You know, life hits you fast. You know, you got to pay attention to what map you're watching. You know? Oh, man.
Anyway, he's got the gold he needs, but Lucifron is going to have the food
Oh.
a little quicker.
Nice.
Nice little pickup of the bounty over there by Baltoon. Now, Lucifron hasn't really committed much to fishing here in Dark Age, and that's part of the reason why he managed to accumulate the food a little quicker. But at the same time, it looks like Baltoon is still going to beat him to Feudal Age because he didn't need to mine gold.
Did you
Villager
see
got
this
spotted.
dock? Yeah, but the dock is already up. That's so annoying.
Oh, that's why. I was looking at the balance of things. I look at the southern part of the map. There is a dock for Lucifron. He's fishing, but it's not very many fishing boats. And then all of a sudden, he snuck a dock on the opposing pond well before Feudal Age.
Yeah, and the Kremlin's going to defend the wood line against early Shinobis, but the dock is going to be pretty exposed here because of that. Like, there's no way for Baltoon to really protect that against these initial Shinobi, so we could be looking at a very quick pond win for Lucifron. He's got a much faster age up with an extra Vil as well, so he's going to be up significantly faster. I think Baltoon will have enough time to get a ship out. Maybe he has to convert some of these fishing boats, which never feels good in your starting pond, right? But he's probably going to have to, now that he's scouted this dock.
Honestly, I feel like that's the approach that Lucifron is taking. Baltoon can easily get rid of this dock if he converts a couple of his ships, but you don't want to convert your fishing boats on your initial pond. And I have to say, I love this sneak because I think it's a hard counter to Roos. Think about it this way. Baltoon has one scout, and you know he's collecting bounty. That's his job as a Roos player. Oh, very close to losing that one scout there as well.
Let's say losing that scout is not his job as a Roos, but he's going to lose it. What is he doing?
What is he doing? Oh my
he
lord,
just
that was
thought he
so
sent it all the
unnecessary
way
for
home.
Baltoon.
Yeah, and that's going to be really awkward because now that Shinobi's going to approach and you're not really going to be able to see it or stop it. But we do have some conversions on the sea, it looks like.
He kind of needs some ships out there because you already have a war chunk opening. So yeah, just to finish the previous point, you know that Baltoon is looking for bounty, so there's a small chance of him intercepting your forward villager. This dock went up without Baltoon knowing about it because he was busy collecting bounty, but guess what?
Exactly.
Lucy is not the only person who can sneak a dock on the enemy pond.
Now we have a demo, so we have the full triangle here for Baltoon. Let's see the micro. Oh, immediately taking a lot of damage here. There,
Shinobi set the
loose
dock
to
on
back.
fire. Nice little combination here by Lucifron. He's taking out the demo on the backlines. It's very low HP. His own demo is connecting, sinking that Springald ship, and everything is looking so happy here for Lucifron. Obliterates the enemy fleet, blocks out the enemy production. He has control over Baltoon's spawn pretty much.
Yeah, and that's going to be really painful to deal with. However, on the back of this, he does have that one advantage on the south, being that pond that he's building a dock in, and we'll see if he's able to really get much going there. Looks like he's training
The Shinobi
something
can shut
there
that
now.
down, though. He cannot prevent the Shinobi from non-stop shutting it down.
Yeah, well, we'll see if... I don't think Lucifron scouted the pond in the south.
Not yet, but once a combat ship arrives, he knows it's there, right?
Right, yeah. Oh, man. Lucifron's water micro is just so good. It's
And
annoyingly
again,
good.
This is why he likes having so many water maps in the map pool. He might not necessarily enjoy playing a lot of water maps, but he's so good at it. Look at this micro here once again. He's keeping his own chunk alive. Finally, Baltoon's aggression to the south pond comes into play, but this final dock is going to be denied as well. Final Lodya Galley goes down here as well from Baltoon. Dock is denied. And now I think Lucifron, seeing that aggression down south, he's going to clean up that dock. He does have a lot of idle time on him, but at the end of the day, Baltoon already has his fishing cleaned up.
That was disgusting. Did you guys watch the corner? That was so gross. He was so good. Lucifron kept all of his fishing boats alive there. He did lose one initially because he hadn't noticed right away, but then he was doing this wiggle micro to keep 3 very hurt fishing boats alive, and that was just so good. It was so good. Oh my gosh.
And now this dock is going to get denied as well. Oh no, Baltoon is actually housed. He can't pop out the demo because he's housed. Finally, demo pops out. Could maybe take out this war junk, but once again, Lucifron saves it. This is just absolute domination on his side.
Yeah, this is like the dream as Japan, right? Is the Shinobi just to get to just hit the docks and torch it down and stop them from producing and dealing all that damage. Oh man.
Yeah, this is looking extremely grim for Baltoon. He's trying to reboom on the other 2 pawns, but it's coming into light.
That's a dream.
Lucifron is going castle here. Look at his resources.
Yeah, we're gonna see instant Yorishiro into stable, and what does... Kremlins are only so good, right? Oh, he's diving. Bit of overconfidence there. might lose
Nah,
one.
he just wants to
Oh,
keep
wow.
those villagers away from getting the tower up, I feel. As long as he can harass the gold mine, it's good. Probably wants to set things up for those mounted samurai to come in. Finally finds this dock to the south, so I expect Shinobi to clean this up, and Baltun even has to pull the militia to deal with the Shinobi there.
Yeah. God, the Kremlin being like forward like that, like he has to build a wooden fortress on the back of the gold now, and that's kind of part of that.
Ooh,
Is
it's
just
not even a
map
tower, it's a
spawn.
wooden fortress. Much bigger
Yeah,
of an
so
investment.
it's really expensive. The demo doesn't really connect. Down goes.
Oh my lord.
It's just painful. It's just painful right now. Baltoon in danger of losing the second pond where he forward docked, and he's
there
just gonna
it
tap out.
goes. GG is called,
Wow.
and after losing the first game, Lucifron wins 3 quick victories, and he's the one moving on to the quarterfinals. And we're gonna have to say goodbye to Baltoon, who played the final set of his time here in Masters of Realms.
Yeah, I was really hoping Baltoon would, be able to squeeze out some more games here, but yeah, Lucifron just played so clean. These water maps, it just showed. You can just see the difference on these water maps where it's just kind of a whole different tier with the Spanish bros, and players like Marine Lord, right? Like they just understand water on a level that is insane.
Well. Another brutal shakedown in the second half of that series. Lucifron, we went in the series, boys. We had questions. Is Lucy going to turn up? Is he the former beast? He reminds us exactly why he's to be feared. And first thing on my mind, Winston, I know you felt confident that Balzian had a good draft here, so I've got to go to you again. In hindsight, did it still feel that good? Was this simply an outplay by Lucifron, or do you think it was an outplay from the drafting stage as well?
Hmm. Well, I certainly think allowing Shushi on Archipelago is a big blow, right? With how dominant that Civ has felt. It certainly has seemed, after we've seen so many Archipelago games in this tournament, um, it certainly has seemed like one of, if not the best water civs, with Order the Dragon being in the contenders zone, but it feels like Shushi just might be kind of up there, above all the rest. So I think that is an issue. I mean, game one clearly worked out. Um, I think game two on Hill and Dale, or was that game three on Hill and Dale? Sorry, game two was so quick. Game three on Hill and Dale could have. I still think with different play that could work, but I think it's hard. I think it's a hard matchup looking at it now. So yeah, maybe their draft isn't ideal. But also the water map on Four Lakes in the fourth game, was that really a Civ thing or more a play thing?
I mean, I think, I've been watching a lot of these, and I don't know if you've been feeling it as well, Lidicore, but like for me, Japanese just feel like the new kings of Four Lakes.
It's always been a great civilization for this map, but I think one of the big difference makers is that when you have docks scattered all over the place, you have a much better use of those shinobi. When you look at a map like Kawasan or Holy Island, you know where the enemies are coming from. You know where the docks are at, you know where the shinobi are coming from, so it's fairly easy to prepare for them. Whereas one thing that we've seen in this game, or one thing that we could have seen if we played a little longer, is that even if Baltoon sneaks a dock on the enemy pond, Lucifron can easily shut it down because Baltoon won't have the land presence to deny those shinobi. So I feel like that, of course, combined with their economical prowess, and the fact that on this map, you can very quickly escalate a water-based game into a land-based game, they all play into the strengths of the Japanese. Just even if Baltoon was still standing, Lucifron goes to castle, he's got 15 mounted samurai in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know if it's the map pool. Maybe it is because we started off the day by saying usually look OP, which we never thought we'd say. But I'm going to say another weird polarizing thing. I almost feel like Roos don't look very busted with this map pool at all, Winston. I almost feel like Roos looked like kind of a mid-tier Civ because of the specific maps we're seeing.
Yeah, it seemed like for a long time. I mean, we have to think about the last 2 years, essentially, where Roos has been dominant in tournaments. And if you think about why, though, a lot of it was they had no bad matchups and they had very few, if any, no bad maps. Since the DLC and since some of these patches, right? Post DLC, I think people are starting to realize now that these matchups have been played a lot more, especially in tournaments where you really see the best build orders against the best build orders. I think we're seeing that maybe Roos's matchups aren't so even across the board where there's no such thing as like, oh, I'm just hard countered by XYZ Civ. And now that that's the case, I think, yeah, maybe Roos isn't as dominant. I think it still has a place in every draft. I think it's still a very solid Civ, but yeah, it's not this to be feared 80% win rate Civ maybe anymore. Which at times that's what it felt like in tournaments was, oh, if you just play it, you could win, right?
I don't feel good that I got you to agree with me on that. You know what? Get out of here. Both of you get out of here. I need you gone for a second, all right? I needed someone to actually call me back, reel me off from the crazy town there. You guys go get a little bit of a break because I need to talk to the audience about something important because we've still got plenty of things coming up here, folks. So,
See you in a moment.
so guys, you and me time. We got to talk. There's a few things we got to get off our chest here. First of all the Baltoon lovers, I see you in the chat. Tears in your eye. You're like, Baltoon, so close. All right, how about this for a recovery arc? A rejuvenation, an inspiration. Compared to a lot of the players you're going to see in the rest of this tournament, Baltoon is more probable to make a land than them this year. Because if you do love Baltoon and want to see more of him, you'll get a chance to next month in that King of the North land that's going to be happening in Europe. So keep an eye out for that. Definitely a talented player. One to remember, and we will definitely see more of him in the future. But if you're just tuning in and didn't catch the first series, we also saw a big surprise there. Team Elephant's Louis MT went out. He did not make it out of group stage, something that I think a lot of people wouldn't have anticipated coming into this event. But we still got 2 more series to go. In fact, after our short break, we are going to be coming back with some other familiar faces. We're going to have the pretty interesting matchups, actually, right? Because we've got the return at the end of the day, a big question mark, the other Spaniard, Vortex versus Anatan happening for the second time. Will it still go 3-0 like Anatan was able to annihilate Vortex last time? Or is it going to be similar to the Dumu Louis story where the results were reversed instead? And then before we can get to that, we get to the B Kiljadi series, which I can guarantee you guys is going to be an absolute barn burner. These two are closely matched. They proved it when they had their 3-2 series where Kiljadi was just about able to eke out an edge there. But before we get to that, guys, I need to do a check. I need to do a check in chat right now. Who's got a VPN? You knew it was coming to this because we need to talk, all right? Surfshark have come back for the second event in a row. That's astounding. Anyone who knows esports right now, anyone who knows these esports that aren't having 100,000 people and signing 4-year deals knows that's a challenge to get people back in. They believe in you guys. They believe in this scene. So if you've been considering getting your hands on a VPN or you want to be convinced about why you need a VPN, this is the time to talk. They have a lot of uses. Trust me. I work with a certain editing set of tools already help me save money because it works out at about €2 a month. And with the EGC code, you're going to get an extra 4 months on top. Why would you need this? Yes, maybe it's great if you're going for editing tools, but it has a lot of other uses as well. Like I already looked up a few of these because I was getting curious. I'm not the only one who's thinking maybe I should go to Norway. Maybe I should go to Spain this year for certain reasons that, you know, maybe I want to see a live event and watch it and spectate and cheer. I noticed something. When I used my VPN and pretended I was from Turkey, or pretended I was from Malta, weirdly enough, even Tunisia, the costs of my hotels and my flights, even though I was booking from England, were lower. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but there's kind of this weird price gouging activity that goes on in a lot of these places. They track your activities, they track your data on you, and they use that behavior against you. You've had it before, right? You've been booking your holiday to Menorca. You come back next week, for some reason, the hotel costs €20 more a night. Why? Because they're keeping an eye on your details. This is the type of things that things like Surfshark can help with. These VPNs are great for this. On top of that, if you boost up to just an extra 50 cents a month, so €250, you'll get your hands on some pretty cool features. You get your hands on the antivirus, which we can all use. One of my favorites, though, is with all the security issues and the breaches right now, it turns out Surfshark actually have an active breach system where they detect when these breaches happen. They email out to people to let you know that your data might be compromised. These are pretty cool things, right? But I think the biggest sell point is the one you always hear, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but right now there's a few TV shows happening in different countries I can't get my hands on. This is where exactly Surfshark helps. But on top of that, the other intriguing thing that I know is good for you gamers, and this is another one I didn't even realize at the time, by the way. Anyone ever experienced throttling from your ISP? I didn't realize this until I had a call with my ISP a few months back. And I'm on unlimited broadband. And we're talking about renegotiating the price. The first thing they bring up is the fact that I use a lot of data. almost like shaming me for being a gamer, right? This is legit a thing I learned about in that moment. When you actually use a lot of data, your ISPs will tend to throttle you within that region to bring you down to the average par. So when you change where you're signing in from and all of a sudden you're in Turkey, it doesn't show the same way on their metrics. So you can actually avoid these type of issues. I was shocked by this as well, right? And once again, like €2, 250 euros max. And you get these type of quirks while also supporting EGC. Because my goal is to go and talk to Surfshark after this event, hear about how much they love you guys, and then get them to sign for the next event. Because what I want to do is be able to keep all these beautiful production qualities we've got going on that I know you guys have been enjoying. But that's going to be all on the matter for now. Let me know what you guys think, because I'm curious. I know some people have got other uses that I haven't heard of here. I was looking in the chat a little bit about, some interesting solutions in the past. I still remember one of my favorite ones being someone found a country where they didn't get Twitch ads. I don't know how, but apparently that's a thing. There is apparently a country or two where Twitch ads won't show frequently. So it definitely has its uses. If you want another way of not having to worry about Twitch ads, I noticed I haven't been seeing as many subs today, which is confusing to me because I don't know if you guys know, but Pesty still is trying to understand what a train is. And there's a type of train on Twitch that can help him actually process that. It also guarantees that you guys don't have to worry about ads, because I don't know if you noticed this, but we are now almost 4 hours in the broadcast. We've still got 2 series to go. And here's another thought for you. Dumu made it to the playoffs. Dumu has by far had the longest on average series in this tournament, full stop. The Dumu Cat one and the Dumu Louis one today. So that means you're going to get a lot of content in the coming weekends. We've still got multiple weekends left. We're going to be filling up your June with more Age of Empires 4. But before we get to that, we've still got some more things happening today. We did mention the upcoming series. These are going to be intriguing ones because one question mark we already had answered is whether Lucifron's 100% win rate against Baltoon could be crushed. Well, we've got a fun one coming up. We've got fun too, actually. I mentioned that B Kiljadi in that Vortex Anatan series. Historically, B has a 75% win rate. Vortex has a 75% win rate against Kiljadi and Anatan, respectively. However, this tournament was the first time both of those players were able to overthrow their opponents. One tournament took that 100% win rate down to a 25%. Isn't that incredible? Isn't that insane to think about? Is it the maps? Is it the quality of Age of Empires 4? It's hard to say. But you know what I can guarantee you? The next 2 series are going to blow your minds. We've seen it out of Anatan at a point where he could easily make top 4. Vortex starting to resurge back into his former glory as he should up against Recon. B, Kiljadi. These all-out aggressive players that provide the bloodbaths you want to see on the most wild of maps. All that coming up after a short break. We're going to show you the highlights of what's been happening so far. Oh, wait, no, we're good. My boys are back. Screw that. Get them back on here. You thought I was going to give you another break. I think we're almost ready for series number 3. Boys. I hope you had a good stretch. I hope you, kissed your wives or your dogs or whatever your loved ones are. Farewell, because I think you're going to be locked in for a few more hours here. We've got some interesting games coming up. I don't know if you guys heard me tooting the stats. B versus Kiljadi, Vortex versus Anatan. This tournament, the only time in history that Kiljadi and Anatan were able to get wins over those respective players.
Yeah, you're once again stealing my stat lines over here. In fact, Lucifron versus Baltoon was the only series where, the underdog, so to say, has managed to get their first ever win against their respective opponents in this event. But this is also a rematch of a previous series, and this one was one of the tightest matches of the earlier rounds. B, I think it was B, right, who prevailed. Let me just double check.
No, it was Kiljadi, 3-2.
Oh, Kiljadi, yes. Yeah. Kiljadi 3-2. Very, very tight series, but this is going to be a fundamentally different one to take a look at. Some maps will be shared, however, because we had Archipelago and Kawasan being played in that first set as well as Dry Arabia. But Widwall and Socotra will be maps that we have not seen in that series.
Now, that's interesting, because one of the ones I was looking at is Woodwall hasn't had much presentation here so far, Winston. I think it's only been played twice in the entire tournament. Why are we seeing so much Hillendale instead? Because I feel like that seems to be the number one go-to for the closed category.
I'm not quite sure. I think historically Woodwall was played by some of the civs that were best played slower. Like, I think China like has always been really dominant, and by extension Jushi, and I think English as well. And here we see China and Jushi both banned out on Woodwall, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's a big deal. I think we've seen Malians as well on Woodwall. I forget all the
We've seen
best Sims. It's been a
Malians,
while since.
Abbasids, Ottomans comes out.
Oh,
We had that
Ottomans, yeah.
incredible Baltoon game against WAM, I believe it was. It was Abbasids versus Ottomans. I think we've had a good diversity there. Mongols isn't coming out as much there anymore.
No.
But I think that's an interesting one to me, Lido. Is like Mongols, a Civ before this tournament, we mentioned Juji. Mongols another one. They're not performing to Juji's level, but people just assume they're being dead, man. All of a sudden, with this type of map pool, Mongols has time and time again been seen in these drafts.
Yeah, and B has Mongols and Malians. So I'm actually a little curious as to where he's going to play both of those, right?
Yeah.
Because neither of those are particularly good on Archipelago. We do see Mongols on Kawasan,
Okay.
which I guess leaves Malians for Socotra, and maybe Ottomans for Woodwall here.
Ooh.
But that leaves, well, he has Japan too for Kawasan. So
Yeah, he
I
has.
don't know,
some
maybe
flex
just
there.
some extra flexibility here. Yeah, flexi, exactly.
By the way, apparently we have the updated brackets to look at, so we can see how the results are going for
Ooh.
people just tuning in. Because I know we're getting deeper into the day. I don't know if people like me and they like to switch between a bunch of different esports scenes, but let's check in on it. Look at that. So we've started to lock in a few people here. You are going to get to see Beastie Dumu. We've got Puppy Paw Lucifron as well. Yeah, I'm thinking that first one though, Lytical. Beastie Dumu. I don't know. Is it me or is this a matchup we don't get to see as much these days?
Yeah, I mean, it's been one of the less spoken about matchups for quite some time. Partly because Dimu, in many cases, isn't able to make it to the very end, and I think I'm just going to check on the stats between these two. Yeah, they actually haven't played an S tier event this year. Last time they've met was the group stage of Elite Classic. So I think this is one of those setups where if Beastie goes deep, Dimu is either on the other side of the bracket and just doesn't go into the finals or so, or the semifinals, or they are in separate groups. It's actually interesting, but I don't think it is really indicative of anything other than just random luck when it comes to drawing the groups. But yeah, this is definitely not a matchup that we very commonly see.
And you know, a thing to think about there when we glance at that, Winston, I think for a lot of people, if they had to choose two right now, Marine Lord, Puppy Paw kind of seem like the front runners. Is there anyone that's kind of surprising? I think Beastie's the obvious one to be in there, but is there a particular player that you're seeing lock in here or expecting to lock in that no one would have had on their bingo cards for making top four?
Uh, a player that I don't think is. I think you listed them, right? I think.
Yeah.
I can't think. I mean, so the winner of this plays against Wham.
I believe
Right?
so. And then the winner.
That's an interesting
Ooh,
matchup.
That's
And
interesting.
that's a route to the semis, right? Against the winner of
no.
Marine Lord.
No,
Fox.
it's the other side, isn't it?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
winner
Oh,
of
my
this
bad.
series
I'm
is going
sorry.
to play against Marine Lord.
Yeah.
Oh,
now,
okay.
That makes
Ooh.
more sense because Marine Lord has been scrimming a lot with Anatan because they won't match up until deeper.
Right.
in
Okay,
the
sorry. I got it
runnings,
mixed
yeah.
up on that side. Yeah, no, this is. Yeah, that's tough then. So the next matchup, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Anatant, honestly. Then. I feel like he has a route now. He has a path forward, but it's a hard one.
I think the interesting one is, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly, in the I'm trying to remember which tournament it was. There was a tournament recently where I think Anatan he either beat Wham or he almost took him down. It wasn't one of the S tier tournaments, but you know this
Mhm.
boy has been improving deeply. But obviously that we're going to save that for a little bit later because people are curious to see if the Vortex revenge arc is going to occur here. We've got a
Yeah.
potential revenge arc here, right? We've got to
Vortex.
start hunkering in because we've already seen some HRE biz today. Do we feel it's going to go the same way as that opening game between Louis and Dumu?
Ironically, I would say no, because oftentimes the place where players are chilling out at before their own respective sets is the EGC TV stream. So, funnily enough, I think both of these players may have actually seen that game and either took some inspiration from it or learned from it in a way that they've changed up their game plan. Of course, it's never a given, but I feel like when you have these exact same civilization matchups on exact same maps within the same day, oftentimes you see a deviation in the strategies from players simply because they have seen the downfall of a given strategy, and they're just going to say, yeah, I don't want to be that guy who loses this game with the same strategy.
Now, what's interesting to me is, I'm wondering if Killjardy goes further than what Dimu did in the opening phase of that first game. Because the thing you may notice about Killjardy, you've watched him a bit as well, Winston. We've all watched him a bit now. This guy goes fast, right? Like, there's kill on the name, it's kill in the game. Do we even see Castle Age out of the HRE this one?
It kind of reminds me of B's like old style. Like this is what B used to be known for. And I think he still kind of is. He still has that legacy and prowess, of course. But I think as B has developed as a player, he's become a lot more well-rounded. And I feel like Killjardy's kind of in that position that B was a couple of years ago. And I wonder if, we'll see these styles come to a head here and we see a very different style. I don't know though. This kind of tends to be a macro matchup, so Civ matchup, right? So we'll see how that goes. It's kind of an interesting flip of the players versus civs.
I think it's gonna be macro all into a bloodbath here. We're about ready.
Exactly.
Killjardy versus B. Elimination series to see who is gonna get a day up against Marine Lord in those playoffs. We kick off on Dry Arabia.
Let's go.
Spawning in the northern side of the map is going to be B playing as the Byzantines in green, and down south it's Killjardy with the orange HRE. And once again, this is a rematch of an earlier round here in the group stage. An absolutely spectacular round where Killjardy was able to win 3-2. We could easily be in for a 5-game series here again, Winston.
Yeah, and I want to say I think Killjardy can do it. I think he could take B to the end, but part of me still just has a huge amount of respect for how B plays and how he's developed as a player. And he's been so solid for so long. Like I feel scared for Killjardy because of I talked about it a bit, but like because it is a similar style. Like I feel like of all the players, is B really one that you're gonna win against? Is B really someone you're going to beat with all out aggression, right? Or isn't that really just what he's going to be doing? And it might just be fireworks all around, which is super exciting. And once again, we see Byzantines with the second scout in the opening, which is really good against HRE here, right? You get the extra scouts. You can deny the Aachen food for longer.
Exactly. It allows you to take away the sheep that the HRE benefit from a lot. So this is going to be some extra commitment here from B. Killjardy is able to secure a decent amount of sheep, though, but that is by scouting the entire left side of the map. And I think the right side has pretty much been taken by B, so yeah, I think the start is great here for B. He's able to take the majority of the sheep for himself. He's yet to drop them off back at home. But yeah, you can actually see the little green dots scanning across the right side. By the time Killjardy arrives, B is going to have most of the sheep under his command.
Yeah, and even getting a decent age up behind this. Quite a clean build. Obviously, this has been one that players have been doing for a while, so it's not a huge surprise. But yeah, this is nice. I think B is going to be really happy with the sheep distribution. Oftentimes, it can be a risk if your opponent just gets a bit lucky. They can just get enough sheep, and then your second scout doesn't really pay off. Something that the second scout can do later, right, Lidicor, is just spot if there is a TC play from Killjardy.
Yep. In general, information is a valuable resource in these games. So having that extra scout that you can potentially collect information with, it could be very, very handy. I'm actually curious if this is a crazy idea, but maybe B is going to consider playing Kashyyyk. We've actually seen that in one of the previous sets. And in that case, having an extra scout to acquire targets for those would also be very welcome.
Yeah, we'll see. Similar age up, similar build. Nothing too surprising here, right? All very straightforward. You can see the damage that scout does, though, to the vill count, too.
Yep.
Pretty crazy.
Obviously, you also have the HRE here with the extra boost to the villager gather rates, so comparing villager count side by side is not necessarily indicative of things here, but we're just going to have to see how the eco unfolds going into Feudal Age here. But Aachen Chapel is complete. It's actually a very nice Aachen Chapel spot as well. It touches the gold, touches the wood. It might even be close enough to the berries to have an impact. On the other side, we have let's take a look at this Akim for a second.
Nice.
Yeah, very
The
nice
range.
Akim spot there for Killjardy.
Interesting. We saw Demu try this with Biz as well. With the HRE, he went Spear Archer, and the idea behind this generally, right, is to have map control, force some defensive units out from Biz, and then follow up to Castle Age pretty quickly, right, so you can grab the relics. We'll see if maybe Killjardy aims for some different strat here, right, Lidakor? Like, does he go a little more all-in than we saw with Demu?
Interesting question. But you do have the archers coming out here. I think one good target for him would be the gold mine of B. B's gold mine is very much to the front, and this is something that Killjardy is aware of. So hitting this gold mine could potentially disrupt the B's Castle Age build. And it's not like B's got very many good backup gold sources. His secondary gold is offset to the left, once again in a fairly exposed position. And the tertiary gold is all the way up north, once again wide open. So I feel like if Killjardy wants to accomplish anything with the aggression, it has to come through the denial of gold.
Yeah, but there's already an outpost up on that gold with arrow slits coming in. You see this a lot with Byzantines because of the stone float that you just get for existing. It just makes any outpost a lot more instantly viable. And you see the arrow slits there now. It's going to be hard. It is in the behind the vills, so there's potential to poke in and deal a little damage before the garrison comes out, but B's a very fast player, very quick with the reaction, so it's going to be hard, I think, for Killjardy just to get like a cheeky kill here and there. We'll see. He's moving around to the back where there is no outpost. Good scouting intel from Killjardy. And he's going to reveal this one archer, or is he going to wait? Is this Envision? Oh, wow. Cutting a little close there.
Yeah, Barrier Denial could also work very nicely for B, though he does have a decent amount of backup food, thanks to the double scout commitment. Another reason why it was a good commitment from him is because this way, even by getting pushed off the berries, he's going to have a decent amount of food to work with. He's now basically force collecting all this gold here. He pulled like 10 villagers to do so with. You really feel like he's concerned about the safety of that gold mine, especially because the tower is to the back of the gold. So he's just trying to pick up as much gold as he can so that he does have the gold he needs for Castle Age.
Yeah, and this is definitely this FC style where you can get away with murder, basically. We do see javelins coming in from the berries, the olive oil from the berries, and Biville's still on gold, able to duck in case the archers shoot, but they will not be. And we're going to see a castle very shortly from B. And Killjardy, we have to kind of watch. He's adding in these man-at-arms, which is an adaptation which I find a bit risky. A man-at-arms costs 100 food, right? So you're really digging into your castle time. That seems a bit scary here. This is some all-in stuff here against Jav defense already out.
Yeah, I am not a big fan of the man-at-arms commitment. It's expensive and you still cannot really dive deep into the enemy base. But at the same time, it's slowing down your own Castle Age here as well. And so far, B is being repelling these attacks very well. He's got a couple of Javelin throwers out now, too. He's going to beat Killjardy to Castle Age by a massive margin, but Killjardy is relentless here. He's actually getting the ranged upgrade for his archers. So he definitely wants to commit to this. Maybe he's trying to time this such that he strikes when B reaches Castle Age. But if this push doesn't work out, his eco is going to be so feeble.
Yeah, I mean, there's not even a single olive grove on the field, and we do see the transition slowly coming in for Killjardy. So with another range going down Lidakor, it looks like he's going to be investing it heavily into this feudal age push. So he's going all out aggro here, and he's going to just hope that this works, that he can match the defenses of B and push him off some critical resources. Hope that the sheep run out and he's able to win with map control, but I don't know here. The timing just is not in his favor.
Yeah, this is looking very grim for Killjardy. He's actually getting siege engineering as well. Again, he's only facing 4 javelin throwers, and actually, these javelin throwers might be caught off guard here. Bit of a surprise here
this
for
is
B.
huge. If he kills these for effectively free, that's massive for this dive coming in, because Siege Engineers is almost done. He has enough wood for, what, like 2 rams basically right away. The Javs, though, are able to survive, and we're going to see their potency here. They're just going to poke him down, and push him away. We're gonna have to see the ram get built really far away if he is gonna build any rams.
Yeah, the benefit of having 2 scouts was that he was actually able to accompany these javelin throwers with the scout. So he actually spotted this flanking army just in time to flee, but things got a little dicey for him, and now he needs to brace for impact, as I do see a cataphract in the queue. This is definitely something that Killer Pigeon is thinking about right now, and I'm sure that once the time comes, this is one of the things that he will want to talk about.
Yeah, what a wild choice. Generally, you don't see players go for Cataphract in Castle Age. There's several reasons for this, right? The unit is extremely expensive. It's slower than a knight. It doesn't have the default charge of a knight, so it can't even get a big burst of damage down on the opponent. It has to use the trample ability to deal damage, and you know, in isolation, they're not this super unit that kills everything alone, right? You need quite a few of them to have a lot of value, but we'll see. I mean, maybe the Cataphract will be enough here. Already a very interesting matchup here. The Master of Realms.
Only 8 javelin throwers out there on the field. Giljardi has 4 spears, but I don't think all of them are in here, and the javelins are looking to snipe them out before the Cataphract arrives. Giljardi dives very deep. This is a massive dive with the archer flank on the north as well. Ram is taking out the stable, but maybe a little overzealous here from Giljardi. He's running into the arrow fire from the town center and the tower as well. And the javelins are still standing.
Yeah, but the stable goes down. We don't get that second Cataphract out. It just takes so long to train. And oh my gosh, that is tragic timing for him. Where is the first Cataphract? He's just chilling.
Yeah, I think he's being held back until everybody else has gotten rid of. Villagers are also being pursued on the left side. They fled to the south. B's got 20 idols. And right now, Giljardi is chasing them relentlessly. Have to make a gate here to flee, but villager count is just dropping too quickly here for B. He's lost 7 villagers in this. Finally, he's going to clean up the archers, but the eco damage has been done.
Yeah, I mean, Chavs and the Cataphract going to clean this pretty easily. 9 villas go down, and there's still damage being dealt on the front.
And no gold access for B right now. He's got 300 in the bank, but that's basically it. Has to pull villagers to repair this tower. He's actually going to barely keep that villager alive, but once again, the tower is on fire, and he's just casually bringing in the relic while all of this is happening.
Wild game so far. Giljardi really sending it full style. YOLO, we ball, and
it's too late though.
Outpost is down.
It's 28 villagers remaining here for B. Make it 27 with an additional couple getting killed. He does have 1 relic, sure enough, but he doesn't have access to gold, and his eco has been absolutely shattered here.
Giljardi has more military than B has eco.
That's very sad. It's very, very sad. And there's going to be a second wave to this by Giljardi. I'm actually wondering if he's going to try and make a switch into horsemen to try and deal with the javelins. But in general, javelins are slowly disappearing.
He's just diving the TC with the archers, just killing everything he sees.
He's
There's no eco. There's no income. There's nothing.
And a Cataphract is banged up as well. He tried to intercept reinforcements here, but he ran into a couple of spears. This Cataphract is pretty much dead. And now we are seeing camels being added by B. He can still afford some mercenaries, I guess, so he's thinking about camels. But things are still so sad for him.
Is this just the Golden Horn Tower producing what it wants? I think that might be the camels. Because the camels aren't very useful here against full infantry. I don't think that's what you would train if you could control it, but the monk just gets sniped. Oh, the brutality. We need an ambulance over here.
This is looking very, very grim at this point. And, you know, this could be a quick strike here from Giljardi. Just looking back into their series, B won Arabia when they played for the last time. But this time around, there is a big lead here for Giljardi, up by 16 eco.
Yeah, and can we take a look at his base? Does he just have a great farm transition behind this? Because if he does, this is super impressive. And that's a lot of rams, too.
Oh, look at that.
I mean, that's good. Look, this is working. This is going to be a killing blow. And even if it doesn't, Giljardi has a backup. Like, he will be able to castle eventually if he needs to behind all of this pressure. But In come the spearmen and the archers, the rams, not too far behind. Maybe the houses, maybe the cistern. What goes down first? It's free pickings. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet for these rams here. As the javelins get forced back, the villagers once again on the run. The archers chasing them down. And what does B have left?
Nothing. You have so many archers for Killjardy that he's willing to dive a hard counter unit, the javelin throwers in there. Camels pop out, villagers being pulled to take out the rams. He needs to try and hold this, but as you kind of highlighted, Killjardy has a second layer to this. This is not an all-in anymore from him. He can escalate this game further if he needs to. Bees has only 5 javelin throwers remaining, and once again, Rams start knocking on his walls.
Another cataphract is produced here, but I just don't know what it's gonna do.
Bottom left of your screen, villagers fighting off spearmen casually in a stealth forest.
We'll never know if we don't leave any evidence. No survivors. This guy's just like, you'll never believe what I saw, man. These vills, they just pulled out their knives, so they just came for us. Oh man, this game. How does Killjardy is keeping up the pressure on this and not angling for the Castle Age, which we predicted might be an option, but he's more than double the population. He's 40 military to 8.
He's housed at 40.
My gosh. Every Vill, you just see Vills running in every direction because nowhere is safe. The Cataphract getting run down by archers. The trample just completely whiffs. You have to ground target that on top of the units. But Killjardy just sidestepped B's attack there. The Vills once again on the run. Oh my gosh.
B had for a minute less than 100 resources per minute combined across all resources. And now he taps out. Killjardy, one of the most aggressive players in AoE 4, comes in with the aggression against B, and he's going to take game number 1.
Holy Liticor, we talked about fireworks for this matchup, and I may have underestimated just the show we were going to get. Just how awesome that was. That was cool.
To be fair, I wouldn't have been surprised to see fireworks, but these were tactical nukes by Killjardy. He just came in, and the Man-at-Arms switch was a little on the weirder side, but I think regardless of the composition he chose, he did a really good job harassing B from multiple directions. He hit the gold mine, but he also had a couple of archers pushing the berries as well. He was able to shut down B's eco so well.
Yeah, it really just shows what you can do against an FC. We questioned the Man-at-Arms, but they gave we were wrong, right? Like those Man-at-Arms gave him enough potency in the dive where he was able to just pressure. He ran to the berries on the left, which they were walled on the left side, but Killjardy didn't care. He just ran there. Oh man, this was a very impressive game. I really liked that.
Well, we just have 2.5 minutes left to go until game number 2 here, and game number 2 will take us to a map that they have played in the previous series that in which they faced off against each other. It's going to be Kawasan here, just quickly bringing up the records. That was a game that Killjardy was able to take away from B. It was an English versus Japanese matchup. This time around, it's going to be the Mongols versus the Abbasids.
Yeah, and for B, this kind of locks in the rest of his draft, right? If he's picking Mongols here, that means Socotra, Malians, Ottomans on Woodwall, probably. And then the Order of the Dragon on Archipelago, or maybe can Japan play Socotra? Really, no. That doesn't feel as good as Malians, right?
I feel like it's about a waste of a Castle Age potential for Japanese.
Yeah. You also don't get the benefit of the fishing boats there, right? So it's yeah.
Yep.
I guess we might not see Japan unless he picks Japan on Archipelago.
That would
but
be
we'll
fun,
see if
though.
he gets there. We'll see if he gets there because this is scary, right, Liticor?
It is. Killjardy was very convincing in this game, and Socotra is a map that could easily play into his strengths. That's our chaos map for this series. And we've seen how aggressive Killjardy can be. He also has English available. Just a side note, he played English the last time they faced off against each other on Kawasan. He's saving it for, I guess, Socotra, maybe Woodwall. Remains to be seen. But so far, very quick start here for Killjardy, and B, he's fighting for his tournament life, and game number 1 was much, much better for Killjardy.
Yeah, that was a really dominant show. Although I think what happened there was Killjardy did something unexpected, and we've talked about this a bit today, right? Right. We just seeing players sometimes trying to bring something out that's a bit unexpected, mess with the timings, and then just do something very effective with that timing. And Killjardy was able to do it here. B clearly did not anticipate the speed at which that would come. He was not expecting the man-at-arms switch. When he scouted with his scout, there was immediate panic. He built a stable thinking maybe the knights would work, but the cataphracts just not able to quite cut it. Wasn't able to get enough of them out. And with 10 seconds to go until Kawasan, what is your prediction, Lidicor? Who's going to come out on top here?
I'm curious how Abbasids will play aggression. I think we will learn a lot about the potential outcome of this game once we get to like minute 7 or 8, because that's
Right.
usually the time where Killjardy comes online. And this, Winston, is a very unique spawn for Kawasan. The players are not close to that central area. They've actually spawned much
Oh,
closer to a single shared
whoa.
pond on the right side, and indeed, both the players will start docking that one pond.
This is a crazy map. There's even still an 8K there. Like, B is playing with like a personal 8K on his corner of the map. Now, a lot of the way that Mongols are going to play this, right, is probably interestingly going for the dock and then I guess follow up with the barracks, Uvu. We'll see. We'll see how he plays it. This is spicy.
Yeah, this is a very unique map spawn over here. It's not something that you commonly see, and this just completely reshapes the way that this game is played, because with this spawn, it's guaranteed that the players will be sharing ponds. There is not much of an alternative choice for a pond. And at the same time, there is a much more amplified significance to that corridor to the north.
Yeah, which, again, I love that AK, right? I know we both just mentioned it, but, like, that is, like, his second gold mine, right? Like, that is crazy positioning on this map. But yeah, we'll see. A lot of the times, the way that Mongols like to play on these maps is they kind of have a choice. Are they going to just age up, or do they make a couple spearmen first? And historically, they've always made spearmen, right? But I've been wondering if there's just more validity to just a standard age up here, and you just save your stone. Because he still hasn't built the Uvu, which you won't do for quite some time. And I just feel like the spearmen just slow you down. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's tough to say at this point right now. So, for now, it's a very, very peaceful Dark Age. Not something that you very commonly see from either of these two players, to be honest.
Well, there was a con shooting a Vil for a while, right? Maybe we all thought it was peaceful, but that villager got shot like 20 times. I'm not sure they would call it peaceful, eh? That's a really cozy spot as well for B with the gold right next to the wood. Like, that's a great TC spawn for B. We'll see. Probably military wing from Abbasids here, as is tradition at this stage of the Abbasid life cycle. We've just seen a lot of mill wing, and it's likely going to be that. It kind of counters out if B does go for any spears, which it doesn't look like he's going to be doing in Dark Age, as he still hasn't built a new boot. He's not chopping any wood as well, so sitting at 135 wood, interestingly. Maybe a bit
He's
of an
trying to rush
overdraft.
feudal.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. You see, he's just now clicking up. He's building the deer stones right now, and let's not forget, he's facing Abbasids. So this is a race to the feudal age, and I think the reason why he skipped the Ovu is simply because he wants to be in feudal as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Especially knowing that the pawns are shared, that actually could be the difference maker.
Yeah, especially because those spearmen are just going to get countered by the mill wing, right? So, makes a lot of sense here, what he's done, and I really like it. We'll see how this pans out, though, because if B never builds an Uvu, I feel like you're sacrificing a lot. So at some point, he needs to squeak it into the build order, and a lot of players tend to think that earlier is better, but for now, he's still not building it, and if he's going to be using his timing, it means his first wood shipment is going into... Oh,
I mean, maybe he's thinking that this game is going to be 10 minutes long tops, so he
Yeah,
doesn't really need that
seriously.
stone.
Yeah, that's a really good point. If you never make land units, Yeah, it does give up the chance for like cheaper, not cheaper, but arrow slits at all. Like you can't just mine stone quickly to get arrow slits on the dock. So he's gonna have to
Who
like
needs
play
arrow
without
slits,
it for
though?
now.
He's
Yeah, who
gonna be
needs arrow
quicker to
slits if
feel
you have
like,
units,
so he's gonna
right?
get the first galley out, and he's not even opening a junk. He's actually opening a war junk on this dock. I
crazy.
assume he's going to get a junk out to harass the fishing boats at least. Though you can garrison all of your ships here, so maybe he's just going to skip it altogether and just go full war junks.
Well, you on small ponds you have to get 2 airship, at least 1 airship, because you're camping the dock, so it's unlikely that 2 demos will spawn at the same time. In which case, 1 galley is fine, but or sorry, 1 junk. But you really need 2 junks to protect any war junks. Otherwise, you're just dead to demos. Which Kiljardi can afford 2 demos right off the bat here and just kill this, right? But maybe not before losing a fishing boat if he's not careful.
Yeah, he needs to open. He's actually opening demo and buglaw here. But
Yeah,
by the
that's
time
smart.
that demo arrives, there is going to be a Thou or a junk out here for B. And he's still without an Ovu, by the way. Looks like he's just all in the spawn at this
All in.
point, and he's already forcing some idle time on the
Demo.
enemy fleet. Demo coming in. Thou pushes it away though, and this is a full HP war junk, so it wouldn't get insta-killed by the demo anyways. And look at that micro from Kiljardi trying to just dodge and dive. But ultimately, that demo is going to go down. Bugla looking to snipe that Dow, but the Dow is going to pull back. There's a demo coming in now from
Oh my.
Kiljardi, or B, I should say. And that is a beautiful demo. Sinks the Bugla, sinks a fishing boat as well. This
Wow.
is looking like B domination in here.
Yeah, and we were talking about it. I was saying, like, if he trains 2 demos, it's good. But 1 and the Bogla, the timing doesn't quite work. The demo spawns and there's no bagel to defend you. It's like you're spreading the cream cheese on the countertop. The bagel isn't toasted yet, right? And the timing just didn't work there. But now,
beautiful
B not
demo,
paying
though.
attention. The repairs are in, though. He's able to keep it alive with the 3
coming
fishing
just
boats.
in time.
Oh, this is
B.
huge.
On the spot with the micro. On the spot with the micro here. That war chunk staying alive after a direct demo hit. This must be so demoralizing for Kiljardi here. And,
Yeah.
you know, both players are kind of running out of juice as we just see these units completely chilling. Actually, a battering ram is being made to try and take out the docks.
Yeah, we've seen this work a lot of times for Abbasids, and with absolutely no military on the field, maybe this works against B, but junk can just kind of defend, right? The light junk here from Mongols, like,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. The scout from Kiljardi has been torching one of those docks for quite some time, so one of the docks are damaged. We have 2 more Buglaws coming in here, but B already has a demo set up here.
this is
When
yeah,
those
the water's
Buglaws pop out, this is gonna be nasty.
Yeah, the timing has to come with the ram, but the demo is just waiting in the wings. Like, I don't know.
And Kiljardi canceled the Buglaws. He saw the demo and said, listen,
Yeah,
I know I
Pond
will
is
get
lost.
destroyed the moment I dive in. He's now looking to just destroy the docks. B is still without an Ovu, by the way.
Yeah, really interesting development, right? Like, Mongols not investing in any land whatsoever, and the stone accrues really slowly, so usually you expect it over time, but I guess just all ending the ponds here. It's a water game after all. This is what you have to play for.
Dock is on fire now for Kiljardi. His ram is still intact, though. He's actually queuing up a single Dow right now, looking to snipe that demo. That's kind of isolated. But look at the quick reaction from B. He sees the Dow, and he's going to try to jump it with the war chunks. Dow does not manage to snipe out the demo until this point. In the end, Dow gets traded to a demo. Who does that favor, Winston?
Well, I mean, B still just has full control of the pond, right? And there's really no chance for Kiljardi to take it back. I mean, being able to build that dock actually is kind of meaningful, but I don't know. Like, B hasn't been investing in more ships. He has enough to win. If any ship pops out from Kiljardi, he's fine, right? So he doesn't need to invest in more. He's now building some archers. Still no Uvu from B, so just YOLO style. I kind of like that. It's really an interesting choice. I mean, Uvu does cost 150 wood, so in the short term, it would just slow down your archer play. Although, with no dock, no fishing can drop off.
Yeah, this is going to be a status quo where neither of the players have a dock. But we do have new docks being built by Killjoy. He went on to the far pond, so far unscouted by B. B's Khan is actually harassing that wood line, so he's yet to scout this move. Killjoy could easily sneak in a couple of fishing boats here unnoticed.
Yeah, that would be huge for him. These rams really got decent value in the end, killing 2 docks, but I mean, it is 200. It's a lot of wood for a ram, right? It does deny
but
the
it's
food
also a lot of
income.
wood for docks, and if you take out all the docks, you also prevent your opponent from fishing no matter what. In the end, this ram should go down with at least 1 dock staying alive. He does have an equal lead of 4, and he does have a decent resource bank as well. He might actually go to Castle Age without an Ovu.
That's going to be the case, yeah. I mean, maybe just never build one, you know? It could happen. It'd be the first time I've ever seen that, I think. Mongols winning a game without ever building an Uvu. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I think I've seen losing a game without an Uvu, but not in a tournament.
Yeah. Lovely 2 villagers being left here for some shore fishing as well. Gives you a nice extra source of food. B is going for a fishing upgrade already. I think the key thing here, Winston, is that B is yet to scout this dock, but he's looking for it now. He sees that Killjoy essentially bailed on the right side pond, so he needs to be doing something else. Expect B to find these docks from Killjoy very soon.
Yeah, if he sees it, but he went there, but then he turned around. Is that a green scout? I can't quite tell. Looked like it. Yeah, that's orange, right? So still no info on these docks on the left for B, and that might end up costing him the game because he's thinking he's won the water.
Yeah, this is weird. It takes little effort to check the shoreline, and if he finds those, Killjoy is in a very, very tough spot. But with all the investment on land here, a lot of spears and archers for Killjoy to defend, and Killjoy is not falling behind in eco because he does have that fishing. And let's not forget, B is paying full price for these units because he doesn't have an Ovu. He is not double training these.
Yeah, and that's a big investment in feudal military from Killjoy as well, just to deal with the threat of these Keshiks. Really good response to have the 10 spearmen out, and now this feudal investment from B is a bit weird, right? Like, he's got this military, and he's not really going to be able to get anything done with it unless Killjoy really messes up, so boot camp also finishing. Oh my. Killjoy's army is just better right now, right?
And as long as his fishing eco is untouched on the left side, he's going to be happy playing this. He's actually rolling off the right side right now. Nice little touch for him. He's down by 6 eco, mostly because B took out the fishing boats on that initial pond. And now there is a Dao patrolling the shoreline as well. It's actually interesting mind games. That Dao could easily reveal that he's there. But he's doing this because I think he already assumes that B knows about this, and he's just looking to deny B's docks.
I mean, surely B should expect it at this point.
Yep,
but yeah, I'm not
100%.
sure. I mean, maybe the intuition just isn't kicking in here that it's an issue. But I don't know. I mean, at this point, what could he do about it? I mean, send the Keshiks maybe to burn the docks, right?
Yeah,
guess that's what you'd do.
Maybe try to dock the pond himself.
That works too. Maybe fight another pond war though. That would slow everything down. And interestingly, still no Uvu.
He's got a lot of food in the bank here. He is diving, and this is a dangerous spot for Killjoy. He was looking to age up, piling up all the resources, and he doesn't have his army back at home. Nice finds by B. He picks off 2 villagers, but now spearmen and archers come back. And Winston, it looks like B isn't able to crack this defense right now. He's trying to pick off the spearmen. Spearmen are chasing, but these guys are buffed up with the boot camp as well. Killjoy might be overextending here a little. I think he wants to go to Castle, but he might be afraid that he needs these berries. He's just trying to fight for it. I don't know if he should be fighting here, though, if he really wants to go to Castle.
I think he could win a fight if it broke out in the right manner, right? If he keeps trading archer to archer and keeps his spears alive, I feel like the fight almost... No, this isn't it, though. This isn't it. A lot more Keshiks come in.
Keshik's
Oh
dive in.
my.
All of the Keshik are pulled back without casualties. Spearman slowly being picked off of the back line. Keshik also getting that regen from the combat. A lot of the Keshiks are banked up though, and you still have a couple of spears here. I feel like Killjoy just wanted to tank the initial blow with the archers just to keep the Spearmen as healthy as possible and then jump the Keshik. I don't know if that worked well for him though. Because now, B is doubling down on this aggression in a very vulnerable moment for Killjoy. He's trying to get up to Castle Age. His left side is wide open. His north is wide open. And oh boy, that is the gold mine that he was using. This could be terrible.
Yeah, this could be fireworks in just a moment here. Kiljardy back against the wall. He can't let this position go down. If it does, it's the game. The villagers are exposed. He has to run.
Oh my lord, B is going to dive. Couple of villagers getting caught in the crossfire. Tower is not going up, and Killjoy is losing way too many workers here. Spearman gone. This gold mine is going to be denied. Now, Killjoy does have a decent gold bank, so he's not going to be completely out. But this is just looking so grim for him, and this is such a good move by B on a map like Kawasan. You have one primary gold, and your secondary gold, no matter what, is always going to be very far away.
Yeah, these forward buildings, a really interesting choice, taking this forward pressure. It's almost like he's wants to build an over there.
Yeah,
really
exactly. That's what I was thinking as well.
Time.
Like, it's one thing that this is a forward base, but he actually has an Ovu spot right there as well, but he just decided not to use it. Castle Age kicking in just 15 seconds for Killjoy though, but his army is not marvelous, and I feel like B is going to dive any moment now. Killjoy is already down by 9 eco, but the army count is the more worrisome for him. It's 61 to 18. Some of that, of course, is combat ships, but still, 20 Keshik, 26 archers versus only 12 archers on the other side. But Lancers are coming.
Yeah, the gold is going to get denied again. A couple more vills are going to go down, and the early Gulams and Knights aren't going to do very well here. This is a large group of Keshiks, and I feel like B is eyeing up a dive here. I think this is it.
He should. He's
He
looking
should.
for a
There's
dive
only
right
a couple
now
spearmen.
before
Only
any
4
Castle Age
spearmen.
units come in.
These 4 spearmen is nowhere near enough, and crossbows are going to be too slow to produce. And they're going to be produced in a bad spot, too. Here's the dive.
Oh my lord, Keshik just butchering all those troops. First Lancer pops out, but it's very little over here for Killjoy. He was pinned inside his base for quite some time. He doesn't have the Castle Age army to deal with this, and we should see an equalizer here very soon. Another sub-20 game here, potentially. B was very convincing, winning the battle on the water, and he's even pulling his Deer Stones to the front here to buff up his army. He wants to finish this game quickly, and I think he is about to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Killjoy, though, not resigning here. He thinks he still has it. He's hanging on to some form of hope. Not sure where that's coming from, but he's believing. And he's running, evacuating the villas to the north, but the Keshik hot on the heels. Even though the wolf, the puppy's getting in on the mix. Hey, you want to play a
built
game?
an Ovu, by the way.
Oh, he did?
Oh no,
Oh,
villagers are all
nice.
going down. I think Killjoy was hoping that the fishing will save him. But, I mean, that's just a distant dream at this point. He's got 8 army to work with. He's got 4 more Lancers in queue, but again, he's facing 24 Keshik. His eco has been shut down. Look at all this chaos. And B is about to get to Castle Age himself. And when he does, Killjoy stands no chance. I feel like this was an exceptional game from B right from the get-go. And gotta say, looking back, I love how he skipped the Ovu in Dark Age. Allowed him to get up to Feudal very fast. And, you know, the water micro from him was just spectacular. He totally annihilated the fleet of Killjoy on that bond.
Holy crap, these reinforcements, the Keshik numbers just double overnight, and they were just sitting there waiting. And here comes B once again, ready to repeat. He liked his odds last time, gonna do it again, not caring about the pond. In comes the dive, the Lancer's just not gonna be enough here.
Yeah,
The crossbow's
it's
also
very
gonna snipe.
little. And indeed, Killjoy does step out, and again, just going back to what you said at the beginning of the first game, fireworks. We're seeing fireworks on both sides. A quick strike from Killjoy, and then B makes it an even series after 2 games.
I wish B did not build the Uvu in the end, so that we could just say that he won without building an Uvu, right? Do you think we can say that and it still counts?
I mean, to be fair, he pretty much won this game well before the Ovu was built.
He probably didn't even spend any stone, right? So it's like he didn't benefit from the Uvu. It's just cool, you know? It's like imagine an English player winning without building a farm.
But yeah, this was
Rare.
this was a
It's
tough game
rare.
for Killjoy.
Oh man.
Well,
Yeah,
I imagine from the other side of things, for the YouTube side, that's annoying because now we don't get to have the no Uvu Mongol build clickbait title. But what a series this has turned up to be, boys. I mean, first thing I wrote down, first thing I thought right away is prediction for this series now, Winston. Whoever goes castle first, every game dies.
Yeah, that might be how this goes, huh?
The
Looking like
relentless
it.
aggression, right? Like this is kind of what we were talking about getting into this. I mean, Kiljardi, he's known for seeking blood. Like I've labeled this guy on the level of Vortex when it comes to aggression. B, you mentioned this whole idea of him getting back to that style, and do you think maybe that's been the problem here? Is that B is in recent tournaments been trying to adapt to a style that doesn't fit what we knew him for originally?
Was that me? Sorry, I was
Yeah, that
reading
was
something.
This is
Huh?
Litter, this
Long
is
day.
literally what. No. You're
Long
okay.
day.
Wait. Lyrical,
Huh?
this is what I have to do with every time. Cast of Fate.
Yeah, for a moment I was confused because, like, wait, is he talking to me? Am I supposed to answer? And then Winston was like, Okay, so it
Yeah,
wasn't
it's
me,
fine.
it's him.
I was
it was
reading
him.
Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw was typing in chat and I read it. Sorry.
You see what I mean? Is what NA fanboy just can't help himself. But no, I think that the kind of interesting thing here though is it seems to be that this series is going to be all out aggression,
Yes.
and whoever has that will take the edge. You know,
Mhm.
it's interesting though because one thing I noticed, I don't know if Killjadi was maybe feeling cocky or had the misread on the situation a little cool, but usually Ibasas on Kawasan, the opening play isn't to send more boats; it's to build that ram. I want to say like 2 minutes sooner than we saw in this game.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
Oh my
kidding.
god, dude! No, you've been around him too long. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not even necessarily the difference in the build orders, but the execution on the water. Like B was so dominant. Every single little micro battle that they fought, it went in B's favor. He was able to snipe out the enemy bug laws. He was able to keep his war junk alive. That crucial initial demo hit from Killjari completely negated by the fishing boat heal. Those kinds of things gave so much momentum for B on that pond. And sure enough, you do have your rams knocking down the docks, but when the opponent has 7 docks and a bunch of warships, eventually you start losing out on the rams. If anything, the surprising thing for me in the previous game was that Killjari was never scouted on the other pond. This game could have been a lot worse for him if B actually finds his fishing boats on the other pond.
Now, looking forward, we've got some interesting potential coming up. There's still a big question mark about B's draft for a lot of people, especially around Archipelago. But before you can get to that, we have another question mark coming in because B, we've got him on the Malians. Other side of Winston, looks like we're going towards this Ibe pick. We have been seeing a little bit of that on this map, but so far I feel like Malians, English, Mongols seem to be kings here.
Yeah, the Ayubas are going to be. Yeah, the Ayubas are going to be interesting. We'll see if that like pans out in this game. Malians have been playing really smart because it's just these tight bases give you easy access to pit mines. You're not afraid of like building a dock. There's a lot of like options for Malians here. I'm curious to see how Ayubas are going to play. I think you can still pretty easily get tier 1 golden age and get everything rolling. So we'll just have to see how it goes because we're diving in.
Indeed, into game number 3 we go. Killjari versus B here on Socotra. It's one apiece right now with Killjari in command of the Ayubids with the color orange, and on the other side, it's B with the Malians in green.
And let's see it. This map is always really interesting for Malians because they want to build their... They get really easy placement for the pit mines, but it's not always the best. Like here, I think it's going to be another case where you can't really fit another house around it, so you're not even getting optimal income. But I think the main deal, though, is that the second gold mine is always so safe. And the first gold mine always being guaranteed in the back, just like makes it feel really cozy. Against Beastie, we saw Kiljardy build the Saharan trade network here just to protect it from early aggression. I wonder if B's going to feel inspired by that. It didn't end up looking that strong.
My lord, look at all those sheep,
Yeah.
though. And B is clubbing. What happened to Kiljardy here? He actually sent in the scout the other way, so he lost to sheep, I guess.
Yeah, but it's still stolen sheep, right? And that might become annoying for Kiljardy if that space becomes relevant. If those tiles end up being blocked off by those sheep, that could become a problem later. And Malians have space issues on this map, we have seen.
Yeah, maybe that was the plan. Maybe he saw B clubbing the sheep and he said, okay, I'm going to make you club a sheep at a very uncomfortable spot for you. But
Yeah.
decent sheep haul here as well for B. Both of them just stealing each other's sheep. But Winston, I wanted to ask you before we go deeper into this game, what's the over and under on the length of this game here after we've seen 2 very quick games?
I will put $4 that this game is under 17 minutes.
$4 under 17 minutes. Okay, I can live with that.
So, okay. All right. So you think it'll be more than 17 minutes? Or are you agreeing with me? You can agree with me here.
I'm saying sub 20, but above 17, as we are aging up for both of these players.
Pricing right, Litikor.
Yep. The production quality, and I love how Vodka was flexing it. Like, Vodka is just pointing to that area as like, yeah, you see, this is not normally part of the UI, but we put it up there for you, so you know what the IO bids are actually doing.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And that's going to be the villagers, right? That's an interesting choice from AU bids. I guess they don't really need the speed here. Not feeling the need for the Desert Raiders, right? So yeah, this is spicy. It makes sense, just a simple macro play against the macro from Malians. I mean, who knows? Maybe we're here for a while. Maybe this is a long game.
I mean, it can't really be super long. At the end of the day, this is a kind of tiny map. Just for a second, we didn't really have time to discuss that between the games. This is a map for which Kiljardy had the English available, and I thought he was going to use that. But I guess in hindsight, especially seeing that he's facing off against the Malians, IO bids might work very well here. And at the same time, English probably would have had issues facing off against the Malians.
Yeah, maybe. It depends on how the game goes. But yeah, I feel like in this case, Kiljardy's game plan is just get a couple vills out from near landmark and then just play super standard and go aggressive in mid-feudal, right? Like, just go for a build-up and just fight Malians head-to-head. I think the fear has to be that Malians just macro better behind this, because, yes, AUBids are going to get these 3 free vills, and they're going to open stable here. Interesting choice from Kiljardy on a very closed map. But, like, basically, like, my question for Kiljardy essentially is, what's the follow-up? Like, what's the game plan? Like, I doubt it's an FC here, right? Into Camel
To be fair, based on what we've seen from Kiljardy, I'm not exactly sure if he actually has a follow-up or a game plan post 15 minutes. It's like aggression, and we either win or lose.
Yeah, but I guess the question is, what form is this aggression coming in? I guess just horseman play. Horseman archer is going to be it. No FC
That's going to be
here.
expensive.
Yeah. You do have the 3 extra vills, and you're not pressured on your berries. So I think he'll be able to afford it. It's just a matter of, like, aren't Malians just going to scale? Like, sure, you have a couple vills, but I feel like Malians are just outscaling pretty quickly here if you're not putting on pressure now.
Cattle. And this is one of those moments where the tight spaces available on this map could be problematic when you want to go for multiple cattle ranches.
Yeah, we talked about this at the start, right? Even those two sheep dead to the right of the TC might end up blocking a ranch position. But we'll see if that becomes an issue. B just comfortable to macro up, and he's going to go double range defense. So maybe just all in archers here, or even some javelins to defend against the early archers. Javelins are also nice defending because they just deal a good chunk of damage against the horsemen. The boar has been aggroed, though.
Oh, nice little move by
Rampage.
B. And it does a lot of damage to these archers, but the scout is also very low. Horseman chasing it away. Scout might get picked off. So B pays a huge price for pulling that boar. And I feel like, Winston, the primary direction from which the aggression should come for Killjoy is this side. This is all the wood that B has access to.
Triple range. Just javelins, though. So that's kind of making sense now, right? You go triple range, you spend a lot of wood, sure, but you're now only spending gold and food, which you have essentially infinite amount of in this area. If this is going to be a 17-minute game, that is.
Yeah, but at the same time, Killjoy is looking to age up here.
That was an interesting fake out, right? Just two horsemen.
Yeah. And honestly, I love
one
this.
horseman.
If you think about it, so many players associate Killjoy with this absolute madness, full aggression gameplay. And when you see so much aggression in your face early on, you think, oh yeah, he's gonna do this again. But guess what? Now he's changing things up, and this might catch B off guard.
Yeah, Camel Lancers are going to be the choice here. So we're about to see the advancement wing. So he's going to be aging up really cheap. And I think Camel Lancers from the stable make a lot of sense against the Javelins.
Yeah, it's a great unit. It's tanky. It has decent base output, base damage output. I'm not the biggest fan of it on a map like Socotra. I think there is more value in large open maps where you don't have any other units in the game that can match the mobility, the combat potential of the unit, and it's also a counter to it. Camel Lancers will just counter every cavalry that you can chase them down with. So on a somewhat tighter map like this, I'm not the biggest fan of it. But then again, if you dive in with 2 or 3 of those, pick off a couple of villagers, that might already be enough for Killjoy.
Yeah, and usually when you defend with Amalians, you're expecting a lot of aggression. You want to go Danso Jav, but B was thinking that this map is so tight and compact that he can get away with skipping on the Danso. And that might come to hurt him soon, because in just a minute, by 9 minutes and 30 seconds, there will be a Camel Lancer knocking on the door, essentially, right? And you need a spearman or two. The javelins just aren't going to cut it if there's 2 or 3 of these things. Oh boy.
You know what else? Manganiques. Or in general, Siege. That's something that the Irobids will be more than happy to play around with. And B's army is very much one-dimensional. A single Manganique could cause so much headache for him.
Purple stable. Was that a 3rd stable in the north there? I think that was. Or maybe a blacksmith. I'm not sure. Either way, Camel Lancer's on the way. Vet Archer. Oh boy. Oh boy, Liticor. This is about to get super spicy.
Yeah, it's triple ranges, and you have 16 javelin throwers. But I love how Killjoy banked up a lot of resources going into Castle Age. It's not like he reaches Castle and he can barely afford the Camel Lancers. He's got 3 in queue, and he's got food for a lot more. Now, he needs to be cautious because B is looking to punish this. He's got decent blacksmith upgrades as well. Killjoy is actually grabbing the Archer upgrade as well, though, so this is not exclusively Camel Lancers.
Yeah, he's just shadowing these units, so it's unlikely that these Javs are going to get too much damage, but he is working his way around the north side of this base where there are some vills on the berries still. No, they've all just been migrated. There's nothing to be done here except die to the Camel Lancers whenever Killjoy is ready, and that is a terrifying thought because here comes Okay, no, false alarm. We're backing up.
Yeah, he's waiting for it. He's getting range defense just now. 3 more Camel Lancers will pop out, and to be fair, at some point, Killjoy might just say, okay, if you're not attacking me, I'm just going to jump your base. Here come the Camel Lancers. Nice little jump. A single sofa moves in here from B. The Camel Lancers are doing a quick work with all these javelin throwers. Sofa doing a decent job shielding them, but look at all the armor that these Camel Lancers have. Javelin thrower is really struggling to penetrate that armor.
Now one does go down, but so did the sofa, and now the javelins basically on the run. The scout baiting some damage in, and this is good micro from B. He still has 15 jabs alive, and it looks like he might just be able to chunk through. He aggroes the boar really smartly.
I feel like
that's really
Killjoy should have waited a little more. He dove in with 3 or so camels. I was thinking that he can go with 6 or so. And indeed, now he's going to lose this Camel Lancer as well. So his momentum stalled out a little. Range defense, tier 2 just now coming in for him, but now B knows what's up. And I think he slowed this game down enough for him to be able to get to Castle Age.
Yeah, and that's going to make B feel a lot more comfortable, because if that fight had gone a lot worse, this game would just be over, and looks like that's not going to be the case. Killjardy not able to do it right away, and now we see the transition to some Spearmen, and Muso Fadi, not even Donster, Muso Fadi for the damage against the heavy units, maybe going to be able to get some surprise attacks. Maybe we see some flanks and raids. Is that an exposed berry patch? Only a couple
that's
bills.
nasty. Berry Patch totally undefended. Javelins are moving in. Killjardy doesn't see this because he doesn't have a scout nearby. Stealth Forest even conceals those troops. Killjardy is going to have to bail out. But at the same time, he started sending units towards the enemy base. Decides to come away. He could have went for the lumberjacks or any villagers really of bees. Decides to pull back for defense. Oh my lord, the dervish pops out and gets picked off instantly. He wanted to go for the relics, gets punished for it.
But now the army from B is out of position. Will he be able to hold this? Some
6 Lancers. I think Killjardy can now jump this, especially with 2 more Lancers in queue. And there is no front line to this. In the previous engagement, there was a single Sofa tanking the damage, and you can actually see B sacrificing the scout to save the javelins. He's sacrificing the Sofa as well, but this time around, this retreat is much slower, and these Lancers will just pursue. B is still in Feudal Age, continues to add javelin throwers here as well as Musafadi warriors, but the Camel Lancer count is increasing now.
The Musafadi are hiding. Where are they? They're not showing in the fight. Okay, now they're coming forward, looks like. Gonna get some surprise damage in. Now you have a front line for these javelins to deal their damage with the archers in the back, looking for the snipes, the camel lancers diving under the town center. B idled up everywhere, but does he have enough to hold?
I don't like this fight for Killjardy, but he's getting a couple of villager picks here and there. He's cleaning up a lot of these javelin throwers, but fighting under this TC into the Musafadi warriors might not be the best of all ideas. He's got some Camel Lancer reinforcements coming in, though, and so many villagers are caught in the crossfire. B is losing way too many vills. He's got 22 idols right now. Javelin throwers are still alive, but his eco is just a train wreck right now. But he does buffer this up. He repels this first wave. New Camel Lancers are still diving in, though. And I think many of those javelin throwers are very heavily banked up as well.
Yeah, they're hurt, and the Camel Lancers do trade their lives, but I think the economic damage here was insane. Finally, Killjardy gets some villager picks and a ton of idle time on the side of B. Behind this, though, relics coming in, so you have some dervishes on the fields, even for some healing on some of these banged up Camel Lancers, and even though some vills went down on the berries, Killjardy comes out with a significant eco lead in terms of villagers. Now, of course, there's the pit mines to consider and the cows, but it's not like B has invested super heavily into these things.
Yeah, I was about to say that. On a normal Dry Arabia game, you could say, oh yeah, 2 pit mines, a bunch of cattle, easily compensates for the eco deficit. Look at that. Killjardy is actually taking out the boar because it was so annoying. B always aggroed it. But yeah, you look at this map, there's a single pit mine for B, and then he's got maybe 1 or 2 cattle ranches at maximum. So those villager casualties do sting. Yes, single cattle ranch only for him.
Yeah, he's using his gold on cattle to eat for food, which is why he's going for this Musafadi. He just doesn't trust being on the wood line, which Killjardy would be diving anyways. The villagers are once again idled on the run down to the south. There is a gate there, I believe. Oh, there's no gate. No way out. And GG.
Indeed, no way out. I think we need to look at the length of this game for our bet, though, Winston, because I think we're very, very close. But Camel Lancers, the switch up from the aggression into the fast castle yields a sub-17-minute game. So there is your $4 wager win. Really, I love to see how Killjardy played this in a sense that he decided to play aggressive, and B, took the bait. He went triple ranges, only to see Killjoy getting up to Castle Age. And even after that disastrous initial battle for Killjoy, the Camel Lancers won him the game.
Yeah, that was an incredible opening from Killjardy. I really, really liked how he played that. I think that was super smart, super calculated, very clearly intended to throw off B, and it worked marvelously, right? He built the stable and the range. He built one horseman, 6 archers, and then went FC behind it. And he did that with the villagers instead of with the military units. So, like, maybe that lulled B into, oh, this is a macro game. And then it wasn't a macro game because there were suddenly units out. And then, oh, I'm going to build 3 ranges, which was, I think, a bit of an odd choice. I think maybe 2 ranges would have been enough potentially. And then maybe you need a barracks with it or a stable earlier. But, you know, that's really nitpicky. I think what B did was his best at dealing with it without having any opportunity to macro to an extra pit mine or more cows.
Well, we have 2.5 minutes left to go, and Killjardy is at a match point as we will be heading into Archipelago, another map that these two have played against each other in the previous matchup. And yeah, just looking at the score line there real quick,
What?
Archipelago was a B win back then, Chinese versus the Order of the Dragon. This time around, OOTD belongs to B, and Killjardy, he's actually taking Jeanne d'Arc over here, so maybe taking a page out of the Canadians' book with the French, or more precisely, its variant.
What do you do with Jeanne d'Arc here? Do you just leave her as a vill? Do you transport her over and be annoying? Dark Age? It's a 200 HP vill that can become an archer, right?
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Imagine transporting an archer Jeanne. That is sick. In itself, the reaction that you force out of your opponent with that is an absolute pain.
Yeah. The reason why people tend not to pick Jeanne d'Arc on pure water maps is because it's very hard to get Jeanne near to boats when they die. So if there's no land combat, her XP is based on the baseline. So you just have to get her to tier 2, and then I guess you have Consecrate, which you can cast globally on your docks. So you could transport Jeanne and then globally cast Consecrate on your docks, which helps with the food cost until you get to Castle Age. There are ways to leverage advantages, but Jeanne is not well known for being a dominant water civ.
Yeah.
But who knows? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for judgment here. Maybe Killjardy's been cooking. Maybe he's got something stewing up. He's got to add the salt and the pepper. Maybe there's some exotic spices in here which we've never even heard of, and which will delight us in just a moment in this game. Liticor, what are your thoughts?
I don't know what to expect, honestly. Just looking at the remaining civilizations, by the way, Ottomans and Japanese remaining for Woodwall if we get there, versus English and Delhi available. I guess Killjardy's only alternative for Archipelago would have been the English. Maybe it could be that he's cooking something with Jeanne, or it could also be one of those things where he just didn't have anything reasonable left. Maybe he's saving English for game number 5 if he needs it.
Yeah, I guess English against Ottomans is that would be a fine choice, right? For Woodwall, if that's what you're predicting. And Jeanne d'Arc with the instant dock.
We go, indeed. Jeanne d'Arc on a water map. Now, that's not something that you see very, very commonly, and she's put to good use already, collecting some extra XP with the dog being built. And Winston, I think everybody's question right now is what is Jeanne going to do in Feudal Age? And everybody's second favorite question probably is going to be whether you can actually traverse between the 2 central islands.
So is this a fishing boat? It's got to be a fishing boat from Jeanne, right? There's no way you just YOLO her over, right?
Could you perhaps Tower Rush with a transport? Okay, it's a fishing. Okay, it's a fishing.
It's a fishing boat. Yeah, that's what we had to predict. But you can never count out cool players making cool plays, right? They could have. He had a chance to be cool. Killjardy picked fishing boats. Fine.
Yeah. Just a side note here, you do have that extra worker basically thanks to Jeanne here. So if nothing else, you already have a little Dark Age boost here that you can use to leverage the shorefish, for instance.
Yeah, this is gonna get spicy. I'm actually really curious to see how this goes. Oh man, I struggled. I played a lot of water games with Jean, just trying to see how far the Civ could go, and I really struggled making anything work, especially against like good water civs. Like against a mid-tier water civ, it's okay, but when you're playing against good, and Order of the Dragon is certainly good, right? I feel like it's just hard, right? When you upgrade Jean, you're losing a Vil, and if she dies over there, like, if your opponent predicts what you're going to do with the transport, she doesn't do much. You can sometimes just leave her in Vil form and just have her gather res, but then she stops gaining XP. It's just awkward. It's just so awkward.
Yeah, one thing I want to check though is how the central part of the map looks like. We have a major central island and a tiny one, and I'm honestly unsure if there is a connection between them. Yeah, just to the north of this area, because it's a little weird on how, or when you look at the minimap, I think this might be walkable.
That's certainly a sandbar that you can walk. It depends on the tidal patterns. You know, if it's low tide, probably. If it's high tide, it might be a bit of a risky thing to traverse. Could you imagine if there were tides? Never mind. Moving on. Yeah, that's definitely both walkable.
If there was a tide,
ownable.
Killjari's TC would be flooded.
True, exactly. A high tide and it just comes crashing up on the waves. Oh no. John to gold. I just want to see a transport, you know? I want to believe. I want to feel young again. And that's what that would do for me.
I would love to see a transport too. I feel like, if nothing else, the harassment potential allows you to make this game very chaotic. And we're talking about Killjari once again. This guy loves his aggressive and chaotic games. He doesn't want to play a 40-minute long water micro game. And let's not forget, he's up 2-1. So there's also the chance for him that he's just going to roll the dice and gamble on that, because if it works out, he wins the set and he's in the quarterfinals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be a crazy way to advance. This was some crazy Jean strat no one's seen. Because it kind of is just budget French if you're just playing for the naval bonuses, right? Like, you're just missing a couple things, right? So how do you make it work? As we watch the villagers drop off their wood. Jean's on the move. She's on the move.
Yep.
Alert, alert.
It's a second dock only. Chill, Winston, chill.
You
No
never know.
transports
You
just
never
yet.
know. You never know. Jewel of Cav. Interesting timing. Do you transport her over with a couple knights? I mean, I'm
Or
just asking.
you just
I'm
keep
just
building
asking.
buildings with the villager Jean until she gets to tier 4, and then you start spawning bombards.
I don't think she gains XP once you have enough, right? Or did
I
we, or is that
know,
different?
I'm just
I
trying to
forget.
mock you.
Oh. But I think you send her over with a couple of knights and you go super aggro. You build like a tower, then you change her into an archer or something, so she has a home.
It could work.
Maybe you
but
build a
it's-
house too, just to really.
Oh yeah, that's
supplant
true.
that you're
You
moving
could
in.
maybe consecrate the School of Cavalry, and that gives you a reasonable discount. The big issue with the Knights transport play is that it's awfully expensive. But maybe when you consecrate the landmark, it's a little bit easier to justify.
Yeah, and generally you don't. The dock consecration, it's also only food, right? Early on until you get the tech, so it's like. Yeah, you won't even get that much benefit on the Warcock. I guess you still get the galley discount, but you know it's not the biggest deal. And we have Order of the Dragon. We haven't even really talked about B, who's just playing completely standard here. Like we've seen this like 10 times already. The transport, it's here, it's here. Everybody freak out.
Let's go, and there's the Archer Jean. So
Everybody panic.
after all, our predictions do work out. Now, the tricky thing is that he doesn't know.
No knight.
Yeah, he doesn't know where the opponent's island is at, so he's kind of going in blind. And I think the little green. Oh no! Oh no!
We're about to have a tragedy at sea.
Oh
Oh
no!
my gosh, I can see the tabloids already. Jean tragically
I
drowns.
think B was preparing for the landing, because his scout is to the very south of his island.
But we'll see. Does
He was
navigate
waiting for
around this situation? The aeroship has so
He won't
much
find it.
vision. No.
He's missing out on it. No,
he skips
way!
by. All right, so we're on the move. We are. Jean is on the move. I repeat, Jean is on the move. Let's see how this goes. The airship already on here. No Hulk to defend, or Warcog, sorry, from Jean d'Arc. Oh, there it is. Actually, it does have the Warcog to defend. And Jean is just dropping off on the middle island. Wrong island. We're going to keep going. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Oh, he like popped off on that island. Was like, nope, wrong spot. He's going to land right on this wood line. Oh, this might be bad.
Oh, and B knew that this was coming his way. This is why he scouted with the scout to the south.
The Aachen isn't even near the TC. The whole wood line is going to get
My
idled.
lord!
Jean d'Arc with the landing. Oh my gosh, instant stable drop from B.
Oh, this in
Jean
itself
d'Arc
is
slowly
worth it.
plucking away. No knight though. Means that
And here's the
with
problem.
one knight, this is way better, right? But
Remember the puppy ball game, Winston? The one where simply having the School of Cavalry forces your opponent to invest into a production building and a gilded spearman. This is even better than that. B is making a gilded horseman on a water map. That is a massive investment.
yeah, but the Gilded Horseman is going to like kill Jean d'Arc range form in 2 shots. Like Jean is
So
going to
what?
get poked and then goodbye, Jean. Unless maybe Jean can retreat to the coast and you have ships there, but then you're inviting B to fight you. B though, like you said, he's kind of down
Yep.
at ships. Look at the number of
There
Warcogs.
we
Jean
go.
gets picked up. Evac, get her out of here, man.
This is so good. Even if you lose Jean, the economics help you a lot here. A single transport worth of investment compared to a stable, a gilded horseman. And B is struggling with ship production because he had to drop that stable. His first Hawk is out now, but Galley slowly chipping away at his fishing boats. His own galleys are also heavily damaged. No demos on either side though, as B now is kind of stuck with that one gilded horseman back at home.
Yeah, and that horseman is just going to be sitting on the coast, and now Jean, the number of Warcogs from Kiljardy is really, really insane. Night production as well. Looks like maybe that, can we check the landmark? Was it consecrated? I think he's going to be making some knights, and that will deal with this horseman quite nicely if he does land with it. But it doesn't really seem to matter as the water is just getting one, not consecrated. Interesting. Oh my gosh, what a game. Jean d'Arc pocket water strat. Kiljardy whipping it out in an attempt to take down B. Will he do it?
Oh, no galley to take
demo.
out this demo with.
Split.
Needs to
Kiljardy
split away. Decent demo hit, but Kiljardy slips away here, and he has to feel happy about that. That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, but that was still a lot of damage. 4 eco units have been killed by Kiljardy to open off this game. And against Order the Dragon 2... against Order
Nice
the
little
Dragon
snipe.
2. That is
Yep.
painful. We have knights potentially getting aboard a transport. We must invade England, said the French knights. They're going to go. This is the Norman invasion. Everybody get ready. The knight, he's ready soon, eventually. The problem is when you land Jean d'Arc, the horseman can kill Jean d'Arc way faster than the knight can kill the horseman. So you're going to need like all of your Warcogs there as well to deal a lot of damage. Oh man, this is a spicy
Multiple
game. 2
demos
knights.
coming in. Kiljardy does have 2 galleys to work with here.
No,
The
he's setting out
transport is-
Jean. Oh. Their transports are really tanky.
But does B see this? B
He
sees it.
does. He absolutely sees it. But the demos are coming in. The defensive Warcogs
It's-
moving forward, though.
It's tricky. If you commit the demos to the transport, you have nothing that protects your fleet. And Kiljardy is just going to push up with his whole fleet, escorting that one transport to the other side.
Oh, this is so cool. Another knight in queue, too. So Kiljardy is not afraid of this, even though it's been scouted. More horsemen in queue now for B. So he's prepping the
So
defense.
expensive for B. But let's not forget, these knights come with the consecrated production, whereas B is
Did he
paying an
consecrate?
insane price for every single horseman.
I think he consecrated. He didn't initially. He probably has now. The transport is sneaking. Actually, it's not consecrated. He consecrated the town center because it's going to be used more consistently, right? That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I don't know why we freaked out about the consecration there. It would just be on the TC. Yeah. Got a little carried away. Now, one thing about this
Demos
is
are
Jean just...
hiding. The demos are actually creeping up on the transport.
But this is okay.
He's trying to jump it.
You should tank it here. The demos won't kill the transport. It would be a bad use of the
Nice
demo.
snipe on the demos. Galleys take out the first demo, second demo looking to connect. It's a
Ooh.
little far away, but still connects to some of those warcogs. But the fleet for Killjoy is just so much bigger.
Yeah. Do you know, does Jean's AoE heal, does that work on boats? Like, if you brought all your boats to the coast, could you heal them all up? I have no idea.
I do not know.
It does, apparently. Interesting. That's spicy. That could
Oh,
work.
demo once again hiding here. This is a little stealth area here in the middle of the sea, and this is something that B's been using for his defense. His fleet isn't looking very, very healthy right now, although I don't think we've seen the entire fleet from B. At the same time, Killjoy might be looking to age up again. He's piling up resources, and he wasn't really able to get more landings done. He wasn't really able to get another fleet push going. So I'm actually wondering if he's going to age up here.
Yeah, and we're coming back more nights. We didn't quite make it there last time. They're like, we didn't get there, boys, but get on in. And now we do see that first Spearman out as well. So Archer Jean going to be essential to keep her alive to kill these Gilded Spearmen from Order of the Dragon.
Gilded Spearman, Gilded Horseman, such a big investment by B, but he needs it because if those knights ever land, it's straight up GG.
Oh, and we're going to have a bit of a ring around the rosy situation. Kiljardi going north, but B continuing with his aggression on the south. This could expose his fishing eco. Does B turn around? Oh,
Transport might slip through, though.
that's going
He
to
doesn't
make
have
it.
his fleet to stop the transport with.
But Kiljardi has to micro this.
Yeah,
B is here with...
falling back. Demos are hiding in between those hogs. The transport is going to make it to the opposing island, though. Another demo coming in for Beto. He's got 5 in total. This one does get sniped quickly. But the landing is complete. Let's see what Kiljardi can do with the micro, though. He's going to have to fight on the water and on the land at the same time.
But if he gets in on the... If he gets in onto the gold mine or onto the Aachen, that's a lot of those are going to die. Now, the threat is spotted. More Gilded Spearmen in queue. Kiljardi's Navy has been AFK for 20 seconds. They have no Admiral.
He's paying attention.
Okay, he's back. He's back. Admiral had to go take a break.
I honestly feel like the knights are the less significant thing. If he loses them, so be it, but he can't lose the fleet here. So it's more like the knights are being the diversion here rather than the actual fleet.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you don't trip yourself up, right? That's kind of the idea here. He's going in for the attack on the fleet. Whoa! B's not looking at his
Nice
navy.
little raid. And B is going to have to focus on the water micro here. Is he going to see the knights hitting him? Indeed, he is fleeing away from the knights. So much idle time forced on him. This is match point Killjoy. He just needs one more win to make it to the quarterfinals. But here come the demos from B. He's got 4 of them in total. First one does get sniped. Killjoy falls back as the villagers are fighting off the knights at the bottom left corner. Absolute carnage here, Winston.
I really don't think Kiljardi should be fighting with all the knights. I think he should retreat and just accept that this idle time is great for him. But I guess there's busier things happening on the field. Jeanne d'Arc raining down arrows while her fleet lives on in her memory. Oh my gosh. Jeanne d'Arc finally getting experience, by the way. Look at that XP bar. It's going up. The demos, though, going to trade.
And no more demos left here for B. Killjardi is thinking about diving here. He's got 2 more demos left to work with. Worker count is still pretty close, though. Killjardi lost a bunch of fishing boats. B lost a couple of dragon villagers, though.
And that's going to be a really expensive loss. But B, with the eco advantage, is going to be feeling quite cozy. But Kiljardi with 15 warcogs is going to be pushing in now. The demos are seeking their way up. The galleys taking their shots at them. Going to be an important
So many
shot.
ships going down here for B, though. He
Kiljardi's
is
just
losing
going.
most of his fleet.
Construction on the sea. Kiljardi owning the water here. The fishing boats being pulled for repairs, but that's just going to make them fresh meat, or I guess fresh wood for the fleet of Kiljardi to take out. And a counter transport from B with nothing on it just to tank some shots. Maybe he misclicked that.
Maybe he
What a
wanted to
crazy
land,
game.
but realizes that he needs something that absorbs the damage from his fleet. He's going to fall back, but the transport does fall. Oh my lord, what a chaotic game. And when the dust settles, the fleet size is dead even. But guess what? Kiljardi's thinking about another landing. He's making knights, and he's also banking up resources for Castle Age.
Yeah, he's going to have to wait for Jean to come back, though. She's dead for quite some time. Probably not worth buying her back given how the last attack didn't do all too much. If B hadn't seen the transport with the knights on it, I think we'd be looking at a very different game. But B was able to get that little glimpse, and that kind of gave away Killjardy's strat. So we'll have to see how this goes. More knights in queue though, so Killjardy's not giving up hope, like he said. And there's just a couple units already there for B to defend the land, so it's hard to see how Killjardy's landing is going to do too much damage. But we'll see. Nice.
Nice little
Good raid
snipes here by Killjardy. He slips through with a couple of galleys, and that's going to be at least one fishing boat going down, make it 2. And now he's going to disengage. Nice little raid there. But again, the main show is going to be on the island of Killjardy now. He is looking to age up, and it is going to be the guild hall. No surprise on that front. He's going to beat his opponent to cost age here, and Winston, I feel like Killjardy does have a fleet sizable enough to repel an aggression here from B. I'll be surprised if B was able to succeed with a deep dive here.
Yeah, and we'll see what Jeanne d'Arc's able to do here in Castle Age. Obviously, she can start grabbing sacred sites. You can start training Gallias. You can get access to some upgrades, but you need to make sure you don't lose. We see this a lot on these water maps. If you're first up, you have to be prepared to defend against an onslaught of enemy ships here. And looks like B looking for this angle. He's going to be rolling in there. 19 hulks. Get ready, everybody. Buckle up. It's going to be some demos.
Multiple demos are queued up here for Killjardy, and B is diving deep. He could be flanked by those newly spawned demos, and Killjardy also has a couple of demos himself to the north. Bit of a skirmish here. Springboard upgrade now coming in as well. Only 30 seconds that it takes for Killjardy to get those, and here comes the demo flanks. Beautiful hits there by Killjardy. And B is getting repelled here.
Oh, man.
Skirmish continues. Another transport
Jeanne gets spotted.
Demos
the demos go to trade blows.
Demos, though. Beautiful, beautiful hits by Killjardy. Fleet of B is now battered, and Springboard Cruise is finished now for Killjardy. I think he can clean this up. Nice flank by B, though. Gets a couple of good hits on the Hawks from the north.
A lot of ships going down here. Killjardy kind of getting the worst of this, but not all the ships from B are here in position. So the flank, the concave with the healing from the dock, going to be enough to defend this. Oh my gosh, Litikor, what a game. What a game.
The army count for B is massive, by the way. It's twice the size of his opponents, and he's got 14 Hawks against 9. No more galleys here for Killjardy to defend with, so the demos can reign supreme. Nice little charge coming in here with the demos. Sinks multiple Hawks, and B might just have come back to this game, because this game still feels like one that could fall into his hands. 88 army count versus 40. Killjardy is in Castle Age, but we might just be taken to game number 5 over here, unless the demo connects. A life-saving, potentially life-saving demo from Killjardy, but is it enough? I don't think it is.
Yeah, I mean, all of his fleet just got destroyed. He has not a single ship on the field. He has Jeanne d'Arc and 3 knights and a dream. He's got a Warcog in queue. A demo pops out, but for what?
It's madness. The chaos we witnessed in the last, 3 minutes or so is absolutely unreal, Winston.
That was a crazy game. I mean, I think it's kind of winding down here. It looks like B, after all of this, was able to come out ahead in the water micro. He was able to repel the attacks from Jeanne, no matter how expensive it was for him. Even getting to kill Jeanne the one time, and we have another landing from B this time with his initially defending units. And how many Vills died on this wood line? Why is it?
It must be a lot. 25
Maybe
worker
not.
kills includes the fishing boats as well. But this is a very, very underwhelming villager count for Killjardy. Oh my, this must be it. And Winston, it looks like we will be taken to game number 5 here again. Last time these two have met in the group stage, it was a 5-game series, and it looks like this one is also going to be decided in game number 5 on Woodwall.
Yeah, we'll see. Killjardy doesn't always resign right when the game is obviously over to us because he still has some hope. It's, a big tournament. Giving up this game would be huge. Maybe just trying to think, reconsider everything. Think, okay, what am I going to do next game? What's happening here? Can I just wait this out? Is there any way to come back, right? Like, you want to make sure you've lost before you resign. And Kiljardy, though, I mean, like, what do you do? This is an overwhelming lead from B at this stage.
Yeah, this is looking extremely grim now for Kiljardy. His most of the wood that he has access to is also on the shoreline, except for that one tree line to the north. But I mean, he has been landed. There are enemy troops on his island. He doesn't even have Jean working for him at this point. But it's not just the water that's the problem, as once again, he is going to be reset with his fleet in an instant. The enemy horsemen, they are just butchering the villagers left and right. This must be it for Kiljardy. No matter how high your hopes are, there is no way back into this game. We will have to decide this series in game number 5.
Yeah, more bills go down. What a game. Man, I had so much hope. It was maybe a bit of copium, but a lot of hopium.
I mean,
Sean
you gotta
trusted.
credit him for the idea and the build.
Yeah, there was a dream here. I mean, you have to also credit him for the draft. I think. Were there really no better water saves? I'd have to look at the draft again and say, like, are you sure? Like, did something must have gone wrong here? Oh boy, that's never fun.
It must have come down to some of those demo hits. It's tough to say, but it's one of those classic moments where you go up to Castle Age and your opponent just full commits to water. At this point, the town center is the best thing that Kiljardy has against the fleet of B. But it's 102 overall army count for B. That's triple than the entire population of Kiljardy, and it does step out. Just like the first series between these two players, the decider is also going to be 5 games.
Yeah, the 5th game between Kiljardy and B. Oh man, at the start of the series, we talked about fireworks, about the potential, about everything being exciting, and these players being aggressive, and how that matchup is going to be fun. It's delivered so far, and I am so pumped to see game number 5.
Yeah, it's going to be on Woodwall, and we talked about this in the pregame. You have Jean d'Arc being brought in for this map. Is it for the high upside crazy strategy, or is this simply a leftover civilization because he felt more comfortable just leaving English or Delhi for the final game? And indeed, he is going to have English here. So to a certain extent, maybe that Jean d'Arc was partially fueled by the fact that he wanted to keep English for Woodwall.
Yeah, that could certainly be it. And honestly, there were points in that game where it looked close. Like in the opening, Kiljardy had more ships, like as well as having Jean in a transport ship. Like, I think there's some serious potential there against at least Order the Dragon. That timing was disgusting, and I think with slightly different execution or maybe some very mild adaptations, I think that we could be really looking at a potential matchup for Jean d'Arc there, but it just didn't quite work out in some cases. But Ottomans versus English, this is a matchup we've seen a lot. On Woodwall, we used to see this matchup a bit when Woodwall was kind of newer to the tournament scene, like a year-ish ago. I want to say a year and a half, maybe now. It's been around for a while. Should be an exciting game. Usually this comes down to a pretty intensive push in the Castle Age, if I recall, right? Between these two civs? I think it is, right?
Yeah, it can be
think
played
so.
in a variety of ways, and when you look at Kiljardy, you never know what to expect from him. This could be a straight up like crazy aggressive longbow push. This could be a king harassment into 2TC fast castle style game. And I think one of the key things here from Kiljardy in the series is that he likes to change things up. We've seen some ultra aggressive games from him. We've seen some cheesy games from him. But we've also seen some fairly classic gameplay, which simply worked out, like the one at Socotra, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could get something spicy here. I mean, I hope Kiljardy is planning a cool build. Like you said, like we saw in Socotra. I think that was very clearly intentional. clearly practiced and well executed. I hope we see something here from English. English has a very defined meta right now. So do we just see the standard play here, which is Abby 2TC, maybe Abby FC, right? You kind of have both of those as options. We've really seen players favoring Abby 2TC. So I'm wondering if we just see that here. But I would love it if Killjardy's got something special, like Abby Horseman all in. Like just something crazy, right? That would be exactly what I want at this stage of the series and the day.
Well, we just have 1.5 minutes left to go here, and this is only the third of the 4 series that we are having today. Killjardy versus B. This is becoming like an all-time rivalry between the two players, really. Just based on the 2 series that they've played in this tournament, some absolute bangers. And, you look back at the history of these two, this event was the first time that Killjardy was able to beat B in a tournament, in a major tournament. Could it happen twice? Could he take B out single-handedly from this tournament? I think that's the question that we'll have to answer once game number 5 finishes.
You mean in his set versus Beastie 2 weeks ago? Or was it 3? I forget. It was... that looked close at times. There was a chance for BC to go down to Killjardy. And I think with that series looking that close, then the last time these two matches looked so close, and then this series looking so close, I mean, come on. We're talking about a top player right now. Like, we have to put that out there, even though, historically, like you said, Killjardy hasn't really been performing in the top 5. I think this is a player that could potentially go to the quarterfinals if he wins this game, right? That's a lot of momentum. And not quarterfinals, I mean semifinals after that, right? Yeah.
Semifinals is a tough ask because he would match up against an undefeated Marine Lord.
Yeah,
a Marine
you gotta
Lord
dream,
that
though.
hasn't dropped a single game in the tournament.
Yeah, but you gotta dream. If you want to believe, you have to believe hard. No dream is too small, Lidicor.
That's true. But first, he needs to take out B here. It is ready to roll. We are heading into game number 5 here. A decider between Killjardy and B. This single game will tell us who's getting into the quarterfinals and who's going to be out of the tournament. B with the color green as the Ottomans, and Killjardy with the English as the orange.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that Ottomans kind of like this map historically was it was a map where they can kind of just get their ideal setup in their base without too much trouble, which is just like you have enough building footprint for the Ottoman blacksmith with all the mill schools around it, and it just takes so long to get places that when you are ready to push, you just go. You have Jans, great bombards, you have everything you need, and then when the wood does become an issue, your late game is just kind of like propelled at that point with free siege and stuff like that. So we'll see if that becomes the case. I think English, well, their meta hasn't really changed a lot as this map has been. Like, while their late game hasn't really changed a lot, their early game has changed quite significantly since we used to see this map. And I think, well, the longbow rush, when it was like kind of the only strat that English had for a while, or like some eco FC stuff, you couldn't really use longbows super effectively on this map because it was just such a long rush distance. You had so much time to react. So I'm curious to see if Killjardy has any cool strats here, or if we're just going to get, in air quotes, what we've been seeing, like the same old, what we've been seeing quite a lot from English.
Yeah, this is a tricky matchup because the Ottomans are fairly established. You kind of know what to expect from them, although B is no stranger to weird strategies, so who knows if he's going to pop out some weird feudal age trade shenanigans. But I think the bigger decision point is for Killjardy. Is he playing classic Council Hall longbows, or is this going to be a king-based 2TC build or so? He's got a lot of options, but I feel like the approach he chooses to take is going to be one of the more intriguing discussion points for us here.
We're going to see. So yeah, Abby makes a lot of sense. You can pressure the stone, you can pressure the gold, you can pressure if Ottomans go for a second TC, you can pressure that as well. And we have the trade network coming in for B as well, so I like that on this map a bit. I don't love it though. There's not a lot of safe food. You have the small deer pack behind your base. I don't think it's 7 deer, or is it? Behind, like, at the edge of the map here. Is that 7? Looks like 5.
Nope. Make it
Oh, 6.
s-
Oh,
okay,
no. Oh,
7.
they were
are just
hiding. So it is the 7. Right. So yeah, you have, yeah, never mind. So maybe this is okay. If you can secure this, I think Ottomans are going to be fine with this play, but generally players prefer the Berry Landmark when the food could be restricted or constrained and you have to play with just your base. We'll see. The sheep count looks fine, I think, for both
And
players.
there's a stone
Yeah.
build. I like this a lot from B
Oh.
because oftentimes we talk about the fact that if you face a 2TC very passive build from your opponent, you can go trade, and that often builds the 2T, or that often beats the 2TC builds. And this is going to be a 2-town center build from Killjardy. Question is how you deal with the king, because the moment the king arrives, your traders will never leave your base. And as you kind of highlighted, because of the lack of food inside your base, simply making the Soul to Honey trade network to have your traders chill in there is a little underwhelming.
But it's still a way, like, it still functions essentially as a TC. While they're garrisoned, it's what, 24 gold per minute? So you immediately have a lot of GPM from the start, and that kind of snowballs, right? Each one, you can start training more and more traders, and then once you have 10, maybe by then, the hope is you have map control, you had a market on the north, you wall off the south, and you can trade pretty far, and then play army on one side or the other that you don't wall. So that's like kind of the pipe dream. Generally, a lot of players have 2 strats. I've seen some players just ignore this and just leave it as kind of, a slightly discounted, what's the Somalian landmark called? The open pit mine, right? Or they'll actually invest in putting them in there. Rarely do you see players really try and hop out and get real trades going from these. But we'll see. Maybe B's got something up his sleeve. King on the way. He's on his way. Oh, Lord, the king is coming. What do you think he hits first? The
Wait a
TC's
minute.
gonna be up in time.
Yeah, but it's just, that's just one thing. 2 TCs for Killjardy, but there's a second TC for B as well. So it's Soul to Honey trade network, but he's playing 2 TCs himself.
Yeah, and this position kind of protects that hunt. Like, not super cleanly. Maybe if he chops a couple trees and uses the berries for now, then he kind of chops into the hunt. The king, though, just going to be defending the TC from a scout, not doing much, and it looks like B heavily investing into getting this TC up before the king arrives, and he will do so, which I think is really smart. Don't lose the TC to the king. That's always bad.
So it's 2 TC versus 2 TC, so for the time being that Soul to Honey trade network is just an extra source of passive resources here for B, but we could be in for the longest game of this series over here, Winston, because it's not like this game needs to be exceptionally long to beat the length of the other games in this series.
That's true. Wasn't the longest game the water one we just watched? It might have been. Or no, it was game 1. I don't know. I didn't keep track of the timers.
Game 1 was very quick.
Right.
The Islands game might actually have been the longest.
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah. And we're going to see that first choice come in soon for B. What is he picking? Ooh, fancy UI. Look at that. Clean. And now we're going to get the
yeah, he got the sheep
coming in. Anatolian Hills sheep and gather rate on the mine as well.
Yeah, he had to replace his mill to a very uncomfortable spot because the king was harassing the berries. So, especially considering that his deer is a little exposed as well, you see the king is looking for some villagers to harass here. Oh, he needs to kill the deer there. Because once B chops through, it's actually easy for him to push in the deer to the TC.
He's looking for some harass here. The king comes around, but quick reaction from B. The charge hits, but nothing else. Oh,
Yeah.
hey,
Oh,
what?
Nice little comeback.
Whoa! Killjardy with the trick plays. And he's going back. He's like, you want a piece of me? Running back
This is a very tricky spot for B because there is the forest blocking his vision and there's also the stealth forest. So it's near impossible to spot that king before it actually hits your villager.
So double stable Spahi going to be the play here. So a pretty big investment. That's why he sent the sheep and he's on the food TC right now, right? It's going to give him lots of food income to spend on these. Does need to get the blacksmith up still. It's a lot of needs at this point. I'd say B does.
King gets pushed away for the time being. Sipahi are on the way. But look at Killjari. One difference between Killjari and B is that Killjari didn't invest into any production buildings. He's just got the Abbey, no troops coming out. Whereas B is now investing into Sipahi. End result is Killjari getting closer and closer to Castle Age.
We do see longbows, though, from Kiljardi, actually.
Ooh.
So a range is thrown down. In the face of Spahi, he opens longbows. Some might call that
Interesting
questionable.
idea. If he wants to play very defensive and he trusts his down center fire, it makes sense. Because the thing is that you can chip away on the Sipahi from the safety of your base. And that might make a lot of sense for him. Especially if he's thinking that once we get to Castle Age, he wants to go crossbows. Did we lose Winston?
I was muted. Whoops. Oops. Yeah, no, did I? I don't know how much you guys missed. Yeah, so longbow spear coming in. I think that's a good play. The fear here for Kiljardi is that you overinvest in defenses here. That's always the scary thing. Because B has the units with initiative, with map control and mobility, it's always scary. B at any point could cancel production and just age up. And if Kiljardi stops building spearmen, he could potentially lose to a dive, which Ottomans are well known for, right? They used to play this really aggressive feudal timing and then just go for a huge dive if he ever tried to age. And the first spearman just gonna get doinked.
Yeah.
Down he goes.
One concern here for Kiljardi is that his farms are very much out in the open, so if B wants to harass his farming eco, this is the spot.
Mm-hmm. Longbow spear with Abbey. Not something you see every day.
That's for sure, especially when you consider that it's also 2 DCs. I love the little wars here. Longbows are doing a decent job pushing away these Sipahi for the time being. B is now doubling down on this. He's adding a meter. He's bringing in some archers and some more Sipahi as well. There's a second group of Sipahi ready at the top.
I wonder if he's going to send the imams to heal these up. That could make this push really, really strong. He's nearing that second VP. And with the correct vizier points here, this could make this push really scary. Triple range. Oh boy, we're having a fight. This is going to be a fight. Yeah, the imams get sent almost instantly. Makes a lot of sense with some hurt horsemen. You can just immediately give value here.
Yeah, Kiljardi is setting up a very robust food eco here, though. That's going to be 3 mills fully stacked with farms. He's piling up resources for Castle Age, but he's also out of position with his army to defend against this aggression from the top.
So in a second raid, kind of pulling the longbow spear far away. Not really going to have a lot of options. I like that he has the scout with that Lidicor, because it gives him just that insight, and a big wall gets slapped down by Kiljardi. He does not want to get attacked on this side.
Yeah, he's like, I'm done with this. You have the mobility. I don't want to chase you. And Spearmen arrive just in time. Do manage to pick off the scout here. That is big. That is going to deprive B of vision. And look at B. The moment he loses the scout, he queues up a new one.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. He has the stables as well to be able to do that really easily. Interesting choice here. Kiljardi looks like he's just aiming for a white tower drop, like, defensively. Maybe on the right side here to try and protect some of the gold and the cliff. I could see that being a good spot. But maybe more defensively in the farm eco also makes sense, as we see a lot of players do. Where do you think we're going to see a white tower? Or do you think we get a King's Palace? I think that's crazy.
No. There's no way this is going to be a King's Palace game. Especially not from Kiljardi. It's either going to be very condensed right next to one of the TCs, or it's going to be to the north of those farms. That would be the better spot, because he needs protection there. But I wonder if he's a little concerned about that landmark being stopped.
Yeah, this army is sneaking around, and it looks like that is a scary force. This is enough to maybe consider a dive. It's Not enough to make it a comfortable dive, though, against English of all civs. And they will get spotted, too.
And there's a
Majority's
wall
on
down here as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that rotation is gonna be, it's gonna be difficult. The white
Wow.
tower is at a very bad spot, though. This is actually the spot that B could potentially dive and deny.
Yeah, but it's really good if it goes up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to see it here, though, surely.
Yeah, he's gonna commit to this. King is out there to help out. Network of castles helping 21 villagers rallied to build the castle, the white tower. This landmark needs to go up because B is here to punish. And Kiljardi barely has any forces nearby. He's gonna have to sacrifice a couple of villagers to make this happen. Looks like most of the damage was tanked up by his army, though. Only a single villager has been killed in this fight.
Yeah, that was a great fight for Kiljardi. He's able to get everything up, and with much less military, he's able to hold, get castle. But right behind this, the MIA, 15 vills, B, wasting no time trying to get up to castle age.
Yeah. It was tough for Kiljardi, though. At the end of the day, he did have to commit 21 villagers to this. But let's look at B, though, for a moment, because B has no farming eco setup. Whereas
Can we
when
check
you look
the
at Kiljardi...
landmark, the Sultani? How's that doing, the trade network? Does it have a lot of traders in it? How does B have such a big eco lead? Is it just using it more? Oh, only
no.
3. So he's just training vills more consistently.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I think so as well.
Because they're both
maybe
been
some
on 2
PCI all
the
time
same
from
amount of time,
Kiljardi.
right? Like, B should only be up like roughly 3 vills.
Yeah,
But it's much more than that.
approximately. Comes down to the second TC timing, but anyway,
We have some
This is
knights moving
dangerous for
across the
Kiljardi.
field now, so that's going to be the follow-up. Ooh, some picks. Not paying attention.
oh, hello. Hello.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I always heard you. It was you who didn't hear me.
I am sorry if it sounded like I was talking over you. We just reconnected to Discord.
Oh
and we're
yeah,
back.
you've been
Let's
talking
go.
about. You've been talking over me for the last like 3 minutes and started to get suspicious.
I couldn't hear you at all. I am so sorry, my dude. That happens, though.
It's
you know?
fine. Yeah, I was about to
Discord's
just
weird.
say that
It's weird.
this is a slow army here, and this could easily be just wrapped up by B.
Yeah, and here we have it. The fight. This is a weird dive from Kiljardi. Like you're saying, could just get taken out, right?
Yeah, I don't like this. He's got a couple of men in arms, but I'm not impressed about this army. And you see, now he cannot retreat. He's got 0 mobility. Sipahi will jump the longbows. I guess the silver lining is that maybe Kiljardi just wanted to divert attention away from his base, and he was willing to sacrifice this. One thing is sure, this is a very easy cleanup and a very comfortable setup as well for B.
Yeah, and this is where Ottomans can get so scary, right? Like this is the timing, right? Around 15 to 20 minutes is when all the mill schools just like kind of kick into overdrive, and suddenly you have a huge, huge force to be reckoned with. Although, can we just pan over his base? Did he build any military schools this game? I'm not seeing many units in queue, which doesn't make any sense.
Playing Mongols without Uvu, playing Ottomans without military schools.
Not a single military school.
Oh man, that hurts.
Huh?
And let's not
It's a-
forget, he doesn't have a good farming eco setup. Compare that to Kiljardi, who's got like 30 or so farms.
Yeah, I kind of just assumed. I feel bad now. I just assumed. I was like, oh yeah, this is when Ottomans get really scary. You know, all these buildings kind of kick in, and you get a big, big army. And he's got a bigger army for now. He has the military school count +1, but he has yet to build a single military school. It's prepping for the future. It's muscle memory. It's habit. That is so funny.
He doesn't have the stone for it, by the way. At the same
Yeah.
time, Kiljardi is exploiting this. Kiljardi has got no standing army, but he's not really being punished by B right now. New walls are coming up. He's actually moving towards the middle wood line, and that's probably the primary raiding point right now for B.
Another vill goes down on the walls, but yeah, I don't know. Like, this game feels weird now. I would have thought that this is kind of the Ottoman timing for the next, like, 5 minutes, 4 minutes now. But pretty soon we're going to enter English land, where the matchup, I feel, at times can get pretty one-sided with English in the hyper late. Ottomans, I feel like, times can struggle. English aren't really cavalry reliant, and Ottoman's main benefit late game is they're really durable against cav. And yeah, I'm struggling. I mean, there's definitely ways to play it. Like, I think Ottomans still have a good enough late game here, but without the middle school setup, what does he do, Lita?
Yeah, it's a good question. Population is looking slightly better for him. He's actually stonewalling off the map. Maybe he's thinking about just going crazy on the trade now. He's gotten the Sword Honey trade network. Once again, Kiljardi's posturing out of his base, and he's getting surprised by the concealed units here. Kiljardi did not have a scout. He's running into a trap here, and this is a beautiful trap sprung by B. Mangonel doing a decent job here as well. Decent amount of crossbows on the back line will decimate most of the man-at-arms, and Kiljardi is running for his life in a game that could be his final in Masters of Realms.
Villager count is neck and neck. Military count only 10 pop lead for B here. Oh man, this is getting spicy, Eliticore. This is getting spicy. This is an elimination game. Think about that. This is crazy.
Army count is neck and neck, but you just don't see that right here. The Kiljardi's got 25 men-at-arms though. And B needs to be careful. Look at that gold mining operation out there. Kiljardi just taking that gold away from B. Speaking of which, that's the only gold that Kiljardi can access right now. This gold is about to be depleted. And once that happens, this is the only gold that's like currently under the control of Kiljardi. This one to the south is quite contested.
Yeah, and the farming eco is set up, so if Imp does find a way to come in, it should be pretty clean. And B also grabbing the relics just behind this. His macro has been simply more solid. Do we see mill schools yet? I kind of want to keep checking. I want to keep looking. Like, we kind of need to see this eventually. This can't be another Uvu game, right? Don't do this to me, B. Surely you believe that they're useful at this stage of the game. This is crazy. Okay.
That's unreal. Now he's mining stone though. So maybe he's thinking about it, but he's just fully stonewalling up. He doesn't care. It's actually very weird because I think he could have committed and done a lot of damage to Kiljardi, but maybe he was afraid of the network of castles aura, and maybe he wasn't sure how big Kiljardi's army is. And to be fair, Kiljardi now has a massive army, but B is approaching this cautiously. He's fully stonewalling off his side of the map.
Could we get a moment of silence for this Vizier? This guy, he spent his whole life training to be an academic. He was like, I'm going to be the best advisor to our leader ever. I'm going to be the best advisor. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to give us the best advice, and I'm going to lead our nation to greatness. And what does this Vizier get told to do? Go off over there and train all these academies. Go teach at the academy. He goes there, and it's just a big old field, an empty field. 2 VPs spent on no middle schools. I guess it applies to the MIA, so it's not like completely useless, but like it's just funny to me that we're still stubbornly not building these. Oh, it happened.
I feel like you've summarized academia perfectly well.
All right, that's very adequate for you. Oh no, I'm just kidding. As we have the middle school transition finally did happen. B was like, all right, this is how my civ works. Obviously, I'm not criticizing B. I just think it's funny because I think he clearly showed that there was intentionality. He didn't have the resources to invest in those, and it does take quite a while for the schools to pay off. And by waiting for that VP to come in, he did actually. That's really going to shorten the time where that payoff is going to come in. So there is validity to this a bit, but as a Berkshire Palace goes up on the central wood line, and that's going to control everything.
Now, hear me out. Is there a world where this was the game plan for Kiljardi all along? Like, say, listen, I get English for this map. I don't really want to fight in Feudal. I don't really want to fight in Castle, but guess what? I dropped the Berkshire in the middle. Good luck getting any wood.
I actually wonder if that's kind of a baited placement. If I guess for a while it's never going to be seen, but if it ever reveals itself, can't you treb that without any repercussions? Like a Springald can't reach a treb that's max range from.
You can't repair it for quite some time though. I think that's the problem with the trebs. You need a lot of trebs to deal with that. That's what I'm thinking. I think it's more about the fact that if it doesn't get trebbed, it's going to annihilate every single lumberjack.
True. Well, once it sees, it has to find it. The wood lines have to touch. Neither player has really committed too much to chopping wood in the middle, so the wall of wood on wood wall has retained its wall shape and structure. It'll be a while before it gets chopped through and we get, some contest in here. In fact, B is maybe a little scared, preemptively walling, not quite realizing that the wood wall is gonna last a while.
I love that. Both players are at 200 pop right now, as Istanbul Observatory is going to be on the way for B. Side note here is that he's gotten 4 relics, compared to just 1 from Killjari. But I think the bigger thing is that Killjari doesn't have stone walls. He's a lot more exposed to a night raid. And we actually have 10 Lancers out there for B that could exploit an opening to the north, for instance.
That could be cool, but currently Killjari looking at this wall. He's looking at a stone wall that he cannot attack. And finally, he gets away to hit the wall. And we're going to see... Oh, this could be interesting. The longbows could go up on the wall here, maybe. And that'd be very annoying for B to deal with. Although he has mangonels. It does take a while, though, to kill mangonels on a wall. You said it right, though, Liticor. We're certainly in for a longer game here.
Yeah, I think this game, it is already the longest of all, but this has potential to be as long as the other 4 games combined. Because if this push thaws out, we could easily have both players just digging in and playing a very long game here. But that's no joke. That's 42 fully upgraded men-at-arms here, supported by bombards, springolds, and a bunch of longbows as well. And those longbows are zooming in Imperial when you have the volley on them as well.
Killjari just waiting for his techs, playing super patient here. We'll see if he goes for a crazy dive. The army from B also just awaiting techs, waiting patiently in the vision. Wait, where's that? What is happening? Oh, he's gonna wall him in. No reinforcements, no retreat. Great catch from our observer. The picture-in-picture coming in clutch.
Oh my, that could be nasty. Now, Killjari's got a big resource bank to rebuild this army, but getting trapped like this could be catastrophic. But guess what? He's moving close to the Berkshire. This is how he's getting line of sight, Winston.
He gives the Berkshire vision, and so now it's coming into play.
He's gonna camp next to that wood line with the Berkshire supporting him. That's the plan here, Winston.
He's gonna get absolutely eviscerated here, though, right?
He should be.
Surely. Maybe
the bombard.
The mangonels are coming
from behind. Mangonels setting up. Men-at-arms are very, very tanky here, and the bombard is now focusing down the mangonels from B. But it looks like this is going to be a cleanup, just an overwhelming force of crossbows, mangonels, and whatnot. And of course, you do have this keep contributing very heavily as well.
This does reveal the location of the Berkshire, so Trebs are maybe an option now for B, but he has one on the field. I'm not sure exactly where it is. It looks like it might be pinging away on the left side or something. As the wood in the middle is now... Oh, there it is. As the wood in the middle is a dangerous zone for a villager in B's economy, right, Liticor?
Yeah, it becomes a danger zone. Killjari did get cleaned up entirely. And as much as we've talked about the Berkshire, let's not forget that he himself is having a bit of a trouble accessing wood once these keeps, once the towers start opening up. And now the Treb can open up on the Berkshire as well. Look at all the upgrades coming in for Killjari, though.
He has to guess where it is. Correct. He doesn't know, but it was correct.
Doesn't he get it revealed when it starts firing at the units, though?
So is that an issue with...
It could be.
Interesting.
Like, you for sure should see it when it's starting to shoot at you, right?
I don't know. Yeah, you do, I guess. So, okay, so he doesn't have to guess. It's interesting that the spectator is on there. Anyway, moving on.
Bombards can actually shoot through forests, which is a little weird because some of the units, like Springolds, cannot. It's a direct line of sight game for them.
Big battle brewing on the walls here as Englishvilles scramble to build.
I was talking about that like 5 minutes ago. B has stone walls, Killjari doesn't. So Killjoy does get punished for this, and sure enough, you have a keep in there, but B is just going to run past it. And remember, this is most of the available gold that Killjoy has around this area.
But this is a big battle brewing. The man-at-arms in melee range now of the crossbows. The crossbow's going to be good, but there's a keep behind them. Oh my gosh, this is a dicey place to be. No boiling oil here, but a cannon emplacement on the way could spell trouble, but the bombard's moving in. Gonna get some big old shots off.
Yeah, men-at-arms are very, very tanky though, and reinforcements do arrive. It's only men-at-arms basically for Killjoy. 60 men-at-arms out there for him. A couple of hand cannoneers mixed in as well, as the skirmish through the middle still continues. Mangonel's now creeping up though for B. He's got some great bombards as well. He does have 30 crossbows, which should in theory stop this, but boy are these men-at-arms chonky, and they are just swarming all these crossbows.
To the gate, retreat! Oh my
traffic
gosh.
jam.
Yes, to retreat back. Oh man, onto the walls they go.
Listen, hear me out. Bring a siege tower.
Unironically, build a siege tower, and it will get two-shot by the bombard.
But it would look cool though.
It would look cool doing it, yeah. Oh my gosh, and these men-at-arms have to retreat. Oh man.
That Stonewall is putting Killjoy in a world of pain. At the same time, a bit of a trap skirmish in the middle though. Killjoy went for like 3 traps so far. He just replaced his lost units with traps, and again, lovely Stonewall to the north, as Wodka is highlighting to us. I have my doubts about that.
No. It works fine. It works fine. They can't just walk around. To the gate, retreat again! To the gate!
That's the problem with the great bombards and trebuchets. They're very, very chunky. So it's difficult to just kind of squeeze them through the gate once again. There's a bombard now trying to target the stone gate. B's creeping up with the walls. He's trying to expand the walls so he can shoot the men-at-arms from the top of the wall. But once the walls are breached, the men-at-arms can swarm the walls. Here we go.
I'm not convinced this isn't a Monty Python sketch, but oh my gosh, this is a big battle brewing. The mangonels need to shoot at the hand cannons. They do get a juicy shot, but it's not quite enough to kill most of them. And now is he going to have to retreat here, or is he going to be able to hold his ground very comfortably?
He didn't have a very strong front line, but he started mixing in his own men-at-arms, and he had crossbows firing from the back line. Killjoy was just sending men-at-arms into their demise against crossbows. At the same time, now Killjoy is struggling to access wood, but he's taking out this keep, potentially allowing him to beach the direct base of B.
Wow. The wood is going to start getting denied here in the center of wood wall. The stone wall is getting continued in both the left and the right side, so the unfinished wall on the left is getting completed too. But the bombards are here, ready to bring down hell. Trade? Ooh. It is time. He's almost out of gold.
Yeah. Killjoy will run out of gold very soon as well, especially if he loses control over this this gold mine. He's at least finishing up his walls, but Killjoy is looking to now breach the middle, and it's not like B has a lot of troops nearby. And I feel like Killjoy has been just spamming men-at-arms for most of this game. It doesn't work in a direct fight on the flank, but he's walling up, and I think he just wants to send a bunch of men-at-arms into the enemy base here.
The walls are down though for Killjoy, so Spahi raid could be coming. The whole army could be coming into here.
He's chopping through.
Yeah, he's force chopping his way through this. Berkshire running down hell.
Now, keep is being built here, and B is not focusing it just yet, but Killjoy could lose this in an instant. It's gonna be completed, but great bombards will just take it out in 5 seconds.
Yeah, just a couple hits.
51 men-at-arms for Killjoy though. And he's converging on this area.
Trying to repair. Oh man, this is starting to get technical. There's fights on all 3 lanes here, and it's important that you don't just lose your army if you're B here. Your army is super expensive and slow to replace. You can afford to lose the front line and maybe some crossbows, but the siege has to stay alive for B.
Especially because he doesn't have access to wood anymore. He has 2,600 in the bank, but he's got basically no lumberjacks working right now. And this is the chop through, folks. Could Killjoy go for a landmark snipe here? All of the landmarks are very close to each other, and it's got bombards, it's got traps, and a bunch of men-at-arms. This could turn into a base race.
It very seriously could. I think I favor the Great Bombards in a base race here, though.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot of army here for B. Where are his units?
He's
invested a
eating,
lot into
yeah,
trade?
now it's an all-in. This has to be an all-in from Killjoy. He's just completely forfeiting his base here. Oh my lord, could one of the final quarterfinal spots be
home.
decided by a base race? The chop through is complete. Killjoy needs
He's
to
coming
go.
home. Where did Killjoy go? He went to defend, and now B's going to defend. No base race. We're going to meet in the middle, I guess, is the idea.
I mean, I think Killjoy is still racing for the base, though. It's just a matter of B pulling back here. The keep is now being targeted out, and the bombards, they were left behind. Killjoy can easily take them out. There is no escort to the bombards.
Maybe they're just going to be too slow. Maybe he's hoping they can, like, flank the White Tower. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
But
Keep in
the
mind,
main mass.
Killjoy's Berkshire is in the middle, so it's going to be close to his army, whereas for B, he's very far away from his landmarks with his army.
Here comes his army. He has made it home. Or not home, but yeah, home to the wood line.
Oh, the men-at-arms are stuck! They were body blocked by the siege weapons, so the charge comes in on the trebs. The keep does go down, but the bombard and 2 trebs are also gone. He is thinking about pulling back his forces. He might need it because that is none other than 83 men-at-arms swarming his base. And it looks
He's
like they're
flanking
going
the
for the
Berkshire,
landmarks.
maybe.
They're going for the landmarks, Winston.
I think he's losing control of his army, actually. I think that might be a control group issue. I don't think he's controlling that.
Maybe he's sending them into the farming eco, but he is back, and he's got a bunch of crossbows and hand cannoneers to deal with this. Hand cannoneers coming in from the other side as well. How much can Killjoy rack this eco? That's the real question, because his own eco was suffering behind this.
Yeah, there is an issue for gold for Killjoy, right? He does not have a trade setup, which B does, which is what's giving Killjoy a larger army. The benefit to Killjoy's army comp is that he can keep making men-at-arms almost infinitely with English, right? But the hand cannon mass is down to 3 hand cannons.
The men-at-arms are
there's not gonna be
useless.
much more. Yeah.
He's sending them into their death against 40 crossbows or so, buffed by mentors. I think that's the
Yeah.
problem for him. He's making a unit that dies instantly to the... What? That was a crazy overkill. Poor villager. Did you see that?
Owned. Owned is what we call that. Man, if you look at B's resources, it's like he's the one playing English. Usually what you expect to see here. Men-at-arm raids did some damage, but not the end of the game for B. And it almost helps him a bit. It let him mass army now. Because he was on 120 vills and traders, and now he has space for more pop. And we see that pop now coming forward. He's looking for a fight down the center under the Berkshire. Some raids on the right, some raids on the left.
I really feel like Killjoy lost so much momentum by conceding the flank of his base, and then just basically right-clicking a bunch of men-at-arms into crossbows. The destroyed value is heavily favoring B here.
Yeah, it's actually insane, right? That's an insane difference. Samantha Mangonel's even getting in on the action. Reynolds pushing forward, though. That's going to be enough to push back these bombards, or is it? A big shot lands.
Oh, that's a lot of that villagers for Killjoy. He's down to 64. And he is very close to collapse, I feel. His population is dropping, but he does have momentum here still in the middle. Is he going to pull a Hail Mary out of this one? He beat B 3-2 in the first round. And now, when they're fighting for survival here in this event, can he pull one more trick out of his head? He's down to just 64 villagers, 157 population. B is remassing a lot quicker, but B is out of gold.
He has trade, though. He has gold income. Whereas
Killjoy is
Killjoy
going for rams. He's got 8 rams. He's going to try the landmark snipe here.
I don't know if that works here. You have
does he have a
Bombards to kill
choice?
the Rams. Yeah, I guess, yeah, 65 mils is very low. He's going for the max military count. Even adding in
bombards, though.
longbows now.
He cannot even take out one of those bombards. Rams are knocking on the buildings, but the army is just disappearing. Great bombards annihilating the Springlords. They decimate the men-at-arms. Still, men-at-arms are trickling into B's eco, but he does not care. He's a 190 population against 150. And B, he could take vengeance for that earlier defeat here and eliminate Killjoy head into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the 4 Bombards are now able to roll up, maybe, and start working away on the Berkshire, taking down that pesky landmark that's been a thorn in the wood line here. A 5th Bombard joins the field, so B back up to his previous counter. The man-at-arms again running straight into their hard counters.
It is just a brutal slugfest. Killjoy is spamming men-at-arms into crossbows. He's spamming them into great bombards. And when you look at the bottom left, 60,000 destroyed value against 40,000. The efficiency was up in the skies here for B. And he didn't do anything but defend. He waited until Killjoy came in and absolutely annihilated the man-at-arms. He is so close to winning this game, and with that, the entire set.
I feel like if he holds one more wave in the center, he's going to start pushing, and he's going to be building a keep now to solidify. The raids are kind of getting fully cleared up now. Only a few pings left in B's economy to deal with. He's back to 200 pop. Killjoy at 108. Oof, as they say. That's what the kids say now. Oof, right?
This is now a desperation game for Killjoy. He's down to 110 population. He has limited map control. He still has the Berkshire in the middle. So maybe he's hoping that he can starve B out of wood. But his own eco is an absolute crapshoot at this point. In fact, he himself is barely able to access wood. Well, he does have access to wood, but he doesn't have villagers alive to actually chop it with.
Yeah. No one's chopping wood in the middle. It's just a no man's land. A DMZ. Between the Ottomans and the English. And here he comes. He's got his army. He's got a wall to retreat to if he needs it.
Yeah, and the Great Bombards, that many Great Bombards, 6 of them to be precise, they will take out the Berkshire without problems. Killjoy still has 40 men-at-arms to work with, but I just don't know if he can stop this.
Here they come, boys. Ready to fight. The Springolds are in position, but 3 Springolds against 6 Great Bombards. I don't think I need to tell you guys who wins that.
Killjoy is still hoping. He's trying to micro against that many Great Bombards and Springolds. Bad news for him is that he still has 40 men-at-arms, make it 50. He's trying to mix in longbows, but even longbows won't fare well against that many bombards and crossbows as well.
Just trying to get them in position. He's kind of scouting out against these Springolds, trying to find them, and here comes the dive. Maybe.
Just creeping
Shit,
up.
man, just shit.
He's taking out the towers first. He's looking to bait out the enemy army. A bit of a flank coming in on the north as well. And then a volley is unleashed on the Berkshire. Berkshire almost gone. Killjoy is looking to engage this, but that's so difficult to do against that many crossbows and the bombards as well. He finally commits to this though. Bombards unleash hell from the backline. Crossbows picking off all the men-at-arms. Not much of a front line here for B though, but once the bombards start focusing on the men-at-arms, the population is just plummeting for Killjoy. He is trying to make it to the backline to hit the bombards. And he might be doing this. He might be holding on. I just don't know how much he can remass after this.
No way, dude. There's no way he wins this fight. The longbows are raining down on this, but not even with every upgrade, right? These aren't even 3 upgraded longbows at 41 minutes into the game. That's not a good sign, and the bombards are through.
This must be it here for Killjoy. And after playing a thrilling series against B in the opening round of Masters of Realms, he took out B 3-2. Now it's a rematch here in the decider, and it is B who prevails. What a lovely series once again, and I feel like we weren't very far away with our assessments, saying that this game is going to be longer than the rest of the series combined.
I think it's even. I think it's true. I think that's just
It's
the
gonna
case.
be close.
Eh,
4
yeah,
games,
not
though?
quite. Yeah. We had the
Well,
sick.
I mean,
15-minute
Killjoy
game.
hasn't tapped out yet.
Kawasan was a long game too. Remember? Not long, but it lasted, right?
Yeah, that was a longer game. The Islands game was like 15 as well. But now it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when you feel. The Berkshire is gone, and these great bombards
Oh,
just
landmarks.
rolling down towards the landmarks. You can probably start a countdown here, saying 5, 4,
4. Goodbye, Abby.
3,
to be gone.
2, 1.5,
Well, there's the white tower in the back.
1,
You're gonna be counting for a while if you B just retreats here. He doesn't wanna risk
0.99. All
losing
right,
his
it looks
army.
like B is going back.
Just kill him already. He's already dead. A night switch here is cool. From B.
I
White
feel like
tower.
he could just right-click his villagers in the enemy base and still win this game.
Like,
Charlie's
you
still
can right
remassing.
click the white tower and just win this game.
Charlie's remassing is up to 60 men in arms.
And bombards roll around. They find a target and they're like, yummy. And all those men in arms are dead. Bro, imagine the story those 4 would have to tell. Like, we were just walking around minding our own business. We don't even see them. Here's the flank, though. Men at arms coming in from the north, coming in from the south.
This
Well,
must be the last
both
Hail Mary
from the
here
left.
for Killjoy, but once again, the bombards are tucked away so nicely, and they do have area damage. They just absolutely annihilate the longbows on the back line. Crossbows will pick apart the men at arms, and this is just a desperate fight for survival for Killjoy. But it's not going to happen. It's B securing this game, and he's going to be the one moving on to the quarterfinals to face Marine Lord. A big rivalry coming up in the quarterfinals. Could have been Killjoy versus Marine Lord, but it is going to be B. He takes vengeance for the previous defeat and takes out Killjoy 3-2.
Insane game, Liddicore. That was crazy. Oh, man, the smoke there at the end. Shock and awe, the tactic from B. Impressive stuff from him. No military school early game, and we kind of questioned it, but I actually think strategically this made a lot of sense. Military schools are an investment in the future, and B waited until that investment was at its peak, right? It would be like much quicker to pay off, right? When you have all those benefits stacked up. So really, really cool stuff from him. I love watching B play because he thinks about these things a little bit differently, and it might not be conventional, but it's certainly intentional and really cool.
Ooh. Well casted, boys. Another series that goes to 5 games between the two, but this time around, B coming out the victor. That means we are saying farewell to the wonderful Killjoy. It's B that's going to have to just carry that aggro torch into the playoffs. And, let's quickly dissect the second part of this set, because this was kind of wild, right? We said it was going to be attack, 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 attack. For the most, it was. It kind of kept it up. I did love good old Killjoy coming out in that game number 4, especially. But the weirdest part to me, Lido, is this final game. Even though it seemed like it was a boom game, they still were both trying to actively kill each other for that first 20 minutes.
That was one of the weirdest games I've seen in this entire tournament. Like, they're both building armies, but very, very careful with it. And then you're just waiting for someone to pull the trigger, really. What really surprised me about this game was how tunnel vision the game plan of Killjoy seemed to be. It was so heavily man-at-arms focused, and sure enough, it's a great unit. It's very, very tanky, especially if you have some backline support to it. But by the time he committed to a fight, or by the time he committed to a dive, B had an absolute hard counter to it. And I'm not sure if Killjoy had any better options, but I mean, it was pretty obvious that man-at-arms won't work.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was wondering in that game, Winston. It's like, maybe Horsemen, but then there's the risk that you go up against Janissaries. And he did try the Springolds, but I mean, I think it's just fair to say at this stage, Great Bombards are a ludicrous beast on these type of maps.
Yeah, if you can get up to it, right? Keep in mind, most of that was fueled by the MIA, right? Like most of that was free, right? I think as soon as you get imp, you just set it to great bombards, and then they just slowly trickle in, and it's kind of like a little win condition in and of itself, right? Like if that is able to just keep going, and your opponent doesn't have a plan to deal with it, and like we said, plans are limited. The 8Ks were controlled by B. Kiljardi didn't have a ton of gold, and what he did have when he made a big hand cannon army, that army didn't quite work out. There were enough mangonels from B as well, so he just always seemed to have an answer to what Kiljardi was doing. I don't think Kiljardi going Cav would have really helped. Again, like you said, Jans are just so available for Ottomans and such a natural unit to build that they love it if you go Cav. So very tricky to deal with indeed.
Yeah, tough series. In the end, Kiljardi just short of the mark. I think this would have been one of his best, if not his best performance in S tier tournament. Instead, we're going to get that infamous clash of B Marine Lord coming up in the next. Is it tomorrow or next weekend? I think it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Yeah, because we're going to have all four sets tomorrow. Dude, we're spoiling people. You hear that, guys? Like I'm seeing a bunch of people in chat who still aren't subscribed. Did you just hear me right? This stream alone is on course for close to 10 hours. Could get that tomorrow as well. But to see if we're going to be going the distance, we've got to prep ourselves for a break. Because after we come back, if you thought that this was unhinged aggro start to finish, we've got the 11 out of 10 aggro boy himself, Vortex, the Spaniard, going up against Anatan, who has proven his capability of taking down 3-0. However, could it go the other way? We just saw that with this set. Could Vortex redeem himself, or is the Anachad beast going to keep on rising? All that after a short break.
Hi, I'm Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products. So you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free, and if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE 4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
extra rounds, folks. We're 3 series down, 3 players down. Perma gone. They will not make it to the playoffs. We tip our hats and we give our commiserations across, of course, Louis MT. We just said farewell to Killjardy, and earlier on, we had to say farewell to Baltin as well. But there's still one more to be culled from the herd. Vortex versus Anatan, the next series up, and an interesting one because whoever wins that will be facing off against Wham. We do, however, have a few more people locked in. Puppy Paw and Luciferon, BC versus Doomu already known, but I mean, we've got to highlight of all the options here, Marine Lord versus B. I feel like that's the one that a lot of people are now intrigued by because for a while, Winston, I feel like B has been missing from these deeper runs.
Yeah, he's had sort of a questionable last 2 S tiers, right? I think it was the last 2 S tiers were just not quite it for him. But, you know, if I have to say, if Vortex makes it in, I think we have like our classic top 8 players in the quarterfinals, right?
True.
If. I mean, Anatan could always upset this, but if Vortex goes in and you ask me who my top 8 list would be, it would be that list in the quarterfinal bracket we just saw. So I think that's really cool. I think it shows that this format, the GSL format, is really because it's given us really cool storylines and really cool games so far, and it would show, you know, that it still brings the best to the top. And I think as much as I want all these, you know, young upstarts, as we call them, to, you know, come in and make a huge splash,
Whippersnappers. Yeah.
the young whippersnappers, yeah, I still think, you know, our top 8 is they're really, really good players, man. Vortex is really solid here. What are you guys thinking about Vortex for Sanitans?
Well, I mean, Litter, you know, we've got to begin by talking about what happened last time these two met, right? Vortex versus Anatan. I think for a lot of people, that was the biggest jaw dropper of the entire group stage. Anatan running away with it 3-0. A lot of questions came to the picture after that. Is Vortex weak? Is Anatan just being underrated right now? Like, do you have an angle you lean into that you've noticed here so far, Litter?
I think it really comes down to identities. Anatan finally found his identity and he's found success with it. And that success motivates him to keep going. And I think now he believes that he can take out these big names, which is always a big step for these up and coming players. You know, you match up against an RTS legend like Vortex, Luciferon. And I'm not just talking about this tournament in particular. This has been a progress for him. But you match up against these RTS legends. You come in, you take one game away from them, then it becomes 2, then it becomes a set, then you start dominating sets, and that just keeps fueling your confidence. And you no longer get shaky going into a set against them. In fact, you are no longer the prey, you're actually the hunter. At the same time, you look at Vortex, and I feel like, especially with this current map pool, I feel like it doesn't really play to his strengths that much. Well, maybe except for the water micro. And at the same time, I feel like Vortex didn't, and that kind of the same applies to Luciferon as well. They're playing the same AoE 4 that they've played a year ago, which is a really good AoE 4. But, you know, we talked about this a lot. Competition stepped its game up. Is 2023's AoE 4 enough to win in 2024? I think that's the question that we have to answer.
I mean, it's not just that, right? It's like, you know, the drafts, I feel like they're more important now than ever to a certain degree, with mirrors not being possible anymore. And to that whole war point, Winston, straight away, I see Anatan. Somehow, Juji was just left in reserve until the very end, right? He picks up the very end after banning away from Vortex. That almost feels like that's already taking away what should be Vortex's easiest map to win on.
We'll see. I always
Oh?
put the Spanish Bros kind of on another level on Water Micro. We saw it earlier today with Luciferon. I would be highly surprised if Anatan is just going to like wipe Vortex on water. I think he's always going to make a water map competitive, right? So even with the Civ advantage, potentially, I mean, I guess we're going to see Order the Dragon from Vortex on Archipelago later.
Yep.
Even with that matchup, I still probably favor Vortex just from the history of it. But you know, I'm going to reserve any more judgment on this matchup. I just can't wait to see these players play in Anatan. I'm really hoping for him, you know? This would be really cool.
It's going to be an exciting one. A best-of-5 elimination series between My Insanity's Anatan and Vortex about to kick off. Reminder, folks, going into this, Anno has only ever beaten Vortex once in competitive, in the group stage already. Can he do it again? Let's find out.
Spawning in on the southern part of the map, it's going to be Anathan playing as the Ottomans in red. On the other side, it's Vortex playing as the yellow Iobids. And as KP just highlighted, Anathan's first ever competitive set win against Vortex happened in this group stage. And it wasn't just a simple win, it was a 3-0 win. But today, one of these two players will be eliminated. The big question is, can a Vortex avenge that previous defeat and make it to the quarterfinals?
Indeed. We have the military school opening here for Anatant. Something we just saw prove you don't necessarily need to win a game as Ottomans. You don't need a military school early, but Anatant obviously going to be going with the meta build, where you built it right away. So some spearmen out early. This can do several things. This can harass the opponent. You can push deer, as we've seen in the last while. Definitely some options. Vortex, on the other hand, with the House of Wisdom. Probably going to see the reinforcement wing here. Maybe we'll see an eco approach. I'm curious. I think there's lots of ways to play Ayyubids, but we've been kind of staunchly in a single meta for a while now. And he's not building it. He's placed it.
I feel like one of the things that to look out for here on Gorge, a map that we haven't seen so far today, one of the things to look out for is that your resources often spawn to the front. So when you have the Iobits playing along the berries, playing for the gold as well, there's a lot of like harassment potential coming out of the Ottomans.
Yeah, we'll see if this harassment functions, though. I mean, the spearmen can do a little bit. The gold, it's hard to tell with the hill, because the hill can be deceiving to your depth perception, right? I mean, at least for me it is. I'm not exactly sure if that's in range, but it's going to be hard for the spearmen to do too much, especially with some desert raiders on the field. Pretty sure they'll very comfortably just range it down, right?
Yeah, that's going to be one of the best and most annoying units to deal with on a map like this. Desert raiders, wide open map, a lot of harassment potential, and as much as we talk about Vortex's resources being to the front, same applies for Anathan. His gold and berries are very close to each other, both on the front. This is a perfect target for Desert Raiders.
Yeah, that could become a big issue, actually. We'll see what the plan is, though. Usually, we'll probably just see an instant range built from Anathan when he hits Feudal. But we'll have to get the berry landmark, probably. Oh, trade network again. Interesting. Been seeing a lot of players favor this. It's an interesting development in the last couple months. I quite like it.
Yeah, this is kind of a new line way of playing Ottomans. And to be fair, there is some merit in this if you think about it. That gives you passive gold income. Of course, the alternative would give you a bunch of berries to work with, but especially you being able to just summon a bunch of sheep off Vizier points. And in general, being able to buffer up in case you get pushed away from the berries. Compare that to the fact that you get pushed off gold. The fact that you have no gold access is just catastrophic. So having that backup in the form of the Salta Honey trade network and that passive gold income from the traders, it's actually very valuable.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a ton of sense, right? It feels like it also synergizes better with VPs, like you said. If you get a bunch of food, you can't, like the sheep Anatolian Hills doesn't feel as meaningful, and the trade bags also doesn't really do much. But here you have two options now for economic scaling, although I don't think you get trade bags just for the 3. But I mean, if you fill it out, it can start to be worth it to think about picking up trade bags early on in the game. And Vortex is going to spot the deer push and start killing a few.
Bit of a harassment coming in here. Scout is low for Vortex. Is going to get pushed away, but here comes the first Desert Raider. And this is a unit that can switch between the ranged and melee modes, so this Spearman should never catch it. Indeed, the ranged mode is going to be utilized against the Spearman. Scout is going to get debuffed and gets beaten up in melee. And we know how much Vortex loves to micro these units, so he's going to micro the heck out of that Desert Raider, while also looking to age up the Castle Age.
Yeah, it's going to give him a really comfortable cushion here, right? Did get the deer pretty close, and he's getting more bit closer now. The outpost not giving him the most protection. But it will let him get... Oh, these 4 deer are getting quite close to the TC. That's a cozy push. Hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
What's
wait,
concerning for Anatont here is that his military school hasn't really produced anything valuable. It's 3 spearmen we're talking about. He had to invest into a tower here, and Vortex pretty much has the resources he needs for Costlage in like a minute or so at maximum.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes for the advancement wing or the eco wing, right? We've seen players go for growth and get a bunch of vills, or they prioritize the speed here. I'm not sure if Vortex needs the speed here. And I kind of think it'd be better if he just went up with vills. Would it not?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I could see either of those working. It's gonna be Camel Lancers, no matter what. I feel like he's gonna try to do Camel Lancers. Maybe Dervishes could be an idea here for him.
That would be interesting. Yeah, scooping up the relics makes a ton of sense, especially when your opponent is very immobile with just a couple units. Anatont playing a bit of a slow game here. Hasn't really showed his hand, hasn't really committed to anything just yet. We do have the eco wing, so growth coming in, bunch of vills about to boost this economy. How did Vortex do on the berries? Usually when you go growth, you want to leave a bunch of berries at like 1 each, 1 food. 3. That's a bit more food saved. Interesting. Spearmen moving forward. Not too much for them to do, though.
Yeah.
Well, the gold doesn't have a tower on it, right?
Yeah, I feel like the big question is how bad are these spearmen are. I think they took some damage here, and there is a second
does have a
desert
tower.
raider out there. Yep, look at that. He's focusing down the archer, and once the archer is gone, the spearmen should be repelled as well. Costlage is on the way for Vortex, though.
Yeah, really comfortable position, I think, for Vortex. The Vil boost is just going to make his economy so much better than Anatont's. And Anatont's economy, though, I mean, he's going to be going for MIA here, surely, right?
To his credit, he caught up very nicely in terms of Costlage timing. Like a minute or so ago, he had basically no resource bank. He's going to lose his scout here, but at least he's not going to fall behind that much in Costlage timing, and he's going to have the Imperial Armory out there. He doesn't have any imams out, though, to start going for the relics, though.
Yeah, I believe... What VP did he pick? Can we check that again?
It's cool to have a UI element like that, right?
Yeah, it's really nice. Oh. Anatolian Hills. Okay.
He hasn't really touched his berries, by the way. He's got a lot of berries that are totally untouched.
Double stable Camel Lancer, as has become tradition here for Ubits. Camel Lancers are such a solid unit, and we'll see what kind of harassment these do. Looks like the Castle Age is, like you said, not too far behind for Anatont. We'll see what this really looks like in practice, if he's able to... His units alive against these Camel Lancers, because they can charge from afar and deal a lot of damage to the economy if they are able to dive. We don't have the ranged armor upgrades, though, so it doesn't look like Vortex is really thinking, oh, I'm going to have to dive economy now to win the game.
Yeah, Anatont is making Lancers, though, and I'm not a big fan of that. Janissaries, it sounds a lot better. Maybe Lancer plus Janissary combined could match up well against the Camel Lancers in a direct fight. But I don't think a direct fight is ever going to happen here. That's not Vortex's goal. His goal is to just raid his opponent back to Stone Age here.
Yeah, his goal, I think, is to macro here a bit, right? He has a huge Vil lead from his landmark. And I think he just wants to chill, right?
Yeah,
like
he wants the relics, and he wants to raid. Like, we're talking about Vortex here, Winston. He wants to micro his units.
Here comes
there
the
we go.
charge. Oh, big charge comes in.
Janissaries are being targeted down. It's doing a really good job against those Camel Lancers, though. Look at the firepower on those Jennies. But he does get away with that one Camel Lancer, and he does have a Dervish. He's gonna heal this back up. What a lovely piece of micro over here from Vortex.
Yeah, those Janissaries really doing the business, though. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. And the problem for Vortex is that everything that he has gets hard countered by Janissaries. Desert Raiders too. So he's going to make a hard switch into what could just be foot archers, maybe?
Maybe. We'll see. Triple range against double range stable. Middle school, though, pumping out man-at-arms at the moment, too. Interesting. Anatant has a little bit of everything here. Oh, but the Imam gonna get caught here, but there's 4 Janissaries to defend. Who's catching who? Ooh. The damage comes in from these Janissaries.
Vortex was a little late attacking these, and those Janissaries got a couple of freebie hits on him. At least, I think, he didn't even take out the scout. This was terrible for Vortex. Those Janissaries were absolutely obliterating him. Now he's catching the scout, though, as Anathon is just looking to intercept the dervishes. To be fair, Anathon is doing a really good job catching up with the relic count as well. Like, he seemed to be a lot more behind in Constellation timing than he ended up being. And it seemed like he was going to miss out on most of the relics. He might actually have maybe even 2 relics. 1 is guaranteed now, but he could potentially get a second one.
Yeah, that would be huge for him if he's able to. He did send the Imams in order to get some tempo and not have to wait for the mosque to finish. But we'll see if he's able to send this Imam over there and grab it. He's got the Janissaries to protect it. Seems like it's going to be tricky for Vortex to grab a 4th relic here. I don't really see how he navigates over there and grabs it, especially with the Mangonel now on the field.
Yeah, that must be a win for Anathon. And to be fair, I think that has been the theme of this game so far. It looked very convincing for Vortex, but it's not like Anathon got shaky or anything like that. He is going to have potentially 2 relics, which is reasonable when you match up against dervishes. He repelled the initial wave of Camel Lancers. Big problem for him, though, is that he only has 4 Janissaries, so it's very easy to eliminate those hard counters to the camels. Nice little snipe.
Bonk! Whoop! Okay. Thought for a second we were leaving him alive, but no. Man.
A bit of a raid to the north. It's a Meter and a Lancer. Met by 2 Camel Lancers, though. This is not going to work for Anathon. Then this is why Camel Lancers are very oppressive. You're trying to run circles around the Ayubit base, but guess what? They just run circles around you with a hard counter to your cavalry.
Yeah, the first Mangonel has been out for a minute from Anatant, and we already have Siege to counter that from Vortex.
Including a Springbolt as well, not something that Anatant has.
Yeah, so this Mangonel from Anatant is going to have to back up, but we'll see how this goes. Pushing forward is Vortex. He's got almost double the army. He's got dervishes to back him up.
I think the concern for Anathon is more about the army value. If the Janissaries are gone, and they could be gone very quickly thanks to the Mangonel and the Archers, those Camel Lancers will obliterate them. Janissaries a little mispositioned here. Mangonel could get a shot on them. Falling
The
back.
Archers
Archers diving deep.
Ooh.
Bit of a flank here by a single scout, apparently trying to beat up the Springbolt. Nice Mangonel shot on the other side by Anathon, though Archers do get repelled for the time being. And the Janissaries have been held back. They are finally unleashed, and they do focus down the camels. Anathon is breaking out. He takes out the Mangonel, but he loses some of his Janissaries. I don't know how to call this, Winston. Who ended up having a better setup of this?
I think Anatant came out ahead here. That was a great fight for him. He didn't lose Siege. His Janissaries were in the back. His micro was really on point. It looked like Vortex was trying to bait it out, but Anatant was able to repair the Mangonel for quite some time against the Springald, and then Vortex kind of had to panic because he thought that Mangonel was going to go down, but it didn't. So suddenly his archers are under this tower thinking he's going to kill all the vills in the outpost, and he has to retreat, and that just got really ugly really quick. But we'll see. He's coming back for round 2. He still has a massive military advantage in terms of army size, but as you said, the quality of these units is slightly better for Anatant, to the point where the army value is almost even. And now
nice Springbolt snipe. This time Vortex has 2 Springbolts, so he insta-kills the Mangonels. Mangonels gone, Archers can dive deep. He's looking to snipe out all of those Janissaries before he commits with the Camels, and this time around the Camels are held back. Janissaries being pushed all the way back.
Wow.
And with the Janissaries gone, there is just nothing that deals with these Camel Lancers. Even the Springald is targeting out those Janissaries. That is how dangerous they are. Some combat healing as well with the Dervishes. And Anaton's army is disappearing, as are his chances of winning game number 1 here. He beat Vortex 3-0 in the opening round of Masters of Realms, but this time around, Vortex is the one securing game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that first fight kind of looked okay for Anatan. Vortex just remaxed behind this. We saw with the growth wing, we just saw that Vil count just skyrocket, and then he kept it. He kept the lead, and he showed why Vils are important, right? Vils equal economy. Economy equal money. Money equal military. Military equal kill. And I think that's what Vortex's plan was there. It worked quite well for him.
Well, a quick strike here from Vortex. Aggressive game from the very beginning, microing the heck out of those Desert Raiders. But guess what? Anaton says, listen, let's take this into a very different map. We're going into Archipelago. He's going to whip out Jushi, which is one of the best civilizations for a map like this. It was also the last civilization pick of his draft. So that kind of tells you that Vortex didn't prioritize picking this civilization. Vortex has the classic OOTD setup here, but this is a dangerous game here, Winston, I feel. Vortex loves water micro, and this might be a tough one for Anathand.
Yeah, and we've seen Order the Dragon prioritized on Archipelago almost more than Jushi, although Jushi is also getting banned a lot, right? So Order the Dragon, though, getting picked up on this map, just to me says it's clearly super reliable. And I think that's why players are liking it, is it's not as Gamba as Jushi can feel with the Meditation Gardens. You can sometimes get a really insane placement, like we saw earlier today, or other times the Meditation Gardens can feel a little underwhelming. Whereas I think the economy for Order of the Dragon just always feels really consistent. And I think that's what pros tend to look for, right? Is a very consistent build order that they can rely on.
Well, we just have 18 seconds left to go here, but a good start here for Vortex. If he ends up winning this map, Archipelago, things could get very, very dicey for Anathand over here.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, if Anathand turns this around, who knows what might transpire here in this series. We could be in for a 5-game series, we could be in for a 3-game series, but one thing is sure, game number 2 will take us to Archipelago.
Yes, into the sunset views as the evening winds down here in the US. I'm just super pumped for this. Oh man, what a great game. What a great series. What a great day so far, Liticor. We get kind of a breather here in the series as water builds and the opening are a little more calm after that game. What is your thoughts so far on just the day and these games we've had?
It's been a long day, despite not having many super, super long games, but it's been a very, very fun day, I feel. And each of the sets that we've witnessed were fairly competitive, so you gotta love watching competitive AoE 4 right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has been a great day. I love this tournament too. I think Master of Realms is been very exciting. I'm excited that we have been exploring with EGC TV has been exploring the GSL style, and I think it showed. Like I think this tournament has just been super cool. Both players deleting their scout, and you can see capture range has no bar. Oh, that's funny. I've never seen that before. Both players with 0. Nobody has anything.
Yeah, I think I once saw like a mid-feudal game where 2 players just utterly annihilated everybody's army. It might have been one of the more chaotic games where, everybody loses a bunch of villas, everybody loses a bunch of army, and I saw this 0 versus 0 bar, but perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Yeah, this has been... It's interesting why... Like, I don't know. How do you feel, just because we have some time, how do you feel about the scout delete?
I like it because it's a strategic choice. Sure enough, you could say it's not always obvious because, as we've seen in some of the previous sets, landings while they are not very, very common, they are an option, especially when you play against certain civilizations like French or Jeanne d'Arc, but you never know. So there's always this balance that you need to strike with deleting your scout. In a matchup like this, you don't expect landings, so deleting your scout makes a lot of sense. But I feel like in many civilization matchups, it's a trade-off. Are you willing to optimize your build a little more, but potentially risk a landing?
I think even more than just landings, though, right? Like, maybe I over-prioritize this, but I really like having my scout on the edge, even just to see if there's an early ship coming. I feel like any intel is valuable because you see players on this map oftentimes go feudal age without scouting the opponent, right? And it's really hard to justify that, I think, because you're just playing blind. You don't know where they're coming from. It can mean the difference between your first Hulk being in the right spot to save your ships or having to like panic and maybe have some idle time and it's just a lot of clicks and maybe your eco macro gets disrupted a bit because you weren't paying attention as much and you had to focus on micro really early. Like there's just all that little detail there and I think it matters to have it alive, but I think I've noticed Jushi players almost always doing it. I'm wondering if there's like it just makes the build order playable like much better. I'm guessing it must with the timings. Because like the way that the house spawned, like you can delay the house another Vil essentially, right? And I think with a lot of civs, it might just be really smooth to do that.
Interesting spot for meditation gardens. It's a pretty solid one, touching a lot of food, wood, and gold as well. But I think it only touches one gold mine, so it's definitely one of the juicier meditation gardens that we've seen today.
Yeah, you know, that's what we said about, you know, Jushi being a bit of a gamble, right? It can sometimes pay off. I think this is going to be a really good one. I don't know how much wood that is, because there's a lot of trees around that. That might be a really nice meditation garden for wood gen, which personally is what I would prioritize. I think I was talking to KP about this last weekend, and I think he was saying a lot of players prioritize gold, and he prefers that as well. And that makes sense, but I think I prefer wood just because of the way it works. And ooh, and a 10 with the just passing situation. Don't mind me. I'm just here to join you.
Day 7. They still haven't noticed I'm red.
Yeah, exactly. How do you feel about this Aachen placement? Really prioritizing the gold as well. Not really getting a lot of wood on that, but his map is weird.
I mean, if it touches the edge of the wood, it's gonna be fine. I don't know. Yeah, I think this is fine. Like, you could make it a little closer to the wood, but it still covers a significant portion of that tree-line, and it also is going to cover both the gold mines. Now, this is a problem for Vortex. Anathan is the first one to arrive with a chunk here. Nice micro by Vortex, though, jumping in and out. You
the
can't
Vil!
really do that with the
The
Villager,
Vil!
though. Oh!
Oh, she's on the run.
He's juking and diving, and that is the Vortex micro
Wow.
we so often highlight.
That was so
This
impressive.
guy is just insane.
That was disgusting. That was so good. How did he keep him alive? Oh my gosh.
That is just ludicrous. Vortichunk and Hawk now on the way for their respective players. And look at Vortex. He's grabbing double broadaxe, something that Anathan already has. Anathan, he kind of came in very quick into Feudal Age here, and he was the one to initiate most things. But he wasn't able to deliver any significant damage over here. Vortex was just so good with the micro.
Yeah, this is... It's tough. I am terrified of playing against Vortex. I feel like it's just terrifying, right? Like, how do you even, like, mentally manage that? I feel like you think you have a situation, you think it's working well, you think you have the advantage with your build, and then he's just like, nope. And that's exactly the sound I imagine in Vortex's head when he's microing, just, you know?
And it's so annoying because you're doing all the good things, you should be rewarded for it. You beat your opponent to Feudal Age, you're first to their base with ships. They leave a villager on the shoreline. You expect to get a kill, and then Vortex just says no.
Yeah, it's... Gotta feel bad, man. No eco upgrades yet for Anatend either. Oh no, he does have one. I missed the color, sorry. So both players have wood upgrades. I would have been surprised, that's why I was calling it out, but my bad. It is there indeed. too much going on. We have a very standard play here for both players so far, except for
Can-
Vortex. Really cool micro.
Can we look at the gold mine of Anathan? I just want to check something. I saw a
Loading,
mill
loading.
being built right next to the gold mine. Yep. Now, what is that for?
Is that a misclick, maybe?
I don't know. I was hoping that you have some super high-level dev insight and just tell me that I'm a pleb for not knowing.
It might just
But
be for
apparently,
wheelbarrow.
it's not just me being confused about it.
I think it's just for wheelbarrow, and he just had a mill there, right? He just built it where there was space.
Fair enough. It looks
Right.
awkward. Could have used
Yeah, but-
lumberjack.
Yeah, I mean, he's good in wheelbarrow. I don't know. I don't know why you would build it there, or not like, I don't know, where you're shore fishing or on the berries.
Vortex
even. I
got
don't
3
know.
demos. Anathan only has a single junk to counter demos, and Vortex already has 4. First demo coming out, he's looking to
Yeah.
bait out that galley.
Yeah.
But back and forth. And look at all the demos sailing up. He's looking for one swift punch to just take Anathan out of this game. Anathan has to commit his galley, but that's just one galley from the back line. Hulk's focusing it down. It's still alive. Demos creeping closer. Anathan has to fall all the way back here.
Oh, this might be a
Galley.
problem for Hannatan.
Galley's gone. Demos are coming in, and
Demos
there
are coming
no
in.
more chunks.
Split.
Demos taking out one.
Going for the fish.
Now going for the fishing boats. Oh my lord, that was a monstrous hit. And there's
and
another
Demos
demo
on the
coming
north
in as
as
well.
well.
Oh my. Crazy
Oh
battle
my.
here, Winston. And at the end of the day, sure enough, Anathan's fleet stays alive, but most of his fishing eco is gone.
Yeah, that was a brutalization. That was a war crime. 11 fishing ships have gone down. And Vortex gets away with 3 Hulks. I mean, talk about micro. I mean, that was also strategic investment in the demos. Anatan didn't have any he didn't have enough demos to really defend against that many Hulks. And Vortex just asked the question of Anatan. He said, hey, you ready to micro? And Anatan said, please, no, please, God, no, please. And yeah, the fishing boats are
I
dead.
love the patience from Vortex, by the way. He didn't dive into this battle with 1 or 2 demos. He waited until he had 5 because he just wants one decisive battle. Look at the food income of Anathan, by the way. It's down to 56 per minute. Vortex could have also targeted the enemy war junks with his leftover demos, but he just went for the fishing boats. And he just completely shattered the food eco of Anathan here.
And now up with a significant military advantage. Vortex comes back, ready to remind Anatan who's the boss of water.
Once again, demos are coming in on both sides. And this is going to be some good connections on both sides, but still, Vortex seems to have the upper hand. Demo gets picked off in the middle. This one from Vortex does connect, sinks a war junk. 2 more demos are available from Anathan, but you don't see them anywhere. Vortex does have 5 demos still, and he is just going to obliterate this fleet. Quick strike from Vortex once again, and now he's leading 2-0. What a decisive game here on Archipelago.
I mean, it all comes down to that one battle, right? Like the game was literally ended in that moment when your entire fishing fleet gets taken out by 2 demos, and even at that point, it's just like you're so behind, you can't afford anything anymore, and you're gonna have to reboom, and it's just you can't really afford that. It's your docks are idle. What a disaster there for Anatan. You hate to see it, you know, when it just potatoes like that, the micro, but like I mean, it just happens, right? Vortex asked a really. He was really aggressive there. It was really hard to deal with, and his positioning was just on point and clean. And what can you do, man? What can you do? They're the best on water for a reason. And I say they because it's Vortex and Lucifron who so frequently train together on these maps, and I believe that training is the reason for their continued dominance and excellence on water maps.
Yeah, and this is what I was concerned about for Anathan going into Archipelago as game number 2. You go into the Lion's Den, essentially. We expected Vortex to be good on water, and that's kind of what we got. Vortex didn't even want to play a long game here. He just said, listen, let's have one single micro battle. I will out-micro you, and we finish the game there, and that's exactly what he did.
Mm-hmm. Now we move on to Hill and Dale. Deli versus Roos. Anatan's Roos. Seen him play it a lot in the past. Excited to see him pull it out here, but will this work well? Roos has been a bit lackluster in this tournament, I would say, so far overall. Obviously, it's looked good in some games, but I think Deli on Hill and Dale just has an edge, right?
I think so too. He had Mongols available, and Vortex went with the obvious Mongol counter to Delhi. I don't know what to expect from Roos here, but he might need to pull a rabbit out of his hat because he's down 2-0. We'll be heading into game number 3, which is a match point game for Vortex. He lost to Anathan 3-0 in the opening round. He has a chance to finish his opponent off here 3-0.
Mm-hmm. Excited to see it. Let's dive in here.
Producer,
Damn.
hello? Mr. Producer, can we get a game?
Here we go.
All right, folks. It's a 2-0 lead now for Vortex as we head into game number 3 of the Decider Series here in Masters of Realms. The winner of this series is going to get into the quarterfinals to face off against Whammo 1. Down south, it's Vortex with Delhi Sultan in yellow. And to the north, it's Anatant with the Roos in red.
Indeed, indeed. And we get to see Roos on a proper land map now. It's been a minute since I've seen a tournament game with Roos on a land map. You know what I mean? I feel like it's been a while. I mean, obviously I've seen it, right? But it's more like getting to see it again. It always feels unique now because I'm just so used to it being banned out. And here we have it. Second scout, third scout. So just classic play here for Manitand. Doesn't want to give up anything. Vortex not going for the second scout here. With Delhi, generally you don't with the Muslim slaves where they get the berry bonus. You just don't need the scout as much. So we'll see. We will see. The sheep distribution looks like it's kind of okay for Vortex. Or sorry, yeah, Vortex, given everything. He should be content with this, and he's even getting his own back sheep here. Anatan missing a wolf? Hello? Okay, there she is. Hello? Anybody home? Uh-oh. Running a bit close to the mill. Yeah, I know. Vortex doesn't want to idle his units there.
Yeah, this is one of the issues playing Roos on this map. The deer spawns so close to your base that your opponent is guaranteed to have his own deer pack killed. In fact, I'm not sure if Vortex did that, but it would be a cool way of playing this. Just sending your scout forward, looking for the other deer pack, and then using a villager to kill the deers back at home.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Deer packs galore. We do see the bounty over 80, even though there are only 3 scouts on the field. Which is always good. That song, I still think that song slaps.
It's a good song, but it's also a good meme. I think the meme is actually bigger than that.
That's fair. That's fair. And I think this is where you don't cancel wheelbarrow, although he does. It was too tight. I was wondering if he would try and keep it, but the bounty just wasn't quite there.
Yeah, this is alarming. No wheelbarrow. He's actually going to Kremlin the back of his base.
What?
That's awkward.
Is it to protect the stone and the deer? Is he going to build like a second TC here?
But if he wants to protect the stone, it could be a little closer to the stone itself. This isn't actually protecting the stone.
But you want it on the wood line too, right? It's got competing interests here. Pulled in every direction.
It's a weird call, but indeed it could be a 2TC build. I'm a little concerned for Anathan though, because he's going to face off against the Delhi. If you want to play Knights, those get destroyed by Ghazi Raiders. If you play Archers, those will get annihilated by Delhi Archers eventually. Bit of a skirmish for the bounty here. Decent value for Anathan in the end though. He's up to 275 bounty and he can finally squeeze in Wheelbarrow.
Yeah, we'll see what the plan is here for Anatand. If it's early military, it looks like he might be saving up for like a stable or something. Not quite sure what the plan is, or if he'll go to stone after this is up. I don't know. It looks like plenty of gold coming in now. He was able to find a lot of the wolves. The bounty going to be up to 300, so comfortably hitting that 250 mark. Very nice stuff from him. Able to make it work, even though we kind of doubted at the start. We were like, it's a bit low. And he does get wheelbarrow, but a bit late. But better late than never.
That's true. Talk
get a
about
building.
Wolves, for instance.
And we do see the hunting cabin here. So just hunting cabin on the hunt. What else here? You know, that might give a lot of tempo to Delhi if Delhi's able to get away with the blacksmith opening, which I'm highly expecting a blacksmith here. Yeah. There it is. Pops it down. Both players have deer in the back comfortably.
Yeah, he's not taking the stone though, and this is why this whole Kremlin is very weird at the back. Maybe he just wanted to protect the back of his food or something. I don't know, but it's definitely an awkward placement from Anatant here.
Yeah, with no TC in sight, I'm curious what unit he's gonna make here. I guess it has to be range. Oh, is he gonna go do like a boar build? Is he tower
It's
rushing?
only 3 wheels. Or are they just
That's
kind of blending
5,
into
right?
each other?
I think that's 5.
Yeah, can we select that? I think they're just a little stacked up. A boar build. That's actually one of the 8 wheels.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the board. We haven't seen
This
this
is-
in a while. So
Oh,
fortified
I was
church.
about to say that. This is a very, very old school build. This is the Rus Death Boar build. Used to be very popular against Abbasids in particular. It's basically boar, and then you go full archers. I'm a little concerned about this though, because usually what this build was useful for is dealing with very passive players who are playing 2TC. I'm not sure how well it's going to work against a player that's going army from basically minute number 1.
Yeah, it's kind of the base buster build, right? But I don't know. He doesn't have to commit to the 3TC here. He has hunt in the back of his base as well. We might see horsemen from him here. I don't know. Maybe it's an FC attempt. I am lost as to what Anatant is going to build now that he has wood. He has placed a military building. I'm curious as to what it is.
Vortex hasn't yet scouted this. He should know something is up. Maybe because the deer aren't really being taken. I think that's a clue that that he could utilize to realize that something is going on.
Yeah. Upgrades are looking good for Vortex. Everything's coming in. I mean, this is a super smooth build for Vortex, right? This is everything going to plan, right? So we just have to kind of figure out what Anatan's goal is here. If it's knights, yeah. So he built a stable, and it's going to be knights. Interesting.
Knights could work to a certain extent, especially as an opener. Because I guess if he harasses the enemy base with knights, that forces the opponent to just keep investing into Gauzy Raiders. And maybe he can go like heavy on the spears plus some archers, instead of having to face mass archers on the other side.
Yeah, and the knights are immediately scouted, by the way, I think. Yeah. So not a huge surprise here. Oh, wait, actually? I thought those were knights, but those are just scouts.
To body block the scout.
Yeah, the knight is now going to get revealed to protect gold miners. So Anatant going knight archers. This is a Rus classic. You know, we haven't seen
and that's
Rus
a
play this
proxy,
way in a long time.
That should be a proxy range, right? It's not back at home.
I think both of his military buildings are back of his base by the Kremlin, right?
Interesting call if he does that. Yeah, this is in this case this is not the classic like base buster Rus build. This is just let's sneak away with a boar because my opponent might not expect it.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a ram anytime soon, for example, right? This isn't the style of build, although here come the Gauzy. They're going to do kind of okay against everything that Anatant has. I mean, not great against the knights, but going to have to retreat here. It does a decent amount of damage, and the tricky thing with this build for Anatant is when do you pull off and go castle? Because it's always an option with this macro. You can keep making archers throughout, and then you can just sort of decide when you want to stop producing knights, and then that gives you a castle timing. But Vortex is going to have 3 sacred sites. The timer's going to start ticking, and Anatant needs to get his military onto the field.
Yeah, my concern for Anatant is that Vortex probably knows that something is happening here. He saw no villagers on the hunt. He sees no second TC. I think For now, he's moving towards this sacred site here, but I think he might find this boar very soon. He needs to know that something is being cooked up here by Anathan.
I don't think he has enough Ghazi yet to really dive if there's military protecting the wooden fortress. I don't think there's really a way for him to stop it, and gonna get some cheeky decaps in. It's kind of what you have to do. You can't really fight this army head on. Gonna need to decap this in creative ways.
Yeah, he's going heavy on the Ghazi Raiders here. Anathan is going heavy on the archers. He only has 4 knights out there, and we're getting to the stage where the Ghazi Raider count is escalating to a point where the archers could get butchered. Scout does go down.
And we're seeing the spearmen switch behind this, which if we get into a big A move situation, Anatan is going to have to micro really, really well, right? And Vortex's goal will just be to A move and then position the Ghazi on the archers, and things could get really awkward. Although a lot of the Ghazi are low here.
A lot of Ghazi Raiders are low. Knights are also getting beaten up, though, and it looks like Vortex is still winning out on this fight as the new reinforcements come in. Archers are getting focused down as well. He's actually jumping the archers with the Ghazi Raiders, now turns around. Most of the knights have been taken out, and even the militia have been called upon here by Anathan. And I think he's very close to finding this expansion here, so now he's going to know about the boar villagers. It doesn't really matter, though. The boar is gone. Anathan has finished it.
Yeah, and he could just peace out, right? But instead he's going to stay and just chop wood there. Because why not? The militia are sent to their deaths. I would say they're untimely
to stay than to go.
Yeah, I was about to say it's. I would say it's their untimely deaths, but their death is timed, so maybe it's right on time. The wooden fortress not up. The Ghazi are here. There's no knights to really to defend this. The Ghazi though gonna retreat. Could have maybe jumped the Vils there.
Yeah, Sacred Site's under the control of Vortex. He already has 2. The third one was decapped. Just as a side note, Vortex walled the back of his base. So Anathan doesn't really have that counterattack potential with the knights.
I don't know if he can afford that. I think he's on the defense here, and he's going to have to retreat to the wooden fortress. It's going to get garrisoned up, but this might be just enough units, Lidicore, to dive.
Yeah, I think Vortex is just going to ignore that. He's diving onto the archers. The knight is gone. And the thing is that you have to keep retreating with the archers, but you do so by moving away from the tower. This is an ultimate cleanup in a game that could be the last for Anathan in Masters of Realms. And now Vortex is diving as well. Nothing here for Anathan to defend this tower, but he is going to lose 8 villagers here.
Yeah, 8 Vils, potentially. I mean, the reinforcements from Anatan gonna have to make their way, only hoping that these repair tricks are going to be enough. The knights trying to come to reinforce the militia called once again, but it won't be enough. The outpost going to go down, and with it the villagers, and with it likely the game Lidicore, unless Anatan can come together with a crazy win here in this battle.
The archers weren't focusing the spearman. Anathan just ran his last knight into the spearman. And as much as he was able to take out Vortex in the first round 3-0, Vortex comes back with a vengeance. And I think this series was less than an hour long here, Winston. What a decisive finale here from Vortex. He is going to be the one moving on to the quarterfinals. And we're going to have to say goodbye to Anathan here in Masters of Realms.
What a series, Lidicore. That was domination from Vortex. I mean, my analysis is that Vortex won. I take a bow.
He won in a decisive fashion, really.
Yeah, no, that was that was every single game was just ridiculously strong from Vortex. Like every single game in this set it seemed a bit one-sided, right? On Gorge, you had the Ayubids play where the first battle looked like maybe Anatan had a chance, and then Vortex just crushed him in the second fight. On Archipelago, a single fight on water. And on Hillendale here, there were some skirmishes back and forth, but the first time that Vortex really tried to take a battle, he just lost everything. This was just a domination for Vortex.
Yeah, fair to say, slapped Anatan so hard it even took the words out of your mouth at the end of that one. I mean, it's ridiculous the way he played this, because we got to talk about this. Has been a crazy day. Because I checked it back. It's an interesting little statistic for you for the day. Little loves this statistic. You'll love this one. Every single rematch was a flip result. Killjadi versus B. 5-game series the other way around. Vortex versus Anatan just now, 3-0 the other way. Dumu versus Louis, last time they met, it was 3-1 to Louis, this time to Dumu. That that is the definition of an unexpected turn of events twice in the group stage of one EGC tournament.
What are the mathematical odds on that?
Oh, don't start that. All right. Right,
Well,
we got
if you
NA math, we got my math. No.
If you subtract the odds of them winning, actually,
And 20% of the time, the calculation will be right 100% of the time. But, I don't think
Indeed.
anyone could have anticipated all these results. I mean, commiserations to Vortex. I think a lot of people had very high hopes after... sorry, Antan, rather. People had very high hopes after what he was able to do to Vortex last time. But, I think we've got to dissect this a little bit. Maybe be harsh. Maybe be real about it. I want to get your thoughts, Winston. Is this just Vortex turning up, waking up after maybe dropping the ball earlier? Or did this not feel like the Anatan we saw earlier in the group stage?
I think this was a situation where maybe Vortex and Lucifer both, I think maybe they were just playing other games for a bit. And now that the tournament's really on, I have a feeling that they've been practicing. Today, these two looked like they were ready. These two looked, this was like them of old. I expect them now with this level of play. I think either of them could make it to the finals here. Now the route here could be tricky for one rather than the other. We'll see how that goes. I think Vortex is going to be up against Wham.
Yep. We can have a look at the
I mean,
standings.
Wham might be shaking in his boots after this set, right? That looked pretty convincing.
I'm
Vortex
pretty
in
sure.
form.
I'm pretty sure I saw Wham in the chat earlier saying Anatan on current form is a top 3 player. So yeah, you might be right on that. It might be a little bit of concern for Canadians here because we have locked in our quarterfinalists here. We've got Gentleman's Marine Lord up against Free Clans B. We're gonna have Wham versus Vortex, Beastie versus Dumu, and finally Puppy Paw versus Lucifron. I've tutored a few ideas of the best series we're going to see all tournament. Are there any ones here you see in the quarterfinals or potentially the semifinals, Lida, if you want to predict that deep, that you think could be the series that take it all?
This is a tough one. I feel like, as Winston kind of touched on this before this set, we could easily have the quote-unquote classical top 8 lineup here. This is a player lineup that you kind of expected to see in 2022 or 2023. Really, it's a very, very old school setup. All the long-term big names are in there, so I feel like this is a very much open tournament. You look at, let's say, Wham versus Vortex. Wham is in a really good shape, but then you see how Vortex played today. He came in, no BS, just absolutely obliterated his opponent. How is he going to play against Wham? I have no idea. Could easily be a sweep in either direction 3-0, could be a 3-2. But one thing is sure, I feel like you look at this lineup, we've seen some really impressive sets from every single one of these players. So we could easily have any of these players getting there at the very end.
I think, wasn't it last time when we were casting the other weekend, you brought up the statistics that the Spanish bros, the Canadian bros take it in turns against each other year after year.
I would not be surprised. I don't remember that stat, but I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I think it might have been to do with Wham and Lucifron. So at least they're kept away from each other and get some different results going.
Oh, yeah. It was Wham and Lucy.
That was it. Yeah, I think it was last year was Lucifron's year, and then before that it was Puppy Paw's year, and they just kept intermingling, if I remember correctly. So interesting statistics that line up there. We'll see if it plays the same way, because admittedly there are some big similarities between the way that Puppy Paw and Wham integrate, Vortex and Lucifron as well, considering the amount of scrim they do together. But I think the big standout to me here, Winston, Dumu, baking those deep runs again, right? Like I think it's been a bit of time where we've missed out on him. He's fallen short sometimes. Maybe the day goes too deep, doesn't seem right. But something about this new map rotation, a new meta, it seems to be fitting Benny's style well.
Yeah, I'm really excited. It's funny because I feel like almost every time I cast on EGC TV, Demu is playing on those days, and I love it. I think his games are great. I think what I saw today was definitely a very solid Demu. Like he's ready to play some Age, and I'm excited for that. I think Beastie is a very strong opponent. I think historically he's almost always had the upper hand in that matchup, so Demu's gonna have a bit of a hill to climb, but I think with enough preparation for tomorrow and the right strategy and the right mindset, I think he could come out on top.
It's an interesting thought there as well, because I know Beastie, he was kind of honest about this about a week or two ago, Lidical, where he's like, I haven't really had that much time to put into scrimming. I'm not sure how deep I'm going to go in this tournament. I mean, right now, I know he's literally sitting there playing Elden Ring. So, there's got to be some question marks. I mean, maybe that's his actual secret boost up. If you remember, we had that Marine Lord, I think it was last year or the year before, where we asked him, hey, you've been practicing a lot right now. He's like, I'm just playing multiverses. Maybe stepping away from the game is the way that Beastie levels up more.
I always get reminded of this when I think about Mista. He was the one who said that sometimes it's just good to not play the game because it opens up ideas that you normally wouldn't think of. If you just keep repeating the same civilizations, builds on the same maps, grinding the ladder or grinding even the tournament maps, you often get tunnel visioned with your strategy choices. And I think taking a little break from the game or just not taking it very seriously could easily have a positive impact on your gameplay. But just one more stat line here, KP, because you kind of touched on the crazy history of Lucifer and Wham. I actually ended up checking Wham versus Vortex, and this is also the most improbable thing ever. Basically, since 2022, they've always won alternating sets. Wham, Vortex, Wham, Vortex, Wham, Vortex. Last one that they've played, it was a reverse draft show match, and Wham won that. So if the trend continues, Vortex is the one favorite for tomorrow.
Oh, interesting. Stats don't lie. We'll have to see if they can actually stick to the script or if things going to be flipped. If you guys want to catch those matches, by the way, they will be kicking off same time as today, tomorrow on Sunday, where we will see who will make it through quite swiftly into our semi-finals. Remember, folks, this is a single Elim bracket now. So if they lose, they're gone. Exciting thoughts, though, man. I mean, in some ways, I am a little bit hurt we don't get to have these kind of underdogs coming through. But I guess as we just highlighting the fact that it's been a while since we've had that classic 8 in the top. It almost feels like you've got your underdogs coming around. I think like B and Dumu, the big standouts to me, are names that people are familiar with, but names that, as we mentioned, we were talking about Dumu, but B just as much. Winston has been missing for a long time, and by his own recount, I remember him saying earlier this year, he was just quite frank about it on street. He's like, I don't think this is my meta. I don't think I'm going to do well.
Well, here he is. Maybe he's got something to prove. Maybe he figured it out. Maybe something clicked. You never know. With players like these, I'm never surprised when they're able to come up with cool strats, when they're able to adapt. I think that's something that AoE4 has really shown you need to be, is a player who can evolve and adapt with the meta. And I love that that's part of the scene, and I look forward to the rest of the games in the tournament.
Same here, my friends. Right, I think it's about time we get to a close. We're gonna have a quick shout out to all the people that sponsor us. If you if you guys haven't been backing on the Kickstarter, if you want to actually help out, 2 things you can do right now. The obvious one is subscribe. The other one is check out Surfshark. Once again, they are back for the 2nd event in a row, supporting us all the way through to the grand finals. They've even sponsored the map draft, and I think a lot of you have been enjoying that particular map, courtesy of Surfshark. So be sure to do those 2 things. Be sure to tell all your friends what time to be here tomorrow, because tomorrow we kick off the playoffs. 4 players will disappear fast, and apparently Winston is going to evolve into a Beyblade, spinning faster and faster the days goes on, which just seems fitting because of how wild the remainder of Master Realm is going to be. We'll see you tomorrow.
This way now. Oh, I'm doing a twist.
He's off.